Hello. Oh god, what's happening? Okay, no, we're good. That was weird. I don't know what was going on with the transition there. Hello. It's not randomizer. I decided so the story behind this game. I saw Nimi Nightmare streamed this game a little while ago, and I'd never really heard of it. I started watching the VOD, and she got like 5 minutes into the gameplay, and I suddenly realized, oh wait, this is the kind of game that I'm going to really enjoy. I want to play this game. It's one of those kinds of games that you can either play it or you can watch someone else play it, but you can't really do both. Or well, you can play it yourself and then you can watch someone, obviously. But if you've seen someone else play the game, then you're not going to be able to really enjoy it yourself if you play it. So I paused the VOD, I bought the game, and yeah, I'm looking forward to diving in. It's one of those solving a mystery games where you've got to piece things together and sort of fill out the I think you have to fill out the family tree is the kind of the idea in this. It seemed somewhat reminiscent of Return of the Obra Dinn, which is one of my all-time favorite games, where you have to figure out what happened to every person on board the ship. So yeah, I don't know very much about it. I know that it's set in the late 90s, and it's got this kind of the 90s internet aesthetic going for it. So that'll be cool. That'll be nostalgic because I am old, and so I definitely remember using the internet back in those days. So yeah, I guess without further ado, I'm eager to get into this game. I had to actually use some willpower to not just start playing it. I wanted to save it for stream, and we'll see. Like if it maybe it isn't a very good stream game. We'll see. I don't even know how long it is. It might be a relatively short game, but yeah, I'm eager, so I'm gonna get started. Oh, okay. Well, it looks like there's a second story. Didn't know that. Okay. I think the audio should be okay, but I'm not 100% sure. I tried to do a little test before stream, but audio is a strange beast. Okay.
The plane that crashed last night just outside of Pittsburgh is now known to have been the private jet of the Roottrees Corporation. Local aviation authorities have speculated, based on the pilot's final communication, that the winter storm and heavy winds played a significant role in the crash. On board were multiple family members, including corporate president Carl Roottrees and his daughters, the Roottrees sisters, best known for their fashion lines and modeling careers. There were no survivors. Again, for those of you just joining us, the Roottrees are dead.
He said the name of the game. Let's go. Oh, okay.
I know it's late, but I'm guessing you've seen the news. In addition to dealing with the grief, the Roottrees Company's lawyers are scrambling. Everything's about to change. Anyone proven to be a blood relative is about to get much richer. I'm here to ensure everyone is accounted for.
Okay.
I've heard you're an expert at sorting out complicated family trees. A genealogy genie, as it were.
How? I don't know. I'm rereading Game of Thrones. Or I'm rereading A Song of Ice and Fire right now, and so the idea of a complicated family tree, my mind immediately goes to, oh no, is there inbreeding? I suspect that's not what they mean here. There's just going to be like people getting married and divorced and things like that. Yeah. Okay. Well, it feels like, I don't know, this day and age, surely you got birth records, marriage records, and stuff. How hard could it be to keep track of who's related to whom? I guess we'll find out.
I'm going to give you a quick test. Pass, and I can promise you the job of a lifetime.
Oh, okay. Well, we're right into it, I guess. Meet the family tree of the Roottrees sisters. The siblings are in birth order, from oldest to youngest. Okay. Evidence, internet, fill in the names, fill in the occupations, fill in the photos. Sleuth. Okay, that was fun. Okay, so we've got one of them is married, and there's 2 others. Well, this has a big red thing on it, so I'm guessing we're supposed to got milk picked. Okay, did they do an ad for got milk? Okay, they did. Wow. I was going to say, remember Got Milk, but I don't remember Got Milk because I'm not American. So it wasn't a thing when I was growing up. I'm aware of it, obviously, because it was like a well-known ad campaign. But yeah, okay, the person hired you gave you this photo with a note attached. This was taken during the shoot for the Roottrees Sisters Got Milk ad. I've tracked down a test photo from before they painted the fake mustaches on, which I thought would be more appropriate considering the circumstances. The ad's copy reads, "You might recognize our faces from the magazine you're reading. Or you might recognize our name from the candy bar you're eating." Oh, okay, so the Roottree company makes candy bars. Being a Roottree is a full-time job, but so is growing up. That's why the calcium found in milk is so important. Plus, you can't make chocolate without it. You can, though. Like, you can have lactose-free chocolate with no milk involved. Okay, and we can zoom in. Alright, so we've got 3 sisters. I wonder how old they're supposed to be in this photo. Because they look like they could be really young, or they could just have young-looking faces and be, like, you know, adults. I mean, one of them's married, so I guess when was this picture taken as well is a factor. Okay, so we've got a photo. We've also got a list of names. This list was provided to you by the mysterious person who showed up at your door. You'll need it to fill in the family tree. We've got a big list of women and a big list of men. Okay. All right, so that's our evidence. Oh, and then we have internet. What else? Okay, what else do we have? We have. Here's our board. That's the evidence. That's internet. Home is just. Oh, okay. We can look around here, and this is where the evidence lives. That's where the internet lives, I guess. Oh, can we change the radio? We can turn the volume up or down. Oh, okay, that's cool. But can we change the station? Or what's playing? Maybe not. Oh, we can look at this. The notorious Montjoys. I guess this was a previous family tree that we investigated. Oh, we have some cool mystery comics posters. Alright, well, let's go on the internet. Bubbles Montjoy. That's it's quite a name, especially for like the 1500s. You know, that's not the kind of name that I typically associate with people of that era. Hello, Afro, welcome in. Oh, we have no notifications. There are no documents. Can we print stuff? That's cool. It's got the time, which doesn't seem to be related to the real world time. Okay, welcome .txt. Welcome to the Information Superhighway. Thanks for purchasing a new Cashew PC. Your PC is equipped with a 56K modem, which is fast enough to access any site on the World Wide Web, even those with high-resolution images. I never had a 56K modem. We went straight from 28.8K dial-up to quote-unquote broadband. The broadband we had was like quarter meg broadband, which disconnected frequently. It was just abysmal. If you find anything interesting, be sure to print it out with your included high-end color laser printer, or burn a music CD to listen to later. If you want to revisit a search result, be sure to use Netscape Explorer's new history feature. Happy surfing, and remember, Cashew PCs are delicious. Cashew pieces are inedible, do not try to eat your computer. Thank you for that. Okay. Oh, the sound of nostalgia. So one quirk of the internet at my dad's house when I was a kid was it would disconnect on the hour after you could only stay connected for an hour. There was something weird with the modem, I guess, that it would just disconnect you after you'd been connected for an hour. And so if you didn't have a download manager and you were trying to download something that was too big, it was just impossible. I bought World of Warcraft and I installed it from CD. And then I started to play it, and of course, I had to download all the patches to update to the latest version. And it took so long, and like that did have a download manager, so I could resume the download from where I had left off. But it took so long to download a patch that by the time it had almost finished, a new patch came out and I had to start from scratch. And so I wasn't able to play for ages until I took my laptop into university and connected to the fast internet in the university, where it downloaded the entire patch in literally 5 seconds. It was that much faster than the internet I had at home, where it was taking like multiple days to try and download stuff. Okay, so we're on the internet. Pro tip, you can create notes quickly by highlighting text with your mouse. Okay. All right, well, let's search for Roottrees Sisters, because that's what we're trying to find out. There's a lot of obituaries that focus on the Roottrees Sisters' modeling careers. You also come across an unofficial Roottree fan site seemingly curated by a teenager. It's neon pink with purple text and hard to read until you highlight the words. The young webmaster writes, Raina is the most famous because she's the oldest and got married to TMS. But Riley is the smart one. Rose is a middle child, like me. You might think that they are rich just because they are models, but their dad is also the president of the candy company. And their mom, Brenda, is a fashion designer. They do the modeling for her brand, Root. I eat Roottree candy all the time. My favorite are maple crisps. And try to dress in plaid Root clothes like Riley does in most of the posters. Someday I want to get my ears pierced like Rose. Okay, so Rose has pierced ears. Raina is the eldest, and Riley wears plaid. Actually, can we? Okay, so Riley wears plaid and is middle child? No, Rose is the middle child. Riley's the youngest. And smart? Question mark? Smart according to a random teenager on the internet. Okay. And... okay. Raina is oldest, married to TMS, whoever that is. Okay. And we know that Rose is the middle child. Pissed is... okay. The website's author continues to talk about their own life, what she likes about the Root fashion lines, but none of it is relevant. Okay, well, we can fill in some stuff here. Can I move this across? Can I zoom in, zoom out? Okay, well, this is... I want to... there we go. Okay, so oldest we know is Raina. Raina Roottree. And they're all models, right? Middle is Rose. Is there a not a Rose? There's not a Rose. Okay, so maybe Rose isn't her real name. All right, we'll come back to that, but we know that she's a model. And then the youngest is Riley. And she's a model. And then we have to do photos. Oh, I have to click on the faces in my evidence tab. Okay. So we have to hide that. Oh, okay. There we go. Now we've got those. So the one on the left has... okay, pierced ears is Rose, the middle child. Okay, so the middle one is Rose. So that's Rose. And then... which one of them was wearing plaid? The one in the middle was wearing plaid, and the one wearing plaid is... Riley, who is the youngest. Okay, so this is Riley in the middle wearing plaid. This must therefore be Raina. We know that this is a model. We know that Raina is married to TMS, so this must be TMS. Okay, well, I guess their surname starts with S then. Can we just look at our... Not this one. Let's look at our list of names. I'll assume to begin with that it's a man. Whose surname begins with S. So, Thomas something Sheridan, TMS, I'm guessing. Are there any women that it could be? It doesn't look like it. Okay, so let's say married to Thomas. Sheridan Thomas. Okay, and so now we just have to find out her actual name, I guess. Back to the internet. Let's look up Rose Roottree. Rose Roottree is not as popular as her older sister Raina, but still very well known. Most of the time, they're lumped together as the Roottrees sisters. Unfortunately, the results for Rose by herself don't lead to anything different than when you were searching for the sisters together. Okay. If someone isn't on the list of names that your employer provided, doing a deeper dive on what you learn about them will often lead to additional discoveries. A good research tip is to make note of any brand names, books, product lines, or magazines that you don't recognize and search for them. These searches will sometimes help directly. Even when they don't, you'll usually get additional context. Okay, so we know that it was, what was it? Root was the name of the brand? Root is a pretty common word. It is. Although searches are not case sensitive, if you're searching for something specific, you should keep an eye on how it's spelled and punctuated during research. For example, the clothing company Root always has a period after it, even if it's not the end of the sentence. Okay. Additionally, if you're searching for a name, most of the time you'll need a full name. But sometimes if someone goes by a nickname, searching for their nickname is the only way to find results. Okay, so Root, period. Root, the period is part of the name, is a clothing company. They make clothes for children, from toddlers to teenagers. Although their website is down, likely due to increased web traffic, you find countless retail sites attempting to advertise their clothes towards their target audience. One of them has this to say: "You've spied the Roottrees sisters looking hella fly on catalogs, magazines, and posters. Now you too can be like Riley, Rose, or Raina." You also come across a website from a collector of clothing catalogs. Apparently, Root has released 2 catalogs per year every year since 1984, and Raina appeared on almost all of them. There is only one that the webmaster considers a collector's item enough to mention. It seems that Brenda Roottree, the Roottree sisters' mother... Okay, let me make a note of that. We might already have known that, but I'm gonna... She is the mother. Okay. And Root's head designer appeared on... Okay. Appeared on one cover holding her daughter Rose in 1985. The site says that this was the only time her daughter was ever listed with her birth name, Carly Roottree. Okay, there we go. So this is Carly Roottree. Oh, okay. We did it. These 3 entries are correct and have been locked. So this is what I'm going to put my hand up and say I saw this already. I knew the solution to this. I wanted to go through the motions, but seeing that things get like marked correct in batches is what made me think, oh, this is like Return of the Obra Dinn, because that's how that game works as well. You've also locked the following optional entry: Sheridan Thomas. Booyah, which I think is something I've never once said in my life, unironically. Knock, knock, knock. She's just standing out there waiting.
Sorry to test you, but I had to be sure you could use the internet. Some folks refuse to get with the times. Safe to say, you're hired. The reward for untangling the family tree is substantial. Life-changing, even. But here's the catch. The Roottrees go way, way back. The family tree's a bit daunting. Most people freak out the first time they see the whole thing. But I'm sure you'll be fine.
I'm sure I'll be fine as well.
The man who started it was particular about whom he considered family. For your purposes, you only need his direct blood relatives.
Okay. Oh, hello. Welcome in, Nemo. Good to see you.
Anyone related only by marriage is optional, but filling them in can lead to useful discoveries.
Well, I'm not about to half-ass this. I'm going to try and fill in everything I can.
Lastly, you now have access to some unique websites. plus a list of notable root trees. Notable
Okay.
people are easy to find via your search engine, and marked with stars on the family tree.
All right. Well, I guess it's the nobodies that we're going to really be struggling to
I'm off for now.
fill in.
Carl Roottree had a lot in his office. I'll look for anything useful. I'll return once you identify 6 more blood relatives.
Okay. Ooh. Oh, what?
Sorry, one last thing. This might sound odd, but if anyone else claiming to represent the Roottrees reaches out,
Oh,
I'd
mysterious.
appreciate you not mentioning I was here. Thank you, and good luck.
I just noticed something. This is... Okay, so those are all done. Oh, and okay, it's marking the notable ones with the stars. Okay, does it have to do this for... Okay. Luth. Let's go. Okay. Every time you get 3 additional blood relatives in the family tree completely correct, name, occupation, and portrait, they'll be locked in. All non-blood relatives and small portraits are optional, but placing them in the tree helps remove extra names and photos. Okay. Oh, and it tells you how many correct ones before it'll lock in. Ooh, top secret. You can open this envelope after the whole family tree has been filled in. It has 2 names that must be typed in manually. The clues are obscure, have been intentionally hidden in the past, and may even require some leaps in logic. Oh dear. Try to keep an eye out for any inconsistencies. Alright. Don't forget, family trees use surnames from birth, even if the person changed their last name after marriage. Always use a person's most recent occupation. Okay. Okay, so it tells you when people split up, and then if you remarry, and then guardians rather than... Once you verify this person, you'll be able to add bonus photos. Okay. Bonus photos. Alright, so we know for sure that dad is Carl Roottree, and the mother is Brenda White, I guess. Okay. Hello, Inzak. Hello, welcome in. I've just started this game, and I am eager to get to grips with that. I could see this potentially being daunting. There is a lot of stuff here, and also like, what's the deal with this little box around this stuff? And but this isn't my first rodeo in this kind of puzzle game. I'm confident that I'll be able to solve all this. Okay, that can go away. All right, we've got some new evidence here. This is an advertisement for 5 pieces aimed at kids from the magazine Teen Blast. It mentions that the 5 pieces were named as such because the original creator had 5 children. The ad also mentions that the current 5 flavors are not the same as back then. Okay. Radical flavors because it's no longer the 1920s. Okay, so these were started in the 1920s by someone with 5 children. What even is an elderberry anyway? Okay, and what's this? Intuition. You've been in this line of work a long time. So long, in fact, you developed a 6th sense for how useful your evidence can be. The numbers in the magnifying glass refer to how many clues are connected to a specific piece of evidence. The higher the number, the more there is to find. Wow, okay, so 11 things for this one. At the start of your search, the notables list sets off alarm bells. A list of famous people that you can find via search engine. It's pretty rare to get something that useful. Best take advantage of it. As you progress, these numbers will change. Whenever you find more evidence or lock in family members, new discoveries will be added to the list, and old evidence will become less useful. Trust your intuition. If a piece of evidence seems too good to be true, take a closer look at the people or phrases it mentions. Often, the most satisfying revelations come from retracing a path you thought was fully explored, armed with a new perspective. Sometimes, the reason certain evidence has such high value is because it can lead to finding more evidence. You may be missing a huge piece of the puzzle. Okie doke. I also envy the British blackcurrant skittle. Oh yeah, like one of the hardest things about moving to the US has been having to replace blackcurrant flavor things with grape flavor things. Because I'm not a grape hater either. Like I am easy to please when it comes to candy and sweet things, but blackcurrant is just vastly superior to grape as a flavor. Okay, so this seems like it's potentially quite useful. But yeah, we don't know anything that really gives us names here, I guess. Okay, and we've got our notable root trees. This is a list of the notable root trees. The person who hired you gave you this list and said everyone on it can be found easily via your search engine. Okay, so first things first, we're gonna Netscape or whatever, Netscrape. That's it. All of these names. 35. Any entry on the family tree that belongs to someone on this list will be marked with a star. Notable root trees will be crossed out after they're verified and logged. Okay. And the last piece of evidence. The Roottrees sisters and their parents died in a plane crash on December 6th, 1998. The next evening, a shadowy figure appeared at your door and said the lawyers were looking to sort out the family tree. After a quick test, the figure gave you access to some resources. This included a list of notable Roottrees, who they said would be the easiest family members to place. They said they would return in the time it took to fill out 6 more blood relatives. Okie dokie. So... Oh, you can change what music's playing, maybe. Or do you have to collect new... Okay, you can go to different ones. Oh, we've got some Kevin MacLeod. Great. I'm curious what other music options there are. And does it just go through all of them, or does it loop the same track over and over? Okay, well, let's not get sidetracked by the music. It's not the purpose of the game. Okay, so notable root trees. Let's look up Carl Roottree. Let's just go in order, I guess. Oh, we've got public library and periodicals now as well. Okay, let's see what these are. Oh, okay, so you can search the name of a periodical with some keywords, and you can also search for books by author and book title. Okay, I wonder... Does this support wildcards? Maybe. We'll find out. Okay, spider search. Carl Roottree. Carl Roottree died in the recent plane crash along with his wife Brenda Roottree and their daughters, the Roottree sisters. He was the president of the Roottree Candy Company as well as the clothing company Root, which he co-founded with his wife. There is a short press release that the Roottree Candy Company released today. 2 news organizations. Okay, well... Let's... Oh, I guess... Well, we can keep this, but... Oh, okay. You can add pages. Maybe I should be adding pages so there's not too much stuff all in one place. But we can do, like, let's have this be the first layer of the family tree, I guess, of the Carl and Brenda and the kids. So, he is resident of the Roottree Candy Company and Root. Okay. It's with a heavy heart that we mourn the loss of Carl, Brenda, the Roottree sisters, and the other employees who don't get named that perished in the terrible tragedy. The entire Roottree family is in shock and requesting privacy at this time. As the head of our company, Carl was an incredible man and an unmatched leader. Filling his absence will be difficult and may take considerable time. In the interim, we hope that you join us in looking back fondly on Carl and his family's triumphs and accomplishments. They go on to list some of those accomplishments. One of them seems relevant to your search. I like that it does some, like, it doesn't just, it doesn't just provide you with an entire web page and you have to figure out what's relevant. It'll tell you, like, there's a layer of abstraction, I guess, which is nice. Like his great-grandfather before him, Carl earned the highly prestigious Watchman of the Year title. Okay. That's not how you spell that. Not that it really matters that much. Like his great-grandfather. Okay. No photos, though. Let's search for Watchman of the Year. Oh, a new periodical, Business Watch. Business Watch magazine. Is a magazine focused on companies, CEOs, and the economy. They've been around for over 100 years in one form or another, and will often write about major changes in management at famous companies. Every year, they offer an award to a prominent businessman who has furthered the field. Well, hopefully, This should say prominent business person, but I guess if it's been going for 100 years, it didn't start out that way. You find through a few searches that 2 root trees have been featured as Watchman of the Year. Elias root tree. Oops. Oh my god. Elias root tree and Carl root tree. Business Watch does not host any online archives on any site you can find via spider search. So you may be able to find individual articles and issues through your periodical search. Well, let's try that. Let's search Business Watch for root tree. Has played host to many root tree advertisements over the years for many of the product lines, including 5 pieces. They flood the results. Okay, well, let's try Carl root tree. Carl Roottrees was voted Watchman of the Year in 1987 for his work with Root. The cover and a summary of the article has been added to your evidence. Okay, do we have a photo? We do. Okay, we can fill that in. Carl Roottrees was voted Watchman of the Year in 1987, and a photo of him appears on the cover. According to the cover, Business Watch is the magazine for and about corporate leaders and has ongoing coverage of who's who in the corporate world. Sounds riveting. Carl was chosen not for his work at Root Tree Candy, but rather a clothing company, Root. There's a brief history. Before they married, Carl's wife Brenda was a fashion consultant. When Raina was born, Brenda retired to become a stay-at-home mother. Looking for a creative outlet, she spent any free time she had at the sewing machine. Raina's new clothes were a hit with the other parents, including Carl's cousin Jim Roottrees, a notable singer. Okay. Can we move this to another page? Wait. Let me delete this. Go here. Okay. Jim Roottrees. Do I have to go out and back in? Carl's cousin. A notable singer who had a young daughter around the same age as Raina. As Raina. Advancing the field of business TM. Yeah. The what's it? The highly specialized field of of companies and business and being a CEO. By 1982, Brenda's patterns were being copied by other brands. Seeing the demand, Carl and his second cousin, Ernie Jr., who had just become president of Root Tree at the time, spearheaded Root. Okay, well, let's add... Is there a... Like, can I add... Here? Yeah, okay. Carl's second cousin, who... president of... Too many T's. In 1982. I guess we can say became president in 1982. I was browsing the bound periodical section of my university library recently and stumbled across Wing Beats, the quarterly industry review of the mosquito abatement industry. That is fascinating. I love finding out that there is like an entire world devoted to some relatively small thing that you'd never really thought about before. My my ex-in-laws, the father of my father-in-law was like a national expert on the production and manufacture of potato chips. Like he was the person they would call in if they were having problems with their potato chip manufacturing, and he knew everything there was to know about like the right way to make potato chips on an industrial scale. And I'm really sad that I never got the chance to meet him, because that's the kind of thing that I would love to hear someone talk about. Like, because like, when are you ever going to get the chance to talk to somebody who's an expert on making potato chips, right? Like, and apparently, like, it wasn't just that, you know, he was a competent engineer. He was like passionate about potato chips, and I love the idea of people like that existing. It's so great. Other blood relatives who have a say in the company's finances refuse to fund anything other than candy. So Carl personally spent his entire inheritance to bankroll, not bankrupt, the clothing company. When the profits began to appear, however, the rest of the family changed their tune. They repaid his investment, and now Root exists under the umbrella of the candy company, and they all benefit. Per tradition, or perhaps superstition, new clothes always debuted the way the first ones did. Raina became their catalogue's cover model. As she grew, the product line expanded to older kids as well. Her younger sisters were then recruited to show off the baby clothes. Carl was voted Watchman of the Year primarily for his personal gamble and the ensuing payoff. So he's lucky. I guess that's what makes him a good businessman. That makes sense. Was it Napoleon who said he didn't want unlucky generals? Okay, so we have his photo. We can put that. Yeah, there he is. And his occupation is president. Oh, okay, but we don't. I guess. I'm going to take a guess here that because there is no sixth, that he must be the fifth. And then, they haven't been verified, so we can't do anything with this. Okay. All right. So, and that came from looking up this here. Okay, so now let's go and look at the next name. The next name is Elias and Gwyneth Roottrees. Okay. Over here. Oh, we have a picture, maybe. Elias Roottrees was the founder and first president of the Roottrees Candy Company. You find what is essentially a propaganda site about him created by the Roottrees Candy Company. At the top, there is a picture of him and his wife, Gwyneth. That picture has been added to your evidence. There is also a biography section that has some additional information. Elias is credited for inventing 5 Pieces, a popular maple candy. Before that, the farm he inherited by marrying his wife only produced syrup. After 5 Pieces became wildly successful, Elias spent his time and energy on cementing his reputation as a family man. He is quoted on the site as saying, "Blood is thicker than syrup, and that any child linked by blood to me shall be linked by blood to my legacy." The site enthusiastically claims that he made good on that promise, but offers no additional detail. This whole linked by blood thing, something about it is just giving me Nazi vibes. It's got that eugenics feel to it. That kind of we'll see. I guess also old timey American companies. There was a lot of that sort of stuff about. There are a few more quotes about Elias from a book called Family Man: The Roottrees Legacy by Bess Williams. To say they are biased is a massive understatement. Okay, well let's make a note about this because we want to come back to this. This is a book about. Roottrees. I'm guessing that Root is a reference to Roots, the premier Canadian outfitter. Oh, I didn't know that was a thing. That might be, yeah. Okay, and then the maple syrup connection would be a thing. Although this is set in Pennsylvania, I think. Below that, there is a long list of accomplishments and awards, and one stands out. Like his great-grandson Carl, Elias was voted Watchman of the Year. Okay, so... Oh, disgusting. Okay, so... Elias, Gwyneth. This is a famous picture of Elias and Gwyneth Roottrees. It was taken in 1909, after they founded the Roottrees Candy Company, but before it was a success. From what you found searching the internet, it seems quite difficult to find any site about Elias or Gwyneth that isn't accompanied by this picture. Elias and Gwyneth are on the notable Roottrees list of your evidence. They will be marked on the chart with a star. Okay, well let's... up to the top. Gwyneth. Elias. This is... but we don't know her maiden name, because... that's what's going to get listed here. Okay, and we know that he was the first president. Okay. And what was it about Gwyneth Roottrees? Okay, we can search for Gwyneth Roottrees separately, but Imagine being from the provinces. Ah, yeah, disgusting. I mean, it would be almost as bad as being from rural South Wales. Like, can you imagine? Oh, here we are. You find some information on our website for the first Anderson maple farm. So, Gwyneth Ney Anderson. So let's fill that in before I forget. Before marrying Elias, Gwyneth Roottree was Gwyneth Anderson. She had no brothers, so as the older sister, she was to inherit the Anderson maple farm, so long as she married. Before Elias took over, the farm produced only syrup. It was supposedly Elias's idea to create candy instead. Their success was not immediate until they decided to combine the maple with other flavors. This led to 5 pieces, which are still found in stores to this day. Though the Roottrees Candy Company expanded well beyond their original farm, it's been preserved as a tourist attraction. According to their website, there are still daily demonstrations and educational tours that show off many of the turn-of-the-century appliances that Gwyneth would have used as a housewife in the early 1900s. So was that her occupation, was housewife? Apparently so. Yeah, that puts us up to 6. And we also got Brenda White. Booyah. Okay, and now there's this where we could put other photos of them, I guess. Okay, well, that's good. Has that reduced the number on any of these things? So this was previously... Yeah, okay, this has gone down to 2. Okay, Gwyn Roottree. Next Google search. Did I spell it wrong? 2 N's. Let's find some information on our website about old films that are not yet available on VHS. The site is not very well organized and the search is broken, but you can get to individual pages from your search engine. Gwyn Roottree is a somewhat well-known actress who was active in the 1950s. She often appeared in tabloids, especially around the time of her highly publicized divorce. Her biggest role was the minor hit movie Guys Like Us. She left Hollywood after the flop of Christmas Mission. There's a widely circulated picture of Gwyn from behind the scenes on one of her movies, which you've added to evidence. Did you know trivia? Gwyn was the granddaughter of Elias Roottree, the founder of the Roottrees Candy. She shouldn't have been named Roottree, but her father took her mother's famous name, which is quite rare in those days. Like, she's not a blood relative. Well, no, she is, because she's related through the... Yeah, okay, so she is a blood relative through the mother's line, not through the father's. Okay, so time for notes. Okay. Gwyn Roottree, she was actress in the 1950s, and her movies were Guys Like Us, which was a minor hit, and Christmas Mission, which was a flop. She got divorced. And also her father took granddaughter of Elias. Her father took Roottree name from his wife. Upon searching, I've not only been to where this takes place, but also dated a girl from there. Amazing. Wow, what a connection. Okay, so we should have a photo. Okay. Gwyn Roottree. This photo is a widely circulated photo of Gwyn Roottree. You've seen it on multiple websites about old films. She is marked with a star. Okay, so we know that she's the granddaughter, so she'd be at this level. And we know that she was divorced and that she's notable. So that's a divorce. So I think this must be her. Gwyn Rootree. And she was an actress. Or an actor. We don't know who she was married to, but we know that this is a man who took the name Rootree and that this is a woman. Pretty sure, yeah, because this is the only divorce amongst his grandchildren. Yeah, okay. Okay. Anything else we wanted to follow up with here? I mean, if she had a highly publicized divorce, then wouldn't it say who her ex-husband was? Can we look up Gwyn Rootree father? No. Okay. It doesn't work that way. All right. Well, let's just do our next name, I guess, on the list, and we'll see. Red Rootree, which is a nickname. Find information on a website about strange historical facts. Aloysius Herring Rootree, aka Red, was an appointed judge and politician who earned his nickname ironically because he was the ambassador to Ireland for only about 6 days. He served what some people contend is the shortest term in history. A few days after he was appointed, he was heard disparaging his position and the Irish people. He then tried to run for state senate. He claimed to be related to the Rootree Candy Company in a newspaper ad, but it came out that the last name was merely coincidence, and he was defeated in a landslide. Okay, so he is not actually a Rootree. What a weird thing to claim, that you're related to a candy company as a way to get people to vote for you. Okay, so, I mean, is he, like, would he even be on here? Because he's not a Rootree, right? Like, where would he fit on this? Because he's not related to anybody. But he's notable. So, I mean, is he... How would this even work? Candy is big business in Pennsylvania. I can't tell if you're joking. One thing I noticed about this, so that it's the Rootree Candy Company. In the UK, there is the Roundtree Candy Company. Although, obviously, they wouldn't say candy in the UK. Oh, hints. That's what the duck is. So, yeah, he must be one of these notables. But if he's not a Rootree, then he must be. Like, this must be incorrect information. The last name was a coincidence. Okay. AKA Red. Not a Rootree? Question mark. He was ambassador to Ireland for 6 days. And he also ran for state senate. And I spelled this wrong. It doesn't matter, but I like things to be correct. Okay, so can we look in the public... Oh no, we have to look up for actual books, I guess. Right, it's the home of the Hershey Empire. Moreover, such a preponderance of pretzels and potato chips is produced in the central meridian of the state that it has gained the name the Snack Belt. I was going to say America has too many belts, but I guess for a company whose name is synonymous with obesity, maybe it's an appropriate number of belts. Okay, anything else here that we feel might be relevant to add to the notes? Weird that he maybe yeah. Okay, let's search for his actual name. I didn't want to. You highlight this. There we go. Right search. Oh, it's just the same thing. Okay. All right. Not sure where to go from there. All right, next one. Oh, it's okay. It's a red herring, so he is not actually. Okay, good to know. In which case we don't need our notes about him because he is not a Rootree. So we can delete that note. Oh, no, that's not what I wanted to do. I thought it would delete all of the child notes as well. Okay, Jim Roottrie is our next search. James Roottrie is a singer who sings in the duo Jim and Diamond with his wife Diamond LaRue. The duo, according to many sources you find, is considered a one-hit wonder due to the disco song Rollin' On Down to the City. It's now in your evidence folder. Although Jim writes the majority of songs, plays the guitar, and often sings, Diamond is considered by fans to be the band's lead singer. The band never had another hit, but has its fans, who refer to themselves as Diamond Dazzlers. The rest of their music is more folksy and acoustic than the one song they were known for. Jim and Diamond have continued to release music throughout the 80s and early 90s. Other albums you find mentioned are Cherry Tree and Sound of Laughter. Jim has become a bit of a recluse, and he hasn't made a public appearance since 1996. Okay. Well, let's add a note. AKA Jim of Jim and Diamond. Married to... I have to wonder if Diamond LaRue is actually her real name. It could be, but it sounds like possibly a stage name. Being outside of Pittsburgh, they would be competing with the indigenous Yinza Clark Bar. Okay. Clark Bar. That doesn't ring a bell at all. My knowledge of niche American candy is clearly lacking. Okay, and their disco song. Roll On Down to the City. Other albums were Cherry Tree and Sound of Laughter. Bit of recluse. No public appearances since 1996. Okay. And I feel like I saw a mention of Jim previously for here, maybe. Was it here? Yeah. Carl's cousin, his cousin, Jim Roottrie. Okay. So we can... cousin to Carl. It's extremely Pittsburghese. They have their own culture, even within the state, that includes an entire dialect of English and a fondness for red pop, a soda that is somehow even more red than you're currently thinking it is. I believe it. It's the... Is there a lot of mining in in Pittsburgh, or like in that kind of general area? I know that Virginia has a lot of mining, but for some reason I'm also associating it with that state. Maybe I'm off on that. Ooh, wow, what a photo. Okay, we've got their pictures. There's Diamond and there's Jim. Rollin' On Down to the City was barely a top 20 hit for a few weeks in 1979. According to the liner notes, it satirizes how a part of society was content to remain indifferent to the economic inflation and civil unrest in the Middle East, unless pop culture tricked them into caring. Somewhat ironically, listeners didn't seem to pay attention to the lyrics enough to trick them into caring. Instead, most of its play came from roller discos. Because it was such a product of its time, it doesn't get much play anymore, even on stations that play oldies. Maybe that's why you've never heard of it before now. This image is from an auction for a sealed copy. It has a sticker that says, "Only the greatest grandson of Elias Roottrie could make disco this sweet." So he's a grandson of Elias Roottrie. It's credited to Peter Janowitz from MMM. Music and lyrics by Jim Roottrie, vocals by Jim Roottrie and Diamond LaRue. Jim Roottrie is on the notable Roottries list in your evidence. He'll be marked on the chart with a star. The lyrics of the song contain no clues. Okay, but we can still see them here. If they contain no clues, I might just skip them for now. I don't feel like reading the lyrics to a disco song. Okay, so he is only the great-grandson of Elias Roottree. He is also a great-grandson of Elias Roottree. Well, we can add that. Okay, so can we figure out where he is here? So, this would be son, grandson, great-grandson. He's on this line. He's notable, he's on this line, and he's married. And so it can only be him. Okay, so that's Jim. That's Diamond. James Roottree, and he was singer. Musician. Okay. So we need to fill in one more in order to know if the ones we filled in are correct. So who is our next? So we could do Lauren Roottree and Miracle Jr. Let's go with Lauren Roottree next. Author Lauren Roottree, a distant relative of the Roottree sisters, is known for her book A Life Between Wars. According to our website about famous authors, in the early 1960s, Lauren released a few romance novels under her married name, Lauren Rafferty, to little fanfare. When her publisher learned she'd been keeping diaries about her famous family, they insisted she release them under her original name, Lauren Roottree, to take advantage of her family's notoriety. The selection of diary entries, released in 1965 as A Life Between Wars, spans from the untimely death of her husband in World War II to coping with the post-war world as a young widow and mother, as well as her perspectives on changing times and socialites all the way through the entry into Vietnam. While the content is not considered particularly relevant to modern audiences, it has found new life as an exercise in high school English classes to show an evolution in writing style and for a look into life in previous generations. After the success of her diaries, her publisher re-released her romance novels under the name Lauren Roottree. This included Romance in Court, which gained popularity. She followed the re-release up by writing 2 new sequels, creating what fans referred to as the Court Jester series. You find no recent details about Lauren, though she is listed as retired. Okay, just to remind myself about something. The most recent occupation. So yeah, her most recent occupation would be retired. Okay. So, Lauren Roottree. I don't know if it's sensible to be... Oh, I didn't want to do it on this page. I don't think. I'm trying to keep the pages, like, not too full. So let's add a page, and we'll add it to this page. Hello? Can I... okay, so... author of A Life Between Wars. Occupation, women of leisure, yes. Occupation, widow. That's, you know, she because, you know, what is a woman but an extension of the man in her life? And so if the man dies, then she's just a loose end flapping around. Rafferty. I'm not going to try and do the accent on the E for nay, even though I probably should. Husband died in World War II. What else do we have here? Oh yeah, Romance in Court. Okay. We didn't get any picture of her. But maybe if we look up Romance in Court, we'll get, like, the author photo. Romance in Court is a book by Lauren Roottree. It's the first and most famous in a series of 3 books, often called the Court Jester series. All 3 books in the series are about different romances, but told by the same narrator. You can probably surmise the narrator's profession. The 2 other books were called Return to Court and A New Romance in Court. Searching for them online yields few results. The books had some popularity when they were released in the late 60s. Now, 30 years later, they aren't in high demand. Oh, but we can look at the public library for... let's look up her original name. Out of print, no copies available, re-released as Romance in Court. Okay, well, we look up Roottree. Soft-cover fiction romance, a romance novel by Lauren Roottrees. The About the Author blurb mentioned she had the inspiration from one of her brother Clancy's lectures on the Middle Ages. Okay, so she has a brother called Clancy, but he wasn't born a Roottrees, so maybe that's not relevant, but I'll add it anyway. Okay, so is she then not a Roottrees? Does that mean that she is a red herring? Are notable Roottrees? No? Okay, she hasn't been crossed out. Well, let's look up Miracle Jr. Because I don't know... Like... let me go back. Oh, her married name. No, okay. So she was born Roottrees, and then she got married to someone named Rafferty. So she is a Roottrees. I was mistaken. So this is wrong. Married a Rafferty. Okay. Okay, can we get a sense of... So she's distantly related to the Roottrees sisters. How does she relate to anyone else? Hard to say. And her brother was Clancy. Let's go look up Clancy Roottrees real quick. Did I spell it wrong? Nothing relevant to investigation was found for Clancy Roottrees. Clever typos. Oh wait, no, it was the public library page, wasn't it? Her brother Clancy, but there were no results for Clancy Roottrees. Okay, so maybe he's not a Clancy Roottrees. We have a list of names, don't we? Can I search this? Let's look at the men. I guess we're looking for... Well, okay, we've got Clancy Edward Roottrees and Clancy Roottrees Jr. So there's actually two Clancys, which isn't very helpful. I've got a lot of aliases here. Which makes sense, because he was kind of like the patriarch. Okay, well, let's look at Miracle Jr. then. I feel like there's going to be maybe something for that. Miracle Jr. doesn't go by his full name in prominent materials. Instead, he has shortened it to Miracle Jr. Okay, so this is a shortened version of his name. So... Is there a Miracle? Oh, there's a lot of... Okay, there's Miracle Jr., Miracle the Third, and Miracle. Interesting. 3 miracles. Miracle Jr. is a televangelist, of course he is, who is part of the Miracle Network. He used to have a show that aired on local access across many stations in the northeastern United States. According to their website called Clergy Watch, Oh, okay. Oh, no, okay. I was going to say, Clergy Watch... Okay, here's my train of thought. I saw Clergy Watch, and my immediate thought was, this sounds like a website where you list priests who have done bad things to children. And then the next thing was, he was exposed. I was like, oh, I guess it is. But then I continued reading, and charged with conspiracy to defraud the public. So he was a bad clergyman, but not in the way that I was initially thinking. When he tried to heal someone in a wheelchair. A news expose revealed that his wife Edith's sister in disguise. The author also mentions that Edith had a bit of a checkered past herself, but doesn't clarify. He's since lost his television show and instead goes on tour across the southern United States, where he was not well known before the scandal. Okay, so we've got some stuff here. So, Miracle Jr. Televangelist. On Miracle Network. We should look up Clergy Watch because they might have a photo. In 1979. It's kind of interesting, like the universe in which this game takes place. That the idea that like you can be charged with conspiracy to defraud the public as a faith healer because the person you were trying to heal was actually a relative or something, which implies that if it wasn't, you know, his wife's sister in disguise, that there wouldn't have been, like, it's all fraud, right? Like it's not real. It's weird that they would make a point of like, oh no, this particular one was bad, but he's not like all the other faith healers who are, you know, men of upstanding character who would never try to defraud anyone. Wife Edith. Right to check it past, apparently. Okay, let's look up Clergy Watch. Alright, just the same page. Okay. So no photo. But we have enough photos, right? Don't we? Do we? I think we do, right? Because we had these 3, then we wanted 6 more, and we've got 6. Okay, so what am I missing? Oh, but okay, one of them is Diamond LaRue, who is not a Roottrie. So yeah, we do need one more photo. She was healed by dark incest magics and not the divine power of the most holy Lord Jesus. Yeah, the magic is real, and some of it is bad and some of it is good. Only by paying a subscription to the Miracle Network can you get the good magic. Okay, so yeah, we need another photo because we do have a photo of Diamond LaRue, but she isn't a Roottrie, so she doesn't count. For the purposes of getting this number up to 9. Okay. Alright, well, let's look. So maybe we have some stuff here. So, Lauren Roottrie. She married a Rafferty. Her husband died. She has a brother called Clancy, and she's notable. Oh, okay, well, we only have 2 notables left, right? There's this one and this one. And one of them is Miracle Jr., who presumably is the child of Miracle, and who has their own kid called Miracle the Third. If I were to guess, Miracle the Third seems like the kind of person who would have multiple marriages. Whereas, yeah, this feels more like the family tree of a you know, an author who didn't really do anything particularly bad. So we could guess here. Magic is real, but some of it is GMO magic. Yeah, the bad magic. The kind of magic that the government is trying to put in the vaccines, you know. So I could guess. So, okay, I'm at an impasse here. So in Return of the Obra Dinn, you can do the same sort of thing where you get 2 of the 3 you need, like, kind of locked in, and then you can just guess for the 3rd one until you get it right, and then it will like, you know, all come together. But I don't really want to do that, but maybe I should do, like, it depends on how the game is made. Like, I would rather avoid doing that if it's possible to figure it out just through like the information that we have. So it's, yeah, one of the, like, one of these is Miracle Jr. One of them is Lauren Rafferty, nee Roottrie. Let's say that this is... Oh, we don't have a photo for Lauren, though, is the thing. We don't have a photo for Miracle Jr. either. So, okay, where are we going to get their photos? Okay, the Court Jester series. There were other books in that series, right? Return to Court and New Romance in Court. Are we able to check Clergy Watch? Yeah, I tried checking Clergy Watch, and it just takes you to the same page for Miracle Junior, unfortunately. I'm guessing that if I look up New Romance in Court, it'll take me to the same page. Yeah, so the various book titles here, and if we look up Court Jester, I'm assuming the same thing. Oh, that's actually what I originally. Yeah, okay. So yeah, no photos here. What about if we look up? So the 3 books were Romance in Court, Return to Court, and New Romance in Court. Okay, so I just copy this, and then we'll go to the public library. We'll look up Return to Court. Follow up to Romance in Court. About the author blurb mentioned she had inspiration from one of her brother Clancy's lectures on the Middle Ages. Okay, so her brother Clancy. Lectures on the Middle Ages. So he's a university professor, maybe. And then the last book was New Romance in Court. Lauren returns to the Middle Ages with the last chapter in the Court series. About the author blurb mentioned she had the inspiration from one of her brother Clancy's lectures. Okay, so it's basically just the same thing. No photos, though. What about the Miracle Network? Here we are. Okay. You find a website for the Miracle Network, a production company run by the Miracle Roottrees Estate. It's quite bare bones, but has the following blurb. Witness the testimonies of the Miracle's Roottree. Miracle Rootree arrived so late in his mother's life that doctors swore that he wouldn't survive his first year. His mother and father, Elias and Gwyneth, named him Miracle because they thought him impossible. He was younger than his brothers and sisters by over 14 years. Okay, so let's add... here we go, Miracle Rootree. With a birth that late, the final child of his generation was nearly torn apart. Oh, and that's right. The family tree is listed oldest on the right, oldest on the left, youngest on the right. So we can figure out which one is Miracle now, I think. Worth noting the years each book came out. Maybe, I guess. I'm trying to think how that would be helpful. I guess we can come. Like I have the name. If we need the years, I can come back and pick him up then. Nearly torn apart by countless health problems, but still, with the power of God on his side, he persevered. He triumphed over these complications and even regained his sight. Okay, so he was blind. Although, I feel like everything we read on this page should be taken with a grain of salt because, like, his profession is lying to people. To spread the healing word of the Almighty. 23 years later, Miracle Rootree Jr. arrived and became the famous family's second vessel for the higher power. Okay, so there's some... Okay, so he was younger than his siblings by 14 years, and then Miracle Rootree Jr. was born 23 years after that. So we can add... Can we add a note? Hang on, I think I can do this. Because there's a way to, reorder notes. So let's drag this up here. There we go, okay. And became the famous family's second vessel for the higher power. At 18, he unburdened himself from the Roottree name and took his father's testimony to a whole new level. By the power of television, Miracle Jr. spread the gospel across the entirety of New England. He has since left the life of glamour and glitz behind to reach those places that need it most, because he was done for fraud. The power of the Lord coming to a town near you. Below the blurb is a flyer about the tour, which is in your evidence. Okay, and we hopefully have a photo. This is Miracle Jr., and that's Miracle Third, and his wife Nicole. Okay. The 3 Generations of Miracles tour. The flyer is a few years old. It comes from 1996. The names listed are Miracle Jr., who is said to be world famous and gets top billing. Miracle Jr. is on the notable Roottrees list in your evidence. He'll be marked on the chart with a star. Miracle Roottree, who the flyer says will make a special appearance. Oh, he's still alive. Miracle III and his wife Nicole, who are said to be youth pastors. Okay, and yeah, Miracle Roottree is 68, so we can know his year of birth from that, because if it's 68 now and it's 96, then, quick maths, that would be 1928 is when he was born. So... Okay. And then we also can figure out his year of birth. So if his father was born in 28 and 23 years later, so it'd be 51. And there's going to be like plus or minus a year here because of, you never know when it's like how far through the year or whatever, you know. Okay, well, we have a photo and we know, let me just double check, right, that this... Okay, so yeah, siblings are in birth. At first I thought this meant just these siblings, but I think it means all siblings. So the oldest are on the left, the youngest on the right, which means this is Miracle, which we don't have a photo of. But we know that it's Miracle Roottree, and we know that he's a charlatan. Is that an option? What do we have? Do we have preacher? He's a preacher. And this is Miracle Jr., who married... We have a name? Edith. He is also a preacher. There we go. Okay, so yeah, my intuition was actually completely dead wrong about who was who on the family tree there, but it's because I'd forgotten about the age order thing. We got a couple of optional extra entries, which is nice because those names are now no longer selectable.
You're on a roll. I'll try to keep that momentum going. Carl's office was a mess, thanks to some burst pipes. But I unearthed a photo from a 1970s Roottree reunion. I also found some important
lot of photos.
Papers.
Important looking... So... Okay, this person, I have a sneaking suspicion that this person is not above board. That maybe they're acting on private interest, or maybe there was some branch of the family that was like cut out, and she's from that part of the family, and she's trying to, make things right.
You've traced 9 blood relatives so far. I'll have more to share after you find 9 more.
Okay, so we're being drip fed stuff, which is nice. It's not going to be overwhelming. Okay, let's. This was buried under a ton of other mail that Carl left in his inbox. It had a handwritten note attached that seemed personal. It's a flyer about a candidate for local office, Stephanie Jones. On the back is an excerpt from a newspaper article from the Butler County Times about her campaign. Stephanie may have grown up in an unconventional family, to say the least, but in her words, it was still full of love. And now, 22 years later, with a baby of her own due around Christmas, her message for voters is simply, love is our future. The handwritten note says, Carl, I know we don't see eye to eye when it comes to the candy company, but if you could talk to your girls about putting out a statement supporting Stephanie, she could use the publicity your daughters bring. Don't let our conflicts spread to the next generation. CM. So, okay. Who's CM? A couple of photos. Stephanie Jones. Melkor, hello. Welcome in. Good to see you. So, who's CM? Where's our list of names? So M. So could be Caroline Morden is our CM, or it could be no, okay, so it's Caroline Warden. So okay. But who is that? And how are they related to Stephanie Jones? And who is Stephanie Jones? Okay. I think we're just gonna be getting a lot of photos here. This photo has a note attached from your employer. Here's a bonus. When I pulled the water-damaged picture of the free spirits out of the frame, this fell out too. Written on the back of the photo is, couldn't make the reunion, wishing you well from Paris, Gwyn and the boys. So that's Gwyn. Was there only one Gwyn, or was there more than one Gwyn? We have a Gwyn root tree. Just the one? Okay. So let me grab these photos. Because we had... There's Gwyn. There's another photo of Gwyn. And she had 2 kids. So those are the boys. But we don't know which is which. Okay. Back here. And one of them is in film school because he's wearing a jacket that says film school on it, I guess. That's what you do. You wear your major. Why is this got a thing on it? Oh, it's because we had another note from the mysterious person. Yeah, a photo of Carl's generation taken in the mid-70s, as well as some papers and mail from his office. Okay. This photo was tucked inside an envelope with a letter beneath a candle in the corner of his office. The letter says, to Carl and Brenda, I'm sorry that you're unable to attend the funeral. It's traditional to have it as soon as possible, and Ernie, more than anyone else on Earth, knew how busy your job can be. I've enclosed a Shiva candle identical to ours if you'd like to pay your respects, although it's not expected for those outside the faith to do so. So I'm guessing this is Judaism. I don't know. Ernie was a man full of love, not only for his family, but for his family's legacy. He had an immense amount of pride for the work you 3 did together, as well as how Carl has carried on for him after taking over. As for myself, it's impossible to express my gratitude enough for rescuing us from the panic and burden of unseen bills. Though we caught it too late for him to get us on the donor list, the company took care of us beyond our wildest expectations. It went unsaid at the time, but Ernie and I knew it had to have been Carl that convinced the trust, and that it was no coincidence that it happened shortly after your visit, Brenda. Up until the end, Ernie and I had to stay strong, especially for Nicole's sake. We could never have done that without the 2 of you fighting for us. Much love, Debbie. Okay, so Debbie and Ernie. A Jewish post-morning practice. Okay. So this is Debbie, and this is Debbie's child, and Debbie is married to Ernie. Or was married to Ernie, but Ernie died. Okay. Let's make a note, I guess. Hang on. Okay, so Debbie married to Ernie. Maybe I should be doing one big note instead of lots of small notes. I don't know. Who died of illness. Jewish, has a daughter, Nicole. Anything else? Okay. And then just so many faces. Some of these we know, I guess. This photo has a note attached from your employer. Every 20 years or so, the Roottrees would hold a big reunion and recreate an old family photo. This is the one from the 70s, and Carl's the teenager in the middle. So that's Carl. So with that in mind, let me just immediately go and... Here he is. Oh, and then we also know this is Miracle III. We don't know for sure what his occupation is, but it's likely that he's also a preacher, I guess, if he's in the family business. Sorry, I'm jumping around a bit, but... Okay, yeah, he is also a preacher, so let's put that in. and his wife was named what? And his wife Nicole. So there's another Nicole, but it's not the same Nicole that we were just reading about in this one, right? Yeah, this is not the same Nicole that is married to Miracle the Third. Okay, so we can't know the name of Miracle the Third's wife yet. And then, yeah, we've got just a billion photos. Sorry about the water damage. A pipe burst in Carl's office. On the back of the photo, in childish print writing, it says November. There are also a large number of cursive signatures. They include Bonnie, next President Guy Hudson, Ernie Jr., Carolyn, Gwyneth M., Gwendolyn, Miracle Jr., there he is, Jim Roottree, Clark, Carl, and Eli M. So that's Miracle Jr. Can we add that to here? That one. And I added Carl's, didn't I? Yeah, I did. Okay. And we also know Jim Roottree's here. Is that Jim? Where's our other photo of Jim? There he is. Okay, so dark hair, some stubble in this photo. Could be him, could be him, could be, I guess, I mean, it could be several of them. Okay, I feel like I don't want to click on all the pictures just to get them in the book, like available, because it'll be overwhelming if I try to fill someone in. I'll wait until I actually know who some of these people are, I think, before I try to put them in the on the wall. Okay, now we've got like a million things to Google. Okay. And okay, so of the notable Roottrees, we know the last one is Lauren Roottree. Was she in this photo? No. Okay, none of these are Lauren. But we do know that this is Lauren. And that she was an author. And that she was married to... Was it on page 1? Where were my notes about? Or was she at the top of page 3? Oh, here she is. Married a Rafferty. Okay, so do we have more than one Rafferty? Shit. Why are there so many Raffertys? Okay, so yeah, we don't know her husband's name. But we do know that she had a brother whose name was Clancy. So one of these is Clancy. Okay. So where we... At some point, I guess, we'll find a photo of Lauren from one of the family reunions. Maybe. Okay. Next President Guy Hudson, which is a kind of a strange way of saying, like, why not just like, why include next President Guy Hudson? Okay, so we've got Ernie Jr. and we know that, was it Ernie or Eli that I was just reading about? Yeah, Ernie. So Debbie was married to Ernie, who could be Ernie Jr., right? How many Ernies do we have in our list of names? Which is over here. Okay, so we could. So Ernie could be. Okay, here's our Ernies. We've got Ernest Madsen and Ernest Madsen Jr. Are there any other Ernies? Actual Ernies? No. Okay, so they're both Madsens. Oh yeah, I need to pay attention to this number as well, don't I? So okay, what do we currently have that still has lots of? So this is still apparently very useful, which is surprising to me because, like, what am I supposed to like? How does this lead to stuff? But this feels like maybe it would be a good thing to check because this is a person who's probably going to appear on the internet because she's like a public figure. Okay, let's look up Stephanie Jones. I'm wondering, was she born a root tree and she married someone named Jones? You learn from an election results page that Stephanie Jones, a candidate for city council, won her campaign on election day about a month ago. You find no mention of the root trees in any articles about her. Stephanie also has a very bare-bones website for her campaign. It is simply a picture of her campaign mailer, and underneath it says, "Be sure to read the full article in the Butler County Times." Can we look up the Butler County Times article? Oops. Ooh, a periodical, of course. Butler County is located outside of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. While the Root Tree Candy Company now has its headquarters in the city, the company began on a small farm within the Butler County limits, and the area has a lot of history with the family. The Butler County Times is presumably a local paper there. There are likely articles from over the years involving the Root Tree family and those adjacent to them. It's been automatically added to your periodical search interface. As a side note, a video game called The Roottrees Are Dead was once set in Butler County, and it turns out the creator never lived in or near Butler County, or even had any connection to Butler County. Okay. So, let's look for Stephanie Jones in the Butler County Times. The most recent of Stephanie Jones is a small report detailing the election results from last month's election. Stephanie apparently won her election. You also find the full version of the newspaper clipping on the back of the campaign mailer. While most of it is unimportant, you do find the following. Stephanie Jones, born Stephanie Landon until her marriage to local business owner Brian Jones, has lived in Butler County her whole life. Stephanie grew up in a home without a father. With my mother and her partner, I essentially had an entirely female influence. Though she's a distant cousin of the Root Trees, her mother Caroline, a local artist, who has appeared on the front page of the Butler County Times in the past, has often come out opposed to the corporation policies regarding deforestation of indigenous trees to expand their maple farms. Unlike my mother, I'm not a fighter. I want to bring love to the world. Bloody foreigners. Coming in here from outside. Okay, so Stephanie Landon, daughter of Caroline Roottree, I think? Maybe? I didn't have a note about Caroline. CM, right? That was... Hang on. Handwritten note, yeah, CM. So CM was Caroline, who is the mother of... but possibly, like, adoptive mother because she was gay? The sugar maple is indigenous to Pennsylvania? Well, then don't you sound stupid, Caroline. maybe they meant other indigenous. Okay, so Stephanie Jones. Married to Brian Jones. Nay, Landon. Mother Caroline M, and we knew what the M was from our list of names. Just look that up real quick. Morden. Other mother unknown at this time. But let's look up Caroline Warden then, I guess. Caroline lists on a few art websites without much detail. She seems to be associated with a movement called P-Flag. An organization founded in the 70s, the acronym stands for Parents and Friends of Lesbians and Gays. Okay. Actually, let's look in the newspaper for. There we go. We got something. Okay, and we can add a note because this seems like it's more relevant. Okay. Artist. Accompanying the story, there is an image of Caroline standing beside a large metal sculpture of a mermaid. It's captioned, Caroline standing next to her sculpture, Atlantis Burden. Oh, Atlantis' Burden. Sorry, the apostrophes tripped me up there. This sculpture is one of many works featured in her upcoming book, Self-Portrait, Art and the Beauty of Women. So she's super gay. According to a quote further down, Atlantis' burden is meant to symbolize a society split by indecision over whether women should be equals or something to protect. The picture on the front page has been added to your evidence. Okay. So that's Caroline Warden. It's captioned, Caroline standing next to her sculpture, Atlantis' Burden. The sculpture is one of many works featured in her upcoming book, Self-Portrait, Art and the Beauty of Women, which we could also look up. And I just tried to Alt-Tab to go back to where I was. Let's copy this. And wait, no, computer. Dedicated to Eloise and Stephanie. So Stephanie is her daughter, Eloise is possibly her other daughter, or her wife. Or, I guess, partner, because we didn't have gay marriage back then. Mostly black and white pictures of Caroline's art. The centerpiece is a series of full-color nude self-portraits at different ages, stretching from 25 to 30. They certainly have not been added to your evidence. In the intro, Caroline talks about influences. She was one of the youngest in her generation, and in her late teens, she felt betrayed when her sister Gwendolyn and cousin Bonnie gave up on dreams to settle for boring men. She especially dislikes her brother-in-law, Dr. Wilson, who she calls completely bogus. Their marriages led her to double down on her passions, art and the environment. She even married a man who was the opposite of boring, which was an overcorrection. She comes out strongly against the Roottrees Company's effect on the local environment and rues how she was not able to convince her father, Zach, to make changes to policy. She also explains that her marriage to Mark led to the most volatile moments in her life, all negative, and that the only good thing he ever gave her was a daughter. Leaving them all behind for good has pushed her to pursue her true loves, art and the beauty of women. Okay. Married Zach. Partner Eloise? Question mark? Right, that was the name. Yeah, Eloise. Sister to Gwendolyn. Cousin to Bonnie. Sister-in-law to Dr. Wilson. Oh wait, no. She did not marry Zach. Zach was her father. She married a man. We'll have no bi erasure on this stream. Let's see, anything else? Okay. No, I don't want to close that. We still don't have a photo of Miracle. And we know that there was a 14-year gap between this kid and this kid. Oh, okay. Here we are. So this is Eloise, I think. This is yeah, this must be her. And she's an artist. And so her daughter, and this is Eloise, we think. Yeah, just Eloise. And what was the daughter's name again? Stephanie Jones. Oh, but we don't have her. Okay, but she married a Jones. Brian Jones. And I think we have his photo. We have her photo. And she's a politician. Okay, and we don't know who this guy was, but we do know that this... Well, one of these two, depending on which of them was the root tree, is Zach. Oh, but Zach was in charge of the company, so Zach must have been the one who was the root tree. Oh, but was he... Oh, yeah, and he would have been a Morden. So, Zachariah Morden was also the president of the company, but we don't know which president, right? He definitely wasn't the first, and he definitely wasn't the fifth, but he could have been any of these, I think. Okay, well, we're filling some stuff in here. And we know... Yeah, we don't know what her original name was before she was married. But maybe we can find out. Was it? Stephanie Jones. Stephanie Landon is what she was born as. Okay. Hooray! Well, it feels good to get things ticked off. We got some optional ones. We got Eloise and Brian Jones, and that photo, and that photo, and that photo, and that photo. Oh, progress! Excellent. Okay, but we still need 6 more before we get more info. Okay. But that's good. Like we're narrowing stuff down. Okay. Feels like we should be able to find out who Gwyn Roottrees was married to and who her kids are, because she was famous, right? Like, but maybe we have to wait until we get. I guess this is the early internet, so it's not like, you know, you Google someone and everything anyone has ever written about them shows up. Like mostly, we're gonna have to be relying on physical media like this stuff, I think. Okay, so the Notable Roottrees still has a lot of stuff that we can get from it, apparently. And we still haven't figured out Lauren Roottrees' photo. So where are we going to get Lauren Roottrees' photo from? Okay, there's still apparently a lot of stuff for this 5 pieces, which is kind of surprising to me. And then all of this apparently currently has no stuff that we can do with, which is sort of surprising. And there's still one thing from Watchmen of the Year 87. What can we get from this? Oh, okay, there's that family photo that we actually have. So what am I missing from this? Oh, here we are. His second cousin Ernie Jr., who had just become the president of Roottrees. So Ernie Jr. was at one time the president of Roottrees. Do we have that in our... Yeah, okay. We have that there. A lot of stuff here about James Roottrees, which is possibly not actually really all that relevant anymore. Yeah, so Debbie and Ernie. Ernie was a president of Roottrees before Carl? Maybe immediately before Carl? So, okay, we know we know that there have been 5 presidents. So this was the first president. He was the 5th president. We know that Ernie was one of them. And we know that Guy Hudson became president at some point before Ernie, I think. And then I guess there was one between Guy Hudson and Ernie Jr. No, sorry, before Guy Hudson, there was, I think, the second... This is my guess. I'm guessing that we have the second president, then Guy Hudson, then Ernie Jr., then Carl. Okay. Oh, yeah, we know Caroline is here, right? And okay, so Caroline in this photo is wearing glasses. So, could this be Caroline? No, this is Caroline and this is Stephanie, right? Yeah, because of the glasses. Okay. Caroline, Stephanie, let's try that. Is this the same person? Oh, wait, no. What am I talking about? Stephanie isn't black. Her husband's black. So, no. Okay, yeah, so I have no idea who those people are. But we do know that Caroline is in this photo. So it could still be Caroline because of the glasses, but also these glasses, I mean, these could be just for show rather than actual real glasses. She's got green eyes. Can we see the eye color of anyone here? So she's got green eyes. Oh, that's Eli. Okay. That's good to know. We don't know who Eli is. So this could be Caroline, because she does seem to have green eyes. But this person maybe also has green eyes and is pregnant? Is that her interesting husband? Caroline's interesting husband, maybe. I'm wondering, like, how similar are we expecting people to look? Oh, and this is definitely, what's his name? Music Man. For sure. Was Diamond in that photo? I'm not seeing her name. Okay. I'm going to metagame a little bit here. Okay, so we don't have a space for a photo of this unknown spouse, and so I'm wondering if he's not in the picture, right? Because we do, like, for this unknown spouse, we have a space for a photo, which means that whoever this guy is, we're never going to get a photo of him, which means that if it's these two, well, it's not, right? Because we, like, whoever this, so I'm guessing maybe that means that this is Caroline then. Let's try that. She does seem to have the same eye color, and the hair color is kind of similar. So let's try that. And then when we eventually get our next set of 3, if this doesn't get confirmed, then we know that it's wrong, and I can go back and take it out. Okay. Okay, this says November, and that was written by this person, I'm guessing? Bonnie, where is we have Bonnie somewhere in our notes, right? Cousin to Bonnie. Okay. Sister to Gwendolyn. Gwendolyn also appears in this photo. Again, we've got a Dr. Wilson. So let me see if we can figure out Dr. Wilson's first name. Because maybe he's there in that. I say he. I'm assuming it's a he, but it might not be. We've got a Jem Wilson, who is maybe the child of one of these Wilsons. Okay. Alright, where to begin? I guess that's the question. Is there anything else in this picture? Rolling Down to the City also apparently has a lot of stuff in it. A scene in MMM. Only the great-grandson of Elias Roottree could make disco this sweet. Maybe we can look up Peter Janowitz and MMM, because maybe MMM is like a periodical that we can get added to our thing. Maybe I should look at I mean, it says the lyrics contain no clues. I guess I'll just trust that. I mean, I'll skim. I won't read them out loud. I'll just skim them real quick. And maybe the game's author just wanted to write a disco song. I'm gonna look at this person just to see. Peter Janowitz seems to be a music critic. You find him mentioned on a fan website, a band unrelated to the Roottrees. He used to work for Modern Music Monthly before the magazine went under. Okay, that's what MMM is. I'm going to look for this. Aha. MMM is an abbreviation for Modern Music Monthly, a magazine from the 40s to the early 80s. It went out of business due to high competition from much more major publications. Okay, so let's look up Jim Roottree. Actually, yeah. Review and interview from 1979 titled A Reluctant Hitmaker. Jim goes into his first band. Till a few years ago, Diamond and I were in C&J and J&D with my cousin and his ex. Clark never knew his father, so our grandpop insisted he spend time with my dad and me. Okay, we're getting a lot of unexpected family tree information from this interview in a music magazine. As a result, Clark and I grew up like brothers. Diamond and Jane, on the other hand, are actually sisters. Okay, so we have a Jane LaRue. So the four of us had sort of a cutesy family band thing going on. Not our finest hour. Regardless, when Diamond walked in on Clark in bed with her younger sister, everything exploded. No more family band. The only thing Clark and I had in common was music, but even then we never agreed on what it should be. He was always more interested in catchy tunes, something you hum a week later. I've been told Roland is like that, but that wasn't my goal. When he called me up and said he liked it, I took it as a sign I was going in the wrong direction musically. That made him laugh. But I'm trying to make art. I don't mind saying any of this because he'd agree. For most of the decade he was a mess, but he's a lot happier now. He started rapper tunes, and he's much better jingle writer than songwriter. One of the benefits of our famous family, is a massive company willing to be a client. That's how my father was connected to Roottree. All of his old ad campaigns were hung on the walls over the record player, but I was never interested. I just went straight for the music. I guess Clark was paying more attention. Okay, so Clark grew up like brothers, but Clark never knew his father. Okay, we've got C and J. So we've got J LaRue is Diamond's sister, who was married to Clark. but oh, and they're cousins. Okay, so cousin would be. How does cousins work in family trees? It's 1 over, right? Like you go up and then you go back down again. So it could be here. Oh, in fact, it is here because his like first partner, second partner. So this would have been C. LaRue. Right. And he's Clark. Okay, so this is Clark Rafferty, I'm guessing. Who we might have a photo of because I think there was a Clark there. But yeah, okay, I think maybe Clark Rafferty. Because we've got Rafferty LaRue as the kids. There's only one kid who's a Rafferty. Well, there's only one kid here, so hang on. Let me. So C and J. Oh no, okay, it's J LaRue is what we're looking for. Whoops, I didn't mean to close that. So do we have a J LaRue here? Yes, we have a Jane LaRue. So Clark was with Jane LaRue and then broke up. We've got Rafferty LaRue's, which is kind of surprising because we know that Clark and Jane were together, but if this is Clark and Jane, they didn't have any kids. And if this is Clark and Jane, they only had one kid. So, like, it can't be these two because they're not still married. Like, so how are the names working? Like, I think that these are probably Jessica and Katrina Rafferty LaRue, because I'm pretty sure that this is Clark Rafferty. Because he would be the cousin of James Roottree, who had, like, partners who he broke up with, right? Like, this person doesn't. I guess I'm assuming that it's first cousin. Because once you only, like, I don't even know how do you describe the relation between this person and, like, these people? I don't know how you figure that out. Also, this is interesting. The red and white dotted line. So here that indicates like an adoption, right? And so not a blood root tree, this person. And so maybe this branch of the family is being like cut out of the will. And maybe the person who is outside our door is one of these people, right? And they're trying to prove that, oh no, actually this wasn't an adoption. This was like they did actually have the kid or something. I don't know. This is interesting as well. Like, what is going on here? Like, why is this? What's with this box? Is like were both of these people adopted? Because there's no this is just like a line and then the box around them. There's no line connecting these people to here, like there is here, right? Like this is explicitly saying that Eloise and Caroline adopted Stephanie. Okay. Nevertheless, I feel like this is Carl. Wait, what? Clark Rafferty, I think. And he is a musician. He writes jingles. Okay, and he said that their grandfather, right? My grandpop insisted he spend time with my dad and me. Diamond and Jane, on the other hand, are actually sisters. So Diamond and Jane. So one of these is Jane. Do we have a photo mentioning Jane? Is Jane here anywhere? Because there's Clark. I guess we could just look up Clark Roottree directly. Oh, but he's Rafferty. A few fan sites for the band, Jim and Diamond, seem to mention that he used to make music with Clark Rafferty. They mentioned an album called These Times. Hey. A band called C&J and J&D released one single called These Times. Someone with the username XXX Die Hard Dazzler XXX scanned the cover and noted that it cost him over $200 at auction. Apparently this was Jim Roottree and Diamond LaRue's first song together. He also mentions that it was performed with Jim's cousin and Diamond's sister, and that it was only somewhat similar to Jim and Diamond's later works. You can't find anything else about XXX Die Hard Dazzler XXX, the band, or the single, so all that's left to do is add the scan to your evidence. After a blazing fast 35-minute download, the track is also available. I wonder if I'm going to have to... we've got more photos. I wonder if I'm going to have to listen to the music at any point. Oh, okay, they've got the lyrics. Again, they said the lyrics contain no clues, so they saved us time to look for that. Okay. These Times is an old single from folk group C&J and J&D. You have a scan of the album as well as a recording of the title track that thanks to a collector of Jim and Roottree memorabilia. The website also lists the song's credits as music and lyrics by Clark Rafferty and Jim Roottree, backup vocals by the LaRues. On it is a sticker that says folk style songwriting catchy from MMM magazine. Okay, so which of these is Clark and which of them is Jim? Which of them is Diamond and which of them is Jane? Oh, it looks like you can listen to music. Wonderful. They do look pretty similar. Oh, we never put in her photos. So we know that that's her. So she's blonde, so she's this one, I'm guessing. Oh, okay, I know what's going on. I know what's going on, why I was confused. Okay, so Clark was with Jane, and then Diamond caught Clark in bed with their other sister, the third LaRue sister, who was the youngest sister, which is why... Okay, that's why we have multiple Rafferty LaRues. Okay, so this is the... Okay, yeah. So yeah, we have a photo for this one. So this must be this one, and this is Jane LaRue. And then this must be the other LaRue. Him LaRue. And then, yeah, these are their kids. Okay, okay. And we don't have a photo of her yet, and we don't know who Clark's first spouse was. And this person might be a Rafferty. We have quite a few Rafferty. Okay, so it's either Jacob or Chris Rafferty, I guess. Here. And we also know that this must be a Rafferty. Lauren Roottree's husband, who's... I don't think we know anything about him. Other than that, yeah, he must have been a Rafferty. So I can add that to my notes about Lauren. If I can find her. Is she at the top of this? Yeah, okay. Oh yeah, we already knew. Okay, she married a Rafferty. Okay. Oh yeah, and then we had Clancy. Was there a Clancy anywhere in the names? Let's see. Okay, so we've got Clancy Edward and Clancy Jr. So in order to be Clancy Jr., if one of these is Clancy Jr., then that means this must be Clancy. Otherwise, this must be Clancy and this must be Clancy Jr. Yeah. Okay. But we don't know which yet, so that's getting ahead of ourselves. Okay. I guess it's back to Google then. What are we trying to nail down here? Anything that we can... Okay, if we can get a photo of Clark Rafferty... oh, no, but we think we do, right? Because... Oh, no, okay, one of these two is Clark Rafferty, but they look kind of similar, so it's hard to tell which is which. Because I can't really tell which of them is James Roottree. Like... it is just hard to tell. Are we actually close to getting a 3 though? Is the question. I don't think we're anywhere near getting a 3 to do any confirmation. So I'm not. There's no benefit in trying to guess at the moment. Okay. And then what were the names of the Rafferty LaRues? Because maybe we could fill those in because we're pretty sure we know who's who here. So Jessica and Katrina Rafferty LaRue. Can I copy this? No. Did I spell it wrong? No, let's go to our list of names. Okay, a website about Rappertune. Oh yeah, we can look at Rappertunes as well. Clark Rafferty LaRue's advertising firm. On it, there is an about page, and you find a picture labeled "The inspiration for the famous Super Bowl ad campaign." Below it, below that is more detail. Clark was in a department store getting a family portrait with his wife and children. When his wife was trying to get his youngest, Katrina, to calm down for the picture, he had the idea for the Roottrees Super Bowl ad. The picture is now in your evidence. Okay, so the youngest is Katrina. And, okay, so this is Katrina. And this is the other, this is Jessica, and I presume we have now a family photo of them all. Yeah, okay. All right. So, youngest. I swear, I've already forgotten. Yeah, okay, that's the youngest, is the one without braces. And that's Kim LaRue. And that's Clark Rafferty, who's now balding. Although maybe he's not a musician anymore. Like, he was a musician, but now he runs Raffertunes. An advertising firm. So can we change that? Is advertising? Yeah, he's actually in advertising. And he now goes by Clark Rafferty LaRue because he double-barreled his surname when he got married to Kim, I guess. And we don't know who his first wife was yet either. Okay, and occupation child, I guess. Like, is there a nun, or just like student? Yeah. So these are both students. So this might actually be. Yeah. Happy about that. And yeah, I think we got a lot of other optional entries here. Oh, but I'm dumb. I should have.
You're listening to WRTG.
It's time for your headlines. Once an hour, every hour, on the 45. It's a bizarre development to an already tragic tale. In the wake of the accident that took his life, some of Carl Roottree's belongings have apparently gone missing. Most notably, a a framed photo of the Roottrees family from the mid-1970s that Carl had on his office wall. We interviewed a local psychologist about who would do such a thing and why. For that article, search online for WRTD News. Again, that's WRTD.
All right, so our employer is suspicious. WRTD News is your local investigative jazz radio station. During their news segments at 45 minutes on the hour, we've been talking about the plane crash. This most recent hour, they also talked about a picture taken from Carl's office after the plane crash and promised an interview online with the psychologist. During the interview, it's revealed there wasn't a break-in. Instead, someone with a key to the office took the picture after discovering the pipes burst due to the recent storm. This means it was likely someone close to the family who was aware of the photo's history and wanted to save it. The psychologist, however, also goes on to posit the culprit had an alternative agenda, specifically because no one in the family has come forward to say they have it in their possession. A comment below the article says, "Don't believe their lies. This is just another instance of the Roottrees curse being a real, true thing. I bet you Carl was murdered and the picture has evidence on it." Okay. What did we just... Oh, this is just, yeah, more info here. Okay. So yeah, I should have committed to one of these. Like, I mean, can I zoom in and try and get a better view on? They have the same eye color. How do you even tell? I mean, like, one of them has a light beard, and slightly lighter eyebrows. He definitely has darker eyebrows. His beard is darker. So I guess he can't be the one with the light beard. And that must be Clark Rafferty with the lighter eyebrows. Okay. We'll find out the next time I get 3 locked in. Alright. Okay, what thread do I want to tug on next? Interesting that a new development has now put us up near the top. And we've still got a lot of stuff in this campaign mailer, apparently. So... Jane LaRue had a kid with Clark Rafferty. But we haven't seen any mention of them so far. We still don't have a photo of Lauren Roottree, and we still don't know who she was married to. It's really surprising that we don't have a photo of Lauren Roottree. Okay, can we... Okay, yeah, Clark is here somewhere. Do we... Okay, we don't have a photo for his first partner, and we only have one photo for his second one, so whoever this couple is... I'm assuming this is a couple, but it might not be. I'm assuming that it's not them. This is definitely Eli. Who is Eli? Eli M. Huh. We don't seem to have an Eli M. Unless it's a... No, okay. Well, do we have an Eli something else? Oh, we have lots of Elias. Oh, okay, Elias M. Roottrees. Okay, so it's not, his surname wasn't M, he was Elias M. Okay. Got Elias Jr. Okay, so Elias Jr. must be one of these, because you're only a junior if you're, the kid of the original Elias. And then we've got Elias C and Elias M somewhere. There's a whole extra bit over here we haven't even really looked at all. Okay. And Miracle Roottree has another kid who doesn't seem to be mentioned anywhere, and who presumably is less of a shit than Miracle Jr. Okay, what am I going to look at next? I'd really like to get a picture of Lauren Roottree. Okay. Oh, I never even looked up, I don't think, her book, this book. There we go. Oh, okay. Yeah, I should have looked this up a long time ago. Wow, so many things. It seems you've hit the jackpot here. This book is occasionally taught in schools. You even find a hardcover. Oh my god, so many things. You even find a hardcover edition for students that has full-page, high-quality pictures in it. A summary of the contents of the book, photos, as well as some particularly relevant entries from the diary have been added to your evidence. 7 thing. Oh my god. Okay. All right. So there is Lauren. There is her husband. The below are notes and observations you made while skimming through Lauren Roottree's diary pages. A life between wars. Lauren Roottrie is on the notable Roottrees list, and your evidence should be marked on the chart with a star. Let me just immediately. Yeah. Okay. Lauren Roottrie. Lauren Roottree's as yet unknown husband. The book was published in 1965 and consists of diary entries that stretch from 1940 to 1965. The most important event that much of the diary and Lauren's thoughts revolve around was the loss of her husband, Jacob. Okay. Jacob. Rafferty. Which means that there is one more Rafferty somewhere who might be this one. Right? Chris Rafferty. No. Yes. Yeah, because this is where the Rafferty name enters the family tree. Unless there's some massive coincidence that some other member of the family happens to also be called Rafferty. The most reasonable thing is to assume that this person, that Jane took Clark's name, they had a kid, Chris, and then they split up. Okay. Jacob died in the final months of World War II while Lauren was pregnant. This left her to raise her son Clark alone. Lauren never remarried and only had one child. By skimming the pages of the diary, you glean the following information. She was the granddaughter of Elias and Gwyneth on her father's side. So, this is a male person. Is there a... Yeah. Okay, cool. So we can... Yeah. And this is an unknown female. That's cool that you can specify the gender at least. Her mother's family was called Coselles, but she hardly ever mentions them. Okay. Whoops, I didn't mean to exit out of that. Cosell. Sarah Cosell. Her father, who she always refers to as Pop, was the head lawyer for the Roottrie Candy Company and helped write a legal document called the Clansaid Trust. Okay, so he was a lawyer. Oops. Okay. I feel like I made my life significantly more difficult by not looking up this book first, because there is a lot of stuff in this. And there's like multiple pages, it looks like. Her father, who she always referred to as Pop. We had another mention of Pop before. I'm pretty sure. For... Where was it? It was in the Modern Music Monthly for... Right? No, not Rafferty. James Roottrees. No, wait, what? LaRue. Oh, this is about the LaRues themselves. We haven't read this. A small section focusing on young upcoming talent that they will predict will make it big. As this to say about the LaRues. The LaRue sisters got their start doing session work for their great uncle's record label. If you remember any songs from 1960 to 1965 that featured the voices of kids, they were probably involved. Back then, they were credited as the Lucky LaRues. Now that he's passed, they've moved on to bigger and better ventures and are going by their full names. Diamond and Jane have been touring with some famous faces. Ever heard of the Roottrees? And are looking to release an album sometime the next year. Youngest Kim is about to step into a prominent role on Broadway, taking over for one of the children in Oliver. The Lucky LaRues indeed. Okay, this isn't actually what I wanted to look up. I wanted to look up James Roottrees. What? I swear. Wasn't there there was a thing? Yeah, okay, Jim Roottrees is how he went by. Okay, so Grand Pop. I just the referring to someone as Pop, like so. She referred to her father as Pop, and he referred to him as Grand Pop. So I guess it makes that doesn't actually tell us anything. It's just that he went by Pop. Okay, sorry, that was a tangent. It's clear from the context that the Roottrees have internal shorthand names for the different generations of their family. Lauren uses them often. 5 pieces. The first generation of children by Gwyneth and Elias. Lauren's father was in this generation. The next generation, Lauren's generation, the Free Spirits. The generation after Lauren's, including her son. Okay, so the Free Spirits are this generation. But this is a pretty big generation, right? There's lots of people in this one. But we have a picture, this one. When I pulled the water damage picture of the Free Spirits out of the frame, this fell out too. Okay, so this was also... Okay, alright, so the photo of the Free Spirits is this. This is the photo of the Free Spirits. So all of these people are of that generation. Okay. But the fact that our employer uses that name implies that she is also a Roottrie. Is what I'm taking from that. Okay. An entry entitled Complaints from Lauren Roottree's Diary, written in 1953. This entry seems to focus specifically on one of Lauren's family members, Gwyn, who is on the notable Roottrees list. It seems everyone has something to complain about. Gwyn, as an only child, complained of loneliness. Do we have Gwyn? Yes, and she was an only child. Okay. Complained of loneliness. I told her that being expected to watch after 3 younger brothers didn't feel like a blessing, but it fell on deaf ears. So she's got 3 younger brothers. Oh, she has 3. Okay, so all of these are men. Okay. During the summer, where I went to stay with her and Aunt Margot, would be this. Possibly? Well, we don't know. It could be either of them. Oh, wait, no, but, hang on. Okay, so she is a Roottrie. She was born a Roottrie. So this must be her. Her Aunt, her Yeah, her aunt because her mother. I hoped that she would be the sister I never had, and that I'd do the same for her. I even tried to dye my hair blonde to fit in with the two of them. What a mess. But she just complained. To her, I was the lucky cousin. Oops. Now she's off living the glamorous life while I'm stuck here with Clark. I must admit, seeing her everywhere contributes to my unhappiness. Her visage stares at me even now from my coffee table. She gets to be the star. She gets to be in Starlet. Okay, we should, before I forget, this is going to be a pure article, I think. Yeah. It was a magazine that started with a colorization of film and went until around 1964. Generally, it was a tabloid with a focus on famous actors and actresses. It didn't much go into any other aspects of filmmaking or Hollywood news. Real quick then, let me just... Roottrees was often in Starlet. Most mentions were around the time of her divorce in 1958 from Wild Bill Williams. Okay. Okay, well, there is no... That must have been a stage name, because there's no Williams or... Well, there's no Bills or Williams, or surname Williams. The gossip is speculative and full of tabloid stereotypes. Some of it focuses on the fact that when she announced a divorce, she also announced that she was pregnant again. Others mention that the rumor is Wild Bill had multiple affairs, which left her heartbroken. There's also an interview from earlier in... Sorry, just a second, I thought I heard something. I think it was a dog barking outside, maybe. An interview from earlier, mid-1957, where she was asked about her last name. She answered, "The power of a name is undeniable. My grandfather constantly preached the importance of family names and honouring them. My father decides to bless me with a famous name. There's nothing wrong with Cornwall, but Roottrees has power. My husband similarly goes by Wild Bill." Okay, so he's actually Cornwall. Linus Cornwall. Okay, and then I guess... We don't know what's going on here, because... Like, these are kids, but are they actually her kids? And they're not called Cornwall, because there was no Cornwall in there, and there's no Williams, and... I guess they could just be random Roottrees if they took her name. But Roottrees, yeah, my husband similarly goes by Wild Bill. It's an infamous name he repurposed for himself because he didn't have the benefit of being born with a famous one. But Wild, combined with the alliteration Williams, is incredibly memorable. Although we've relocated to Paris, I know your readers love to keep up with my husband, so consider this a Starlet exclusive about both of us. Wild Bill and I have a child on the way, and we're sticking with Roottrees for the last name, not Williams. But we also plan to lean into alliteration. That's how we will honour both our family names for the next generation. Okay, so these are our Roottrees. Actually, it probably would be... Go back here. Go here. Okay. Okay, how many R Roottrees do we have available to us? Okay, Robert and Ronald. So these I think are these kids here, Robert and Ronald. We don't know which is which, but we can look that up. In fact, I will look that up right now. Did I spell that right? Where's the... Yeah, Robert and Ronald. Okay, well maybe they're not just not relevant. No, okay, they just don't show up on the internet. Imagine not showing up on the internet. Wouldn't that be something? But we do know that they're... Maybe I can just add a note. Okay. And it's not Ronald, it's Ronald. Alright. So that was a tangent. Oh yeah, Starlet. Tell tales of how she gallivanted around the world, kissing the likes of Harrison Lane and Wild Bill Williams. Does Harrison Lane show up? No, okay, so Harrison Lane is just a film star, I guess. Some information on a website about old films that are not yet available on VHS. Harrison Lane was a television actor with a major role in Guys Like Us and some other films. His largest role before Guys Like Us was the villain in the first season of Western Frontiers. Due to the popularity of Guys Like Us, the studio brought Lane back to play the villain's twin brother, this time as a hero joining the protagonist. Western Frontiers has no connection to the Roottrees. Harrison Lane seems to be a dead end. Did you know trivia? Harrison Lane married his high school sweetheart after they reunited at a movie premiere. Cute. Okay, well, good to just cross that off, I guess. She's the first Rootree woman to be anything other than a housewife, and I'm jealous. If I were not a single mother, could I make my own way in this world? Okay, so that means that any women we have here were housewives. And so that's a guy. We don't know if that's a man or a woman. I don't know if that's a man or woman. Okay. But I'm off topic. A girl with all the luck in the world was jealous of me, and now, though I have been undoubtedly burdened by terrible tragedy, I'm also lucky to be born to a family that can support me for eternity. I can raise a child without worry, unlike countless other widows. If any of them were to hear me complaining, they would rightly scoff, just like I do at Gwyn. Okay. An entry entitled Dynasty from Lauren Roottree's diary, written in 1958. It focuses on the day her grandfather, Elias, announced that he would step down as president of the Roottree Candy Company, and the meeting to determine his successor. I wish I had been a fly on the wall today. Clancy told me that everything got quite heated. So that's her brother, Clancy. Grandad was furious none of his sons would take over as president, but that's what he gets for holding on to it for so long. With architects, preachers, and lawyers, no one's got time for candy. Okay, so we know that there's a preacher and architect and lawyer. That's the lawyer. That's the preacher. Okay, so one of these two is an architect. And one of them is probably a woman, I guess. So with the 5 pieces refusing to step up, it came down to us next gens. Pop argued at length that the company should stay with our branch of the family, since we still have the Rootree name. I'm not even sure Clancy would have wanted it, but he's the one who was volunteered. Instead, it ended up going to Zach. Okay, so Zach is the second president. Even though his surname doesn't match the candy, he's the firstborn son of the firstborn 5-piece. Okay. Firstborn son. So either of these could be Zach, except... No, this is Zach. Okay, so he was the second president. Okay. I'm not sure how that's relevant to running a company, but Grandad has always had very particular views when it came to his bloodline. I'm just waiting for this whole obsession with bloodlines thing to turn really nasty. I asked Clancy if it ever came up that a woman could take over. After all, Angie's older than Zach. Okay, so here we are. Angie. So she would have been a No, she would have been a Morton. Angelica Morton. Okay. Angie's older than Zach, and I'm next oldest of us all. He just laughed. I'll never forget the cuss words Pop used when he told Ma it wouldn't go to us. Mother, ever the quick-witted, at least with catty remarks, countered back, maybe they wanted it to go to the only member of the family who looks like he samples the product. Okay, so Zach potentially is rotund. Can I... Okay. An entry entitled Sam from Lauren Roottree's diary, written in 1963. From a previous entry, you learned that Elias Roottree had given in to his wife and announced that Sam, an obscure relative, was to be included in family gatherings. Gwyneth had been pushing to include Sam for quite some time. Okay. Lauren writes, why Sam? I have many distant relatives I've never met. After all, Granny had sisters and Grandad had a brother or two. But I was told, trim their branches from the family tree. So why is Sam special? Nothing adds up. And I'm not the only one to realize. Angie summoned all the next gens to a secret meeting in Zach's office. Gwyn's in Paris, but the rest of us, including Miracle's boys, spent ages trying to unravel the mystery. Okay, so Gwyn is the one who went to Paris. Where are we? There's Gwyn. There's Gwyn. Hang on. Because we had... It was this photo, right? Yeah, there's Gwyn, and then Gwyn's got 2 kids. Oh yeah, but we don't know... Whoops. We don't know which is which. We know their names. Yeah, we just don't know which is which. I mean, he looks like he's probably the elder, so maybe we could put his picture on the left. And he's wearing his film school sweater, so like he probably is something to do with film. No, wait, we wanted to be... Yeah, okay. And you summoned us all to the next... The rest of us, including Miracle's boy is plural. So I keep going back and forth. So this is a guy. Spent ages trying to unravel the mystery. I didn't recognize Sam at Uncle Junior's wedding to Patsy last year. Uncle Junior. Okay, so this is the person writing, and her uncle would be either... No, because that's Miracle, not Junior. So one of these two is Elias Jr. And they married Patsy. Okay. I didn't mean to close that. At the reception, when I asked who Sam was, Pop shushed me and said it was complicated. I'm wondering if this is the complicated thing, right? That like Sam is somehow involved in whatever's going on here. This is the complication. Clancy swore he saw Sam working alongside the farmhands, EC and John, when he used to drive past the old Anderson farm on his way to work. Upon hearing that, Zach checked the records and managed to confirm all 3 are on the books. Eli, Miracle's youngest, not my brother. Okay, so Miracle's youngest is another Eli. Elias M, maybe? Elias Miracle Roottrees. Not Elias Jr. And also she says not her brother. So her brother... One of these is also an Eli. Okay. Oof. That's just so much. And also Lauren's brother. Where was Lauren's section? Yeah. How do I add a note? Maybe I don't. Maybe I just edit this one. Okay. Eli even chimed in. Apparently, when he was riding his mini bike alongside the farm a few weeks ago, Sam gave him some old tools and taught him how to make the bike's engine faster. None of us think that proper for a multitude of reasons, but Eli certainly seems thrilled. At the end of the day, nothing explains why an outsider has cozied into family affairs, especially one who works on the farm of all places. Whatever happened to blood is thicker than syrup. Why is Grandad making an exception now? Did Grandad have a bastard child? Like, is it that, like, you know, he slept with his daughter-in-law or something, and so, like, this kid is not actually, you know, yeah, what's going on? Okay, oh my god, 15? Okay, one of the final entries called Clark from Lauren Richards' diary, written in 1964. Clark's getting married, and, in my opinion, far too young. He's barely 18, for God's sake, and Danielle isn't much older. But openly confronting them would make me a hypocrite. After all, Jacob and I got married at 16. Clark, like the rest of his generation, is a free spirit. Okay, we have Clark, right? There he is. And he's getting married to Danielle. Danielle Franks. What else do you call a group of kids growing up with more money than any one person can spend? They all aspire to be musicians and artists and dancers and all sorts of nonsense. The only one who has any discipline is Carl, but that's because Pop forced Clancy to send him to the academy. Okay, so Carl is Clancy's son. So this is Clancy. Which means this presumably is Clancy Sr. And this person was a historian? Do we have historian as an option? No. Or like professor? Professor. Okay. Maybe I'm just getting old, but our generation was never so bad. My brothers all seem to pursue paths of knowledge, and the most rebellious thing any of us ever did was bring home someone who would be illegal to marry if we lived anywhere south of Pennsylvania. Okay, so there is a black person. Pop seems to have gotten over it because Edward is set to take over his department once he retires. And as for me, my first published book, Swashbuckle My Heart, is based on the pirate stories I used to invent with Jacob when we were walking in the woods after school. Okay, so we've got Edward and Jacob are her other brothers, I think. How many brothers? She has 3 brothers. Right? Yeah, okay, so something doesn't add up here then. So we know Clancy's definitely her brother. So she talks about Edward. We should have met with Jacob when we were walking. I think he'd be proud that Clark and... Okay, so Jacob and Edward are her other brothers. But she has a brother called Eli. Right? We just read about that. Here, I think. Yeah, so she has a brother called Eli. So then, how do we make sense of these names? Maybe Edward isn't her brother. Unless... No, okay, no, Jacob is her husband. Okay. So yeah, she has a brother Eli and a brother Edward. Okay. And we should look up Swashbuckle My Heart as well. I think he'd be proud that Clark and I are carrying on his name. Oh yeah, Jacob is proud that... Okay. Even my cousins are doing well. Zach's not a bad president after all, and his sister seems to be doing a good job raising her twins. Okay. So... Zach... Right, that's a cousin, right? You go up, along, and then down again. And they have twins. So these are twins. Oh no, his sister seems to be doing a good job raising her twins. So Zach's sister is Angelica Morden, and these are twins. Okay. Wait, back here. Let me just make a note about this. Let me add a page. Okay. Gwyn is Gwyn, but at least she came out of the divorce with her head held high. She even told us she might come home next year so we can meet her kids. With the free spirits, in any of the family, they'd all end up on the streets. Even Clark. Okay. We still have more stuff to look at, more photos. Lauren's diary contains some labelled pictures. This is the 5 pieces. This picture was famous at our house. Pop even had it framed. That's him on the left. Okay. So that is her father. It was taken in 1935 to celebrate the move to the new warehouse that Eli Jr. designed. Angie and I both wanted to be in the photo since Miracle was in it, and the 3 of us were all about the same age. So this must be Miracle, because he didn't have his sight, and then he did have his sight. Okay. Let me just... Okay, so this is in theory filled in. This is in theory filled in. And that's it, because we're missing photos. But I think the next... We might be able to complete something here. Oh, okay, and we know that this must be... Oh, wait, no, maybe not. I was going to say this is Gwyneth Anderson, but there's no space for an extra photo at first, so... Oh, no, wait, I'm dumb. That's not that. That's him. There we go. Oh, progress feels so good. I'm enjoying this game a lot. Oh, I am overheating, though. I'm gonna take my sweater off real quick, so I'm removing my headphones to do so. Okay. Oh, the phone. How do I...
So, you may have heard the news. Some of Carl's things have gone missing. That includes the pictures and mail I brought you earlier. I promise I didn't steal it. But I did borrow it. I'll return it once we're done. Let me deal with my family in the meantime. Oh, I guess that means I've officially confessed. I'm a Roottrees.
Yeah, we figured that out.
I assure you I have a reasonable explanation for the secrecy. I'm about to do something big the family doesn't approve of. If you could just wait a little bit longer, I'll tell you more, in person. I'll return after 15 more blood relatives.
15 more? Wow, that's a lot more. Okay. Okay, yeah, so we were in the middle of something here. Okay, so this is the wife of this guy then, which I could have... Oh, but we don't have... Well, maybe it isn't then. Is it a sister? Maybe it's a sister. I guess they're just standing next to each other. I thought at first their arms were linked, but no. Okay, Angie and I both wanted to be in the photo since Miracle was in it, and the 3 of us were all about the same age. We were told only the 5 pieces, which really didn't go over well, to say the least. Eventually, I suppose to stop the tantrums, they posed us in front of the camera with Mr. Morden, who was there with Aunt Gwendolyn. I found out years later they never even took a second photo. Oh, how rude. So even a random person in the background we can look at and maybe... Okay, so these are the 5 pieces. So we know... We can figure this one out, I think, because there's a guy. We know that there's a male. Do we? No. Okay, so one of them is Margolite, who is Gwyn's mother. Could be her with the blonde hair. And then we've got... If this is the eldest... Okay, so that means that we know that one of these is a man, one of them is a woman. Okay. Let's see. And Eli Jr. Okay, so, okay. Eli Jr., this must be Eli Jr. but we don't know if he's older than this woman. Mr. Morden, who was there with Aunt Gwendolyn. Okay. Aunt Gwendolyn. So... Okay, so... Where's the Mordens? Okay. So this must be Gwendolyn. So Gwendolyn must be the eldest. I'm guessing it's her. And she was born Gwendolyn Roottree. And she married a Morden, which must have been James Morden. And then somewhere else, somewhere further down here. I guess this must be the other... Well, maybe not. We know that there's another Gwendolyn Morden somewhere. In fact, I guess it must be here, because if you're a woman and you marry a man, you have kids, and the kids are not going to take your name. So this must be Gwendolyn Morden. And she was a... Because we know that from saying earlier all the women were housewives, which means this must be Eli Jr. Oops. But that he was an architect because he designed the factory. Or the warehouse, I should say. Okay. Okay. So that's some progress there, and then we have a new photo with more people. Okay, there's Zach. Yeah. But before, okay, let me just double check. If I put this in, is this going to count as a solve? Yes, because we've got 3 cases. Let me fill in a lot of other stuff first, like some of these unknown things. Okay, Lauren's diary contains some labeled pictures. This is the next generation. An attempt to recapture the spirit of the 5 pieces photos with our generation. For old time's sake, we gathered on the warehouse floor. I wanted Eli to stand all the way on the left, since to me he looked a lot like Pop did in the old one, but I was outvoted by my brothers, so yeah. Okay, this is Miracle. So we can put that in. There's here, wait, no, hang on. Maybe I should read the rest of the thing first. The rainbow tie, though. So this must be Miracle Jr., I guess? Because it's the next generation, which is her generation. Yeah. Okay, let me read it. They insisted the 4 of us stand together, and so we clumped up in the middle and let everyone filter in behind and in front of us. The only one too good to make an appearance was Gwyn. Grandma insisted we include Sam, even if we didn't want to. None of us understood why, including Sam. I don't think it was fair. Miracle made it in, since he's technically a 5-piece. Okay, so that's Miracle, and that's Miracle Jr. Also, I didn't think it fair Miracle made it in, since he is technically a 5-piece. I guess my inner child still holds a grudge, even after all these years. Okay, so. That's another picture of Miracle. That's another picture of Miracle Jr. Probably. Although it could be this other kid. Okay, and who else do we have? So one of these pictures is her as well. Lauren. Can we figure out which of them is Lauren? So the hair would match. We say that that's Lauren. Any other in stuff we can get? Okay, so Sam is in this picture, but we don't know who Sam is. Is this Sam? We don't even know if Sam is a man or a woman. I mean, this looks like they could be Clancy. They look like they have the look of a professor about them. And this would be the youngest. So there's quite a lot of... Oh, wait, hang on. I guess, depending on when this kid was born, maybe this isn't... Because, yeah, we know this is Miracle. So this could be one of Miracle's sons, and this could be Miracle Jr. Possibly. We can count. Okay, so Gwyn isn't there. So we should have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 for Miracle, and 11 for Sam. So there should be 11 people in this picture, unless this kid hadn't been born yet. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So we're missing several people from the generation. And this is the 4 of us standing together. So we clumped up in the middle and let everyone filter in behind and in front of us. So these 4 are these 4. And so this is the youngest. And then, yeah, one of them is Clancy and one of them is the other brother. I'm going to say this guy's Clancy. I think if I'm right that this is Clancy, then we'll get a congratulations, you got 3. Yeah. That was technically a little bit of a guess, but we knew that he was professor, and he certainly looks like a professor. Okay, hopefully we got a few extra optionals. Yes. Okay, good. So that kid was, in fact, Miracle Jr. And so he has another kid who I guess just wasn't born at the time this photo was taken. Okay, and that means by process of elimination, we know that this is her other brother. But we don't know what he does. Okay, well, like the central part of the family tree is getting filled out. At some point, we'll get a photo of Chris Rafferty, I guess, to put in here. Oh yeah, and then we knew this is Zach. And this, I guess this must be Sam, or maybe is this Sam? One of them is Sam. The only one too good to make an appearance is Gwyn. So we should now have photos of everyone in this row apart from Gwyn and this kid. So there's 2 we haven't filled in. We knew who Zach was. We know that one and that one. So something isn't quite right here then, I think, right? Because unless this is Sam, maybe. Hard to say. Okay, but we know that this is definitely Zach, at least. And we still have one more thing to look at, which is this. Okay. Instead of returning, the person who hired you called you on the phone. They claimed they were a root tree. They also told you that they'd given you more of an explanation the next time they returned. Okay. All right. So where... Okay, so this apparently has the most information in it we can do something with. Okay, we got the name Danielle. I think that got checked off, right? Yes. Okay, so that's taken care of. Okay, yeah, so one of her brothers married a black woman, I think. Or not necessarily black, but like not white. Edward, in fact, was the one who did, because Pop seems to have gotten over it. Alright, that's a good thing to write down. So this must be Edward then, I guess, because James Rootree doesn't look mixed race. I think that's a fair guess. Which means that this must be an Eli. But we don't know which Eli is the thing, because there was, man, what was it? There was a thing, right, about, was it this one? Eli, not my brother. Or was it this one? Was it this one? Yeah, Eli, Miracle's youngest, not my brother. So yeah, we got this is an Eli. Yeah, Elias M or Elias C? I feel like it's more likely they're Elias M because it's Miracle, right? Elias Miracle Roottrees, maybe. But I mean, he already called his son Miracle Jr. It'd be a bit over the top to also put Miracle in the middle name of your other son. So yeah, this is an Eli. It's a shame you can't put in unknown Eli rather than just unknown male. Guess we can fill these in. Okay, so we're gonna have to Google something, I think. Oh yeah, Swashbuckle My Heart. I wanted to look up. Nothing was found for that. Okay, what about the library? The first published book. Okay, so this would have been published under the name Lauren No, what was it? Was it Rafferty? Yes. Let's try that. Out of print. Re-release as X marks the spot. Okay. According to the back of the book, this is a buried treasure by Lauren Rootree and from the author of the Court series. It also says, keep an eye out for Lauren Rootree's next book, Revisiting the Diary 10 years later, releasing in 1975. Okay, well, let's look that up. And paste. Yeah. Okay. Lauren Rootree, I should have investigated you significantly earlier. This is a version of Lauren Rootree's diary released in 1975. Unlike the original diary, it contains no pictures, but has many new passages that reflect on her thoughts 10 years later. One major event happened between the releases that changed Lauren's outlook on certain subjects, the death of Elias. A summary of the fallout has been added to your notes, as well as some other select pages. Okay. Okay, so this is a reprinting of the book, but with extra stuff. The new diary opens with an explosive incident that happened in the decade between the release and re-release of Lauren's diary. Elias Rootree had died, and during the reading of his will, there was an audible gasp when a certain name was read aloud, Samantha Rootree. Although Sam and her children were not meant to receive monetary inheritance, he had a stipulation that she retained the rights to run the farm and any and all decisions related to it. It was then that the scandalous secrets came out. None of the 5 pieces were surprised, but it was quite a shock to everyone else, including Sam. She had been told her parents died. Apparently, Sam was the illegitimate daughter of Elias Jr. and Patricia Christensen. So this is Sam. I think. But Patricia Christensen, I guess, doesn't appear because this is his spouse, right? So this wouldn't be the illegitimate. Wait, hang on, wait a second though. Then this wouldn't be Samantha because. So Samantha must be over here in this top secret bit, I guess. Maybe this is unknown name. I jumped the gun there. Patricia, the daughter of a local steel mogul, and Eli Jr. harbored a secret romance at age 16. She became pregnant, and after birth, her father refused to let her see Eli Jr. ever again. Her baby, Samantha, was sent to the Roottrees. Elias hid her away with a local farmhand known as EC. Patricia was married off to a much older man and sent away. That was the end of that, almost. None of the next gens had ever met or heard of Patricia until she unexpectedly reappeared, now going by Patsy. After Patsy's husband died, she reunited with Eli Jr. and they finally married in their 50s. Okay. Lauren mentioned the wedding in her first diary. Lauren mentioned the wedding in her first diary without knowing Patsy's history. Okay, so Patsy Christensen. Okay, and they had an illegitimate... Okay, so yeah, they were married, but this child was illegitimate. Samantha Roottree. Yeah, Eli Jr. had never taken another lover. Lauren, ever the romantic, quite appreciated this. When Patsy and Eli Jr. finally married, Elias decided Sam should have been a Roottree in the first place. Even though she was not part of the Clansed Trust, he wanted to include her in family affairs. That was what led to Lauren's initial entry entitled Sam. This is a page of additional notes and context from the 1975 10-year anniversary re-release of Lauren's diary. It's a companion piece to the entry about Sam. Clearly, I did not know our true family history when I wrote this. I didn't even know Sam was a Roottree. All of my doubts were ill-founded. She's a fine woman. Had she the chance to grow up with us, Sam might have been the sister figure Gwyn never was. Ernie and the kids are lucky to have her. And her children seem eager to help the family in their own ways. Ernie Jr. has been learning the day-to-day from Zach. It's been a long, long time since any real Roottree was excited and interested in the actual Candy as Ernie. As a bonus, Gwyneth has the green thumb of her mother, and her adopted grandfather. Okay, Gwyneth Roottree, daughter of Samantha Roottree. So one of these is Gwyneth. Okay. And one of them is Ernie Jr. Right? Ernie Jr. and Gwyneth. So where's Ernie? Who's Ernie? Why can't I find an Ernie? I guess Ernie must be somewhere over on this side of the family tree. Ernie and the kids are lucky to have her, and her children seem eager to... Okay, Ernie and the kids. What I'm most ashamed of is not figuring it all out myself. Sam's a spitting image of Patsy with her jet black hair and green eyes. Okay, so... this is Sam, which means that this must be this person, Angelica Morton, who... we don't know what she did. Oops, wrong thing. She doesn't have the thick glasses Patsy did, of course, but I guess that skips a generation. Her children have that covered, so her children both have glasses. Okay, and that's the free spirits, so that's one of her kids. Sorry, real quick. Here. So, okay, those are her kids. So... her kids are called Gwyneth and Ernie Jr. Okay. kids of Samantha. Okay. Pardon me. It's hard to explain the look on Pop's face when they read that the farm's operations would pass to Samantha Roottree for as long as she was willing. I got flashbacks to when Zach was made president. Mother reframed it a bit to calm him down. Sam wouldn't receive any candy money after all. I wouldn't receive any candy money after all, and was essentially inheriting the right to rule over the peasants for eternity. God. What a way to put it. Pop warned us away from that farm for years. I never met EC in person, but Pop once referred to him as a confirmed bachelor, and I suspect that's why he kept us from there. Sam had to grow up in a house with him and his roommate, Mr. Miller. Okay, so I'm wondering if this maybe is one of those two people who just got mentioned. I'm not sure Sam will ever forgive Uncle Junior or Patsy for abandoning her to that life. If I were her, I might never forgive them either. But even so, she seems to blame more than just the two of them. She has no... but even so, she seems to blame more than just the two of them. She has no problems with us next gens, but she has a palpable hatred for the Five Pieces and Elias and Gwyneth. Okay. Additional notes from her son Clark. Reading this back, I get deja vu. As I write this addendum, Clark's gotten married again. No Rootree has ever remarried. Sure, I lost Jacob, and Gwyn divorced Wild Bill just before she had her second. Not that I can blame her for that. I've seen what he gets up to in Starlet. But neither of us ever took a second husband. With the way the world is moving, I guess it was inevitable someone in this family would remarry. I just wish it wasn't my son. I can only wonder if Clark's apparent disrespect for marriage is due to the lack of a real father. I did what I could, and Lord knows Eli C. stepped up and helped. More than I can say for Clancy or Edward. Okay. So this is Eli C. And so this is the other Eli. This is in fact Eli M. But Eli C. practically raised Clark and Jim as brothers. Yes. Whenever he could. Eli's marriage seems fine, and Jim's marriage seems solid as a rock, pun intended, because her name was Diamond. So who knows what causes these things. I suspect that he's marrying Jane to keep her from running out on the band. Without her, he'd be the third wheel, and I imagine they wouldn't last long as a trio. But still, I don't think a marriage on such a shaky foundation like that can last. And Lord knows I was right last time. So we still don't know the name, the name of his... Oh no, we do. Okay, yeah, so we know all about his wives. We just don't know about his first kid. Okay. It's not a companion piece to any specific entry, but addresses feedback. The biggest complaint I got after publishing my diary was how many similar names there are. And I get it. There are 4 Elis for Pete's sake. But that's how it is. Someone would say, I saw Eli in town, and I wouldn't know which one they meant. My brother, my uncle, my cousin? That's why they became Uncle Junior, or Miracles Eli, or Eli C. And I think we have the Elis nailed down now. Because she had... Yeah, there's Eli Jr., and then her brother Eli, and then, yeah, okay, so the Elis are sorted. Our family's names were always unusual. Grandpa Elias was a believer in using the names of each generation to honour those in the last. His father and Grandma Gwyneth's father were named Edward and Clancy, so now you see where my pop's name came from. One thing that's always been consistent in our family, though, is that anytime someone's a junior, they're always the firstborn son. This goes for Miracle, Eli, or even Clancy. With the women, however, it all goes out the window. I think Gwendolyn got her name from some combination of Gwyneth and Caroline, who is Elias's mother. Hydra, thank you, I will. And I will stretch. It's a pretty sunny day here today, actually, so I'm kind of warm. I have my door to my room closed because I don't want to disturb my housemate with my yapping, and so it's not got warm enough to bother putting the what is it, the AC on yet, because it's not quite that hot, but it's pretty warm in my room right now. So I've been sweating, so I need to get more water. I just finished my water, so I will take the opportunity to not only stand up and walk around a little bit, but also refill my water real quick. I will be back in like 30 seconds. Oh my god, I've been going for over 3 hours. I didn't realize it had been quite that long. I'm really enjoying this game. I kind of, okay, if it's like Return of the Obra Dinn, then there comes a point where like everything kind of just falls into place and you start solving things really quickly. Like I need to get to 33 solve, right? So I need an extra 12. So that's got to put us pretty close to like almost the whole thing. Right? Like, how many have we not got? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, actually, so there's 28 things left to solve, so there's still actually quite a lot of this, but I feel like things will speed up at a certain point because you've eliminated so many possibilities. I think I want to try and finish this in one sitting. Partly because I'm really enjoying it, also partly because if I go away and come back to it like a week from now, I'm not going to remember anything. So, yes, I'll try to not exhaust myself, but I'm feeling pretty good. So, okay. Where were we? Oh, yeah, okay. Gwendolyn got her name from some combination of Gwyneth and Caroline. So, where is Gwendolyn? Gwendolyn is here. But there might be another. Yeah, here's another Gwendolyn. Okay. And she got her name from a Caroline, who was Elias's mother. Okay. Women's names tend to get all mixed up as the generations went on. I guess that's why there's no female equivalent of Junior. So if you're reading my diary and confused, you're not alone. Even the government had problems. I remember once receiving certified mail for an Edward Clancy Roottree. I had to break the news. They'd got my father's name backwards. So her father was Clancy Edward. Which we knew, right? Yes. Okay. We already had that. Alright, and then the last page of this. It's not a companion piece to any specific entry, but rather a fun bonus. Apparently this is the first thing she could find that she ever wrote. She knows it was for a school assignment about anger, and she believes based on the teacher's name, she must have been in the 3rd grade. She doesn't exactly remember the events spelled out here, but she does remember getting in trouble. I got angry when I met a new girl who I do not like. She was dirty and did not have a pretty dress. Me and Pop walked home in town and she hugged him. When I told her he was my Pop, she pushed me. I got angry and yelled at her, and Pop said to treat her nice. Then she said, "Your Pop is my dad." She screamed it loud in my ear. She was lying to me, and lying is not a nice thing. So I pushed her too. Then I got in trouble. Then Pop took her away. He told me, "Don't worry, I'm glad she's gone." So that was, I'm guessing that was Samantha then. Yeah. Poor old Samantha. So she was in charge of the farm. Does that make her a farmer? Maybe. Oh, actually, I can. Do we have? Okay, we don't know their occupations. We don't have a photo for him or know his occupation. Yeah. I'm just making sure that I. Oh yeah, we don't know her. Okay, so if we can figure out her occupation, which might be housewife, I think maybe at a certain point. Actually, no. Okay, it was this generation. It was the 5 pieces who were all housewives. Oh, can we? Yeah, now we should be able to fill this in, right? Yeah, this must be her. Okay, there we go. Oh, should I have done more optional stuff? I only got one optional thing. I should have maybe tried to fill in more optional things there. Okay. All right. So. Oh yeah, no. Have we? Is there anything we haven't done with this? Okay, so there's still one small bit of information that we can get out of this notable root trees. We should be focusing on apparently this campaign mailer still has 6 things. I wonder. Because this phrase was mentioned a couple of times, I think. So I wonder. No, okay. Let me go back through my notes and see. Did I ever read this? No, I never actually read the welcome page. Page title is going to be renamed to make it easier to. Oh, okay, so this is like organization. Siblings. Okay, they do mention second cousins or third cousins. People that share the same great grandparents, but not the same great grandparents. Oh my god. Oh, this is nice. An explanation of American school terms because you might not be American. Oh, and we're gonna get a yearbook at some point. Okay. All right, so I think I'm okay. I'm gonna start deleting some stuff because we definitely don't need the stuff about the Root Tree sisters anymore. This was just like the tutorial. I want to try and get rid of irrelevant information. Okay, I'm pretty sure. Oh, okay. So there's somewhere out there is another photo of Raina Roottree, which we haven't found. But yeah, okay. Carl Roottree is locked down, so we don't need his entries anymore. I don't think. And like the fact that his great grandfather was yeah. Okay, this is all known. So we have some extra space on page 1. Okay, he has a daughter around the same age as Raina, so one of these is at least one of these is a girl. Okay, Ernie Jr. is Carl's second cousin. I think we have Ernie Jr. here somewhere, right? He was. Oh no, we had Eli Jr. So where's Ernie? I think Ernie must be on the left-hand side of the family, right? Like over here somewhere. Because if he's Ernie Roottree, so where are the Ernies? Yeah, we haven't found any Ernies yet. Oh, I just remembered something. So we had here, right? We know that this is an Eli. And we know it's an Eli who is in the same generation as Miracle Jr. So it's not this Eli. Oh no, maybe it is. Shit, because there's 2 Elis. Okay. So it could be this one, or it could be this one. I'm just gonna click on these. Okay. Okay, so this isn't a couple. These are siblings, I guess. And they both have ginger hair. So are they from... We know that they're from this generation. Right? Do we? No. They're from this generation. Okay. So... Right? Because Carl was in this photo? Yeah. Carl's in this photo. Okay, and so... This must be her, because she's mixed race. Because yes, okay. And so I'm pretty sure this is Samantha. No, wait. Because there was in childish print writing it says November. So whoever it was, yeah. So whoever this was, she's the one who wrote November on it. Okay. So we should hopefully be able to put some names to faces here. Because these two are redheads, so this must be... That's right, it was... Gwyneth and Ernie Jr. are Samantha's kids. And so this is Gwyneth and this is Ernie Jr. Yeah. We don't know who is older, is the thing. And then we have these two redheads must be these two. But again, we don't know who's older. Oh, but this says Eli M, specifically Eli M. So this is Eli M. And we don't know what he does exactly, but from the photo looks like, I don't know. Like, does he work in a factory or something? Is there anyone in this generation who we... it's this generation who we can fit in here? There's these two kids who are not there because they were off Paris with their mum. Oh yeah, okay, and there's Clark Rafferty is possibly this one? I don't think it's this one, right? It can't be. No, because yeah. So I think that has to be him. Then yeah, here's Samantha's kids who have glasses. Then these are the two redheads, and so this must be this one, because she's not a redhead and she doesn't have glasses. Okay. Process of elimination. Alright. Okay, and Guy Hudson could be this redhead. Okay, do we have Hudson anywhere here? So, okay, if Angelica married a Hudson, then these would be Hudsons. And Guy would be the one who becomes the president at some point. But if... Samantha married a Hudson. Okay. Then we've got Ernie. Where does Ernie fit in? Oh, wait, hang on. It was... Actually, okay. Easy thing to do. Google Guy Hudson. Fancy Flavors was an addition to the 5-piece product line for less than a year in 1979. It was Guy Hudson's first and historically most cited move as president of Roottrees. In an attempt to cater more towards what he thought the average person wanted, Guy looked at his own wealth, which is often a source of envy for others, and decided to tap into the idea that if they added fancy flavors to 5 pieces, anyone could live like the wealthy. This philosophy led to a flavor in 5 pieces that was meant to mimic caviar. 5 pieces sold less that year than it had any other year except in some foreign markets. It was very quickly announced that caviar was meant to be a limited flavor and go back to normal as soon as possible. So Guy Hudson was bad at his job. What if we just Google 5 pieces? From marketing materials and various candy history sites, you learn that 5 pieces are the iconic candy line sold by the Roottrees Candy Company. Although they are no longer the company's only popular product, they still sell well to this day. They are small, colourful, shell-coated maple candies that, since the late 20s, have been pressed into the shape of a maple leaf, although they usually have one flavour that looks more like a berry. As tastes have changed over the years, so have the 5 flavours, but the shape and combination with maple have remained consistent. There is also a history of print advertising website that claims to have a 5 pieces advertisement scanned from a book called The Sweet History of Candy Volume 2 by Charles Lee. Unfortunately, when you click through the website, it seems like all of their image links are broken. Well, let's look it up in the library. Charles Lee. Yeah. This is part of a book series about all things candy in the modern world. It starts in 1925 and continues onward to chronicle the rise of mass production and global distribution. The book ends with a look into the future of candy as envisaged by experts in 1985. With the addition of hindsight, you can clearly see they got pretty much everything wrong. It includes some print advertisements. You find a newspaper ad for 5 pieces from the 1930s added to evidence. Oh, let's have a look at this. You find this advertisement in The Sweet History of Candy Volume 2 by Charles Lee. It's from 1928, 6 years after the debut of 5 pieces. It states that the flavors are inspired by their children, and the order is grape, elderberry, cinnamon extract, melon, and the newest flavor, miracle berry. Okay. So I don't think this actually gives us anything useful here, because we know, yeah, we've got the 5 pieces all locked in. Oh yeah, and there's not, yeah, it doesn't say that it's got any hints in it. Still 6 from this campaign mailer though. Yeah, so this is, yeah, we already knew CM is, yeah, that's Carolyn Morden. Oh, this didn't get filled in, so this is not correct. This is not a picture of Carolyn Morden. So, who is it? Where was that picture from? That was it this one? Yeah, okay. So who's this then? It's not Carolyn Morden. So maybe this is Carolyn Morden. And then so I had used that picture somewhere else, but it must have been in the wrong place. So where had I used it previously? Maybe I did. Oh yeah, here. They're twins. So this is Gwendolyn Morden. It must be then. Right? Because she's, yeah, Carolyn and Gwendolyn are both in it. So I had them swapped around, I think. Okay. I'm six pieces of evidence. So there's this. I mean, how is there 6 here? There's so little. I guess, I mean, Art and Beauty of Women, I had a note which links to that, I think, right? Somewhere? Cousin to Bonnie, sister-in-law to Dr. Wilson. Okay, so this is. Oh, I bet there's a lot of Wilson. Okay, so one of these Wilsons is this guy. We don't know who. Cousin to Bonnie. So okay, so that means that this is Bonnie. Because I think, right? Because you go up one and then across. And so if your first cousins, yeah, so she only has 2 first cousins. Okay, one of them is Bonnie, which means... Okay, so that's Bonnie. We've got Carolyn... Okay, Gwyneth... Yeah, Carolyn... She is Carolyn, yeah. And then we've got Gwyneth M. Which this must be Gwyneth M. Because all the other names are taken, I think. Nope. Because that would make her a Madsen. So maybe... Hang on. Where did I... Okay, maybe... Cousin Bonnie. So... Where did I get that she was a cousin to Bonnie? I should look up her book again, because I think it was in that. Oh, actually, it'd be quicker to do this, wouldn't it? Yeah. Okay. Is Bonnie in here somewhere? Where did I get this? Cousin to Bonnie? Because it might have said, like, distant cousin or something, you know, like second cousin. Oh, yeah, here. Okay, Cousin Bonnie gave up dreams to settle for boring men. So, okay, so this is definitely not Bonnie. Because she's not married. So, one of these could be Bonnie. One of these could be Bonnie. Wait, hang on. Am I dumb? Gwyneth M. and Gwendolyn. So, whoops. Gwendolyn is a Morden. Carolyn is a Morden. Oh, okay, so Gwyneth M. Is it okay? Madsen, not a Morden. Okay, so she must have married a Madsen. Yes, this must be Ernest Madsen. The older ginger child, the son, I guess, must be a junior. And then the daughter must be Gwendolyn Madsen. No, Gwyneth Madsen. Okay. So, Gwyneth Madsen. So then this must be Bonnie. Gone back and forth that so many times. Okay. Bonnie Hudson? No. Where? Okay, where? I'm getting confused by the surnames here. So... he is a Rootree, so she should be a Rootree. But looking at the names here, Oh, is her name November? Am I dumb? I'm dumb. November Rootree. Okay. And we don't know what her current occupation is because the photo was kind of old. I doubt she's a kid. Like, I think she's not still in school, right? Okay. So that's November, and then we've got. Okay, so we don't know that this is Ernest Madsen. We do know that it's a guy. So, yeah, Angelica Morden married somebody and had 2 ginger kids. But Gwyneth M. Because... Okay, so Gwyneth Madsen... So we've got Madsen and then, was it Hudson? Yeah. Madsen and Hudson. So... These 2 are Samantha's kids. So... Let me remind myself... What's this one? Yeah. So Gwyneth is Sam's daughter. And Gwyneth is an M, so Sam is the one who married the M guy. So Madsen, yeah, this is the Madsen. Okay. And which means that this must have been the Hudson. And it was either Christopher or Guy. But it was Christopher because Guy is the one who... Yes, Guy became the next president. So, we've got... This is Christopher Hudson. And then we've got Guy and... whoever this is. Bonnie, I think. Yes. And then we've got... Gwyneth and... someone? I'll get there eventually. Okay, and we know that this guy is the doctor, I think. And they had 3 kids, so yeah. Okay. Let's see. The phone rings, apparently has 6 things in it. How does this have so much information in it? They claimed they were a root tree, yeah. Okay, can we figure out a name? Just roll on down to the city, have 5 things, good grief. So we've got everyone here apart from this. Who's this? Why are they in this photo? So they look like they're maybe slightly older than this generation. So, like, could it be Elias? Like, is Elias in this photo? Is that Elias? Why would he just be, like, hanging out in the back? But who else could it be? I don't know. I'm gonna put this in and we'll see. Maybe it'll get picked up. Okay. Let's look up Christopher Hudson, because maybe we can get some information on this bit of the tree then. Nope. Okay, any other names? Let's look up Angelica Morton. Oops. Okay, well, Zachariah Morton was the president, so there probably should be something in here about him. I'm kind of curious. So here's the second president. We know that Guy Hudson, who was over here, became president at some point. And we know that Carl was the fifth president. And I think that Eli was a president. So, but yeah, but we don't know, like, is one of these Eli? It's possible. I'm trying to figure out, okay, so we have pictures of these, but we just don't know which is which. I mean, I guess we kind of know that, like, this guy looks older, so we can just maybe just put him in as the older one and this is the younger one. And we know their names, but we don't know which is which. Or is this Mr. Morden, maybe, because he was there? We don't have any place to put a picture. No, we don't. Okay. Oops. Okay, that's Elias Roottree. What about Elias M Roottree? No. What about Elias C Roottree? No. Oh yeah, I was gonna look up Zachariah Morton. How do I spell Zachariah? 1C. Zachariah Morton. How is that? He was president of the company. The fact that there's 6 things for this is really scratching my head. Like, is it just the Butler County Times? Or I should just be looking for more stuff in the Butler County Times, possibly? Just Morden? No, okay. Do I know her husband's name? I do, okay. It'd be nice to find out, like, I want to find out about these people. And maybe what Elias M. Roottree does. What if I look in... I guess I could look in Business Watch for... Here we are. Small blurb about Zach Morden, son of James and Gwendolyn Morden, and grandson of Elias Roottree, inheriting the candy company. He's quoted as saying, Elias entrusted me with carrying on his legacy, and that's what I plan to do. Along with 5 pieces, our chocolate maple products are selling incredibly well. We will not be making any changes. Okay. What about Guy Hudson? Hudson with a U. Guy Hudson, along with his twin sister. We know about his twin sister. These are... So these must be twins, then. I guess. Along with his twin sister, no strangers to the public when it comes to Roottrees snacks. Wait, but if they're twins, how do you know in which order to put them? I guess you would know because one of them has kids and one of them doesn't. They both appeared in the company's advertisements as children during the Boys and Girls Agree era. Now, Guy is taking over the Roottree company at the end of the year. Who would have known that one of those 2 adorable redheads, Guy credits his mother and father, Angie and Christopher. Angie and Christopher, yeah. With providing his fiery do, arguing over everything but chocolate would grow up to take over the whole company. Guy's uncle and current president Zachariah has decided to take an early retirement to focus on traveling the world with his wife. Zach was quoted as saying, now that our daughters have started families of their own, Clara and I plan to... Okay, do we... Clara. Okay. Clara and I plan to reflect on life on a life well lived. Guy is new to the business world, but he's family. We at Roottree have faith in his innovative ideas, and he's eager to share them with the world. We like to think that boys and girls agree. We like to think that boys and girls agree that he's ready to succeed. I see. Okay. Okay, and then we still don't know who the 4th person was. What if we look up? This might be too broad. Yeah. So they're twins. Although Butler County Times does not archive their obituaries, they did a front-page story in 1982 about Guy Hudson and his wife Patricia dying in a car accident. The story itself is surprisingly light on relevant details due to the recency of the accident. Police reported that the crash was caused by an unidentified driver who swerved in front of the Hudson's car, causing them to brake hard and veer off the interstate. Although Guy was somewhat controversial president, foul play is not suspected. There were witnesses who reported that the vehicle, which instigated the wreck, was speeding, swerving between lanes, and cutting off other drivers as well for at least 5 or 6 minutes before the tragic accident. One witness says it could have been any one of us who they eventually ran off the road. The aggressor fled after the accident, and police have few leads other than make and model. Guy has been president of the Roottrees Company for only 4 years, although an undoubtedly volatile period of the company's history. He and his wife had no children. So, this is Guy Hudson, and his wife was Patricia Jones. They had no kids, and he was the 3rd president, which means that this is this redhead. Whose name we should know, right? Because... Oh, because she's a Hudson. Bonnie Hudson. We don't know what she does or who she's married to. Okay. So that got us somewhere. Alright, what if we look at... Was this scandal reported on? I'm surprised that it wasn't. Okay, other names. So wait, these are the Madsons. What about Samantha Madsen? Madsen with an A. No. Ernest Madsen, maybe? No. Okay. I wanna be able to figure out which of the two kids is which here for the pictures. Because we know that it's these two with glasses. We know that they're called Gwyneth and Ernie, maybe? We got the names from here. Right? Ernie and the kids are lucky to have her, and her children seem to be... Ernie Jr. has been... Yes, so Ernie Jr. and Gwyneth are these two. And we still don't know these two professions. Okay, let's look up Elias Sea Retreat. No. How about Edward Roottree? Oh. What if I just look up November Roottree? Oh. I really want to fill in all of the optional stuff as well, but it might be that like some of it you have to, you know, Google exactly the right thing to get the required information. We also don't know who the fourth president was. So here's an Ernie. Ernie and the kids are lucky to have her, and we've got Ernie Jr., who's been learning the day-to-day. So... what you three did together, and how well Carla's carried on for him after... Okay, so Ernie was... Okay. So it's... Ernie was the... But I don't think Roottree was his surname, right? Ernest Madsen. Either Ernest Madsen or Ernest Madsen Jr. Okay, here we are. Ernest Madsen Jr. is taking over the day-to-day operations of Roottree after the previous president died unexpectedly. So, this is one of these two. Little is known about Ernest, but sources close to the family who have asked to remain anonymous have made it clear that he is more than qualified. There are rumors that Ernest had originally trained to succeed Zach Morden, but had been passed up for unspecified reasons. Business Watch also managed to get a quote from the company's publicist. The last 4 years at Roottree have been rough. In an attempt to keep our product relevant to the modern audiences, some of our decisions had unintended consequences. From the fancy flavors mix-up to the batter-up bar, We've taken a bit of a tumble in the public eye, but Mr. Madsen is committed to getting back to basics. Okay, so Ernie Madsen Jr. Oh yeah, and here's regular Ernie Madsen. Ernie Madsen Jr. is one of these two, and is this guy, and he married this woman. So he married Debbie. So Debbie and Ernie Jr. got married and had a kid called Nicole. But we don't know which of them it is, because both of these people got married and had a kid, and so we can't tell who's who. So let's see if we can find out. What if we look in the newspaper for Ernest Madsen Jr.? Junior. No. Hang on. Ernest Jr. was 4th president. Son of Samantha. Kind of surprised that there's nothing in the newspaper about him, because like he was the president and then he died, and some like protracted illness maybe. Although well, no, they caught it too late to get him on the donor list. Okay, so Deborah Bean. Can we look up Deborah Bean? No. What about I'm so hung up on this 6 things from this. How is this still relevant? I feel like this is where is it? Is this part of the tree, right? We've got all this filled in. Although we don't know who this person was. Could figure out what more people did, it would help. I think it's likely that the daughter was also a farmer, because they talked about having a green thumb, like her mother and her grandmother. Oh, you can sort by different things. Well, let's look at everything. What do I want to try and focus in on? Because I still need quite a lot before I'm getting any more, like more info, like more stuff progress. So. Was it 2 hours? No. What if I look up install it? If I look up, who are these guys? They were RR, weren't they? It was Robert and Ronald Roottree. Just look up Roottree. Oh, okay. No. No. What about the local newspaper? Hmm. There's one thing left in here, apparently. Oh, none in here, none in here, one in here. Back through this then and see. I remember there being a thing talking about the kind of jobs that people did. EC and John were the farmhands. But are they in this family tree, or are they just people with names? Maybe that's here. Maybe this isn't Elias Roottree. Maybe this is someone in this top secret bit. And like you may know, maybe she's not really a Roottree actually. After all. Oops, wrong thing. Sam, EC, and John all worked as farmhands. Musicians and artists and dancers is what the free spirits wanted to be. And so we've got musician, although went into advertising eventually. There's a lot of free spirits. My brothers all seem to pursue paths of knowledge. Pop is going to take... Edward is going to take over his department. So Edward is going to take over Pop's department. So Pop was a lawyer. Edward is a lawyer. Okay. Should that have resulted in us getting a thing? So that's one that's filled in. Two. Okay, so we need to figure out either one of their occupations or his occupation or his occupation. Zach's sister has twins. I think we knew that, right? Where's Zach? There's Zach. His sister has twins. Yes, okay. Because I could just guess which of these two is Ernie Jr. It doesn't feel. I don't like guessing though. It feels like I should be able to figure it out. But maybe the game requires you to make leaps of logic sometimes. Okay, so this thing about EC and Mr. Miller, that must be in here. That must be what this is. And so maybe this is one of those people. The heavy air quotes confirmed bachelor EC. We look up Wild Bill in Starlet, maybe? Many times throughout the music magazine's lifetime, with stories and gossip about who he has been seen with the public, blondes mostly. 3 specific passages stand out. The first mentions one of his first roles was under his real name, Walter Forsythe. Oh, okay. So this is wrong. Where did we get that other name from then? Okay. A second is an interview. Although he doesn't mention her by name, you determine from context he's talking about Gwyn Rootree. An apology to all the ladies, I'm actually taken. Early this year, I did a friend a favour. He was directing a war movie and asked me to play a small part. Wouldn't you know it, that son of a bitch cut me from the picture. I'm just ribbing, it wasn't his fault. Apparently the studio didn't want to pay for a star of my caliber. I got the last laugh though. I met someone. She spent most of the film crying, she was playing a soldier's wife. But even through the tears, she was incredible. I know I tend to have a reputation, but this one's true love. I only have eyes for her. Ironically, the third is a rumour that his divorce from Gwyn was due to multiple affairs, including one with another actress. An American reader on vacation in Paris claims to have overheard Wild Bill and Gwyn arguing in public while she was holding a baby and visibly pregnant. Not long after, Gwyn announced she was divorcing Wild Bill and also that she was pregnant again, giving the rumour more credibility. What is the name of her child? Yeah, where did we get that Cornwall name from then? There's nothing wrong with Cornwall, but Rootree has power. See, like... Yeah, that's why I thought that her husband's name was Cornwall. Okay. My father decided to bless me with a famous name. There's nothing wrong with Cornwall, but Rootree has power. Oh. He was Cornwall. He took his wife's name. Okay, that's what she meant. And then these also took the name Rootree. Oh, I think actually, didn't we know this guy's wife's name, actually, I think. Now that I think about it. His wife, Nicole. But there might be multiple Nicoles, maybe. So yeah, she could be Nicole Smith. Oh, no, she has to be Nicole Smith because we know that the Madsons are over on the other side of the family tree, right? Where were the Madsons again? Here, yeah. So Nicole Madsen must be somewhere around here. In fact, Nicole Madsen must be the daughter of this guy, right? Because no, that's Hudson. Where were the Madsons? Oh my god. Samantha's kids are Madsons. Oh yeah, this is Guy Hudson, that's right. So this guy's daughter must be Nicole Madsen, because that's the only way the Madsen name would have gone through, presumably, unless her husband decided to take his wife's name, maybe. Okay. Okay, nothing much about Gwyn here. This photo is from 70s, 80s by the look of it, right? And we're currently in the late 90s, so this is like a 20-year-old photo. Yeah, 20 or so years. And so, like, this November is definitely no longer, like, the only photo we have of her is as a child, but she's definitely, like, a grown-up now. But we just, like, how on earth are we going to know what her current occupation is? Maybe she's also a lawyer? Maybe she went into law like her dad? Edward Rootree. Was there an announcement of a marriage? No. It's kind of tempting to just guess which one of these is the son and which one of them is the daughter of Samantha, but it just doesn't feel right. And then, yeah, we have no idea. Wait, hang on a second. Is this right? Yeah, it must be. Because it's the right generation. Wait, no, wait, hang on. No, something isn't right here. Something isn't right. This is the Free Spirits, right? This is this generation. So this is not this person. This is not Elias M. We don't know who this is. Right? Because the only way... It must be this person. Yeah. This is Elias M. Well, no, but it can't... Hang on. How many Elis do we have? We have an Elias M. But no, because Roottree... No, Miracle Jr. was there, right? Yeah, Miracle Jr. is here. What is Miracle Jr. doing in the photo? Because he's not one of the... He's not one of the free spirits. So what? Hang on. This is the free spirits. And it's not Miracle... Yeah, like it definitely... Like he is there, but he shouldn't be. So maybe that was... Oh, I'm confused now. Oh, okay, I figured it out. It's somewhat metagamey. Okay, so we know that Samantha's son, Ernie Jr., sorry, became the 4th president and got married and had a kid, right? These people both got married, they both had kids, but we have a photo of his wife. So, this must be her, this must be her, this must be him, this must be her. We've got this is Gwyneth, this is Nicole, whoops. This is... Where's the photo? It was Bean, was her name. Deborah Bean. So we can say that she's just a kid, I guess? Yeah, okay, and now we have the president in our back pocket for next. Okay, now yeah, finally we've got the correct Cornwall, or in the right place, the Cornwall. So many optional ones ticked off here. This is really good, and a few extra photos. Nice. Okay, so do we have any optional things that didn't get checked off? Because that means we know that they were wrong. I'm still not sure what's going on here because it said that like miracles. I guess no, this must have been miracles because they talk about miracles kid, right? It was Elias M. So that must be there. And he's just in the photo because he's the same age as the rest of the free spirits, even though he's not technically of the same generation. Yes. Okay. So somewhere there's another picture of Raina Roottree, which we haven't found, I guess. Okay. And then, yeah, we know that this is the 4th president. We don't know what she did. Okay, that's all correct. Okay, that was correct. All right, good. That checked off a lot of stuff. But we're still 2 more sets of 3 away from getting more. Okay, and this was wrong. So, as I said, okay, that must be someone in this top secret bit, I guess, because there's no one else of the right generation who could fit. I'm gonna just real quick make sure that I've clicked on every face in every picture, because I don't want to be missing stuff. Can I click on his face? No. Okay. Okay, we got both of those. And there's not any faces there. We got both of these. Yes. And this is literally the same photos. Yeah. Clicked on that. These are just the photos that we already got. They're kind of blurry. Got those already. Yes. Did those straight off right away at the beginning. Yeah. Those. Yeah, so that'll be later, I think. And we've definitely got everyone here. And we've got here, yes. Got all them. Got all of them. And we've got them. Okay, so we have all the photos that are available to us currently. I was quite pleased with my I mean, maybe it's metagamey. They're like, oh, we have a photo of his wife, so this must be her. But okay. We don't know what Gwyneth Madsen does, or who she's married to. We don't know the name of Caroline Morden's first husband. We don't know what Gwendolyn Morden does. We know that her husband is a doctor something. We don't have a photo of him, so that's going to come later, I guess. We'll get more info there. We don't know what Bonnie Hudson does, or who she's married to, or what her kids are called. She's got 3 kids. Okay, we don't have that many names left at this point. So we still have 1, 2... Okay, we know that Robert and Ronald are over there on the right-hand side. What other root trees do we have? We have a Jack, a Christina, a Tessa, and a Wolf. But there's no root trees here. No root trees here. So... Okay. So the 4 unknown root trees... So yeah, so there are 6 root trees left, 6 root tree names left. They must all be here. These ones. Okay. Really feels like I just need to look up the right thing in the right place, and you know, this case will crack wide open. Something that I wanted to look up that I never got around to doing. Because James Roottree had a business, right? It was like root tracks or something. Was that it? No. No, that's too old. Raffatunes is what it was. Okay, and I guess I already looked this up. Oh, okay. Okay, that's what I was thinking of. It was Raffatunes, not Root Tunes or Root Tracks. And this is the Rafferty side, which is here, which we've already filled in. Apart from we don't know what Chris Rafferty does or who they're married to. Actually, Business Watch. No. What if I look up? No, I guess okay. So maybe it's only the notable Roottrees TM who are actually like a Googleable. Oh, Batter Up Bar. Batter Up Bar was a field candy bar released by the Roottrees Company. Launched with great fanfare in 1980, it was meant to evoke the classic combination of pancakes and maple syrup. The name came from the fact that its recipe used a creamy imitation of pancake batter as its filling, and the packaging had baseball imagery. Consumers loved the taste, and the candy launched to stellar reviews, but after little less than a month on the shelf, it was discovered that the filling of unopened bars began to separate and developed an off-putting texture described as powdery chunks floating in oily goop. This odd consistency made the punchline of late-night jokes for weeks, solidifying its reputation as a failure. So guy just was bad at his job, coming up with crappy candy ideas, but this doesn't actually tell us anything. This is just a little bit of flavor. What am I supposed to be looking up here? Stephanie Jones. In the... I'm pretty sure I already looked this up. Yeah. And we already looked up the mother. Local business owner Brian Jones. What if you look at Brian Jones? Is it going to be the same thing? Jones Graphic and Print. The article is a piece about Brian Jones taking over his father's print company after 20 years. Brian seems to not have let it go to waste as a marketing opportunity during the interview portion. I've been in and out of the shop my whole life. My father taught me everything there is to know when it comes to getting the job done right and getting it done quick. We've been a printing staple of Butler County for years, and even the Butler County Times uses us for their coupon pages a few times a year. Thanks, by the way, haha. But still, whether a new client or one of our regulars, nothing will change. Come on down to the best prices on bulk printing anywhere in the state of Pennsylvania. Or search for us online. I designed the website myself. Okay. Well, let's do that. Let's look up Jones Graphic and Print. Oh, wait, I can just... I'd like to just... What is it? The website seems fancy. It even has frames. Wow. The website lists the addresses, hours, and a few examples of clients and the type of work that was done for each. Stephanie Jones campaign. Mailers. Roottrees Candy Company. Various banners posters. Butler County. Holiday Light Post banners. The Miracle Network. Tour flyers. Rootree Motors. Ah. Coupon flyers. Butler County School District. Various banners and posters. Butler Summer Theatre. Posters and set contributions for Children of Eden. Well, we should definitely look up Children of Eden. At the bottom it says, we also do web design. Come in and get a quote today. Okay, well, let's look up Rootree Motors first. Find a hit for Rootree Motors on the Jones Graphic and Print website, which you've already seen. You don't find any trace of them on the internet. As a local business, they may be featured in other places. Okay. Yeah, there's an ad for Rootree Motors in the paper. It seems Rootree Motors used to be called Wilkins Motors. An ad for Rootree Motors has run every week. Has run in every week's Butler County Times for many years, but has recently has been changed to include a picture. 3 different unique versions of the ad have been added to your evidence. Okay, well, let's go look at that first. Rootree Motors ad that ran from 1974 to 1977 advertises that the former name of Rootree Motors was Wilkins Motors. Wilkins Motors is still the same family business, but has joined the Rootree family. Okay. We may have a new name, but we promise we're still the same family business. Okay. Rootree Motors ad that ran from 1977 to 1995 are the local family mechanic. Aha, Tessa Roottrees. Has been around for 50 years as a family business. Tessa Roottrees, their newest fixer, learned all there is to know about cars from her Rootree Motors parents. So, this must be... So yeah, either. Okay, no, it must be maybe this one then, because these are the only Roottrees that are left. These ones are over here. These 6 people are Roottrees. And there was a thing here, right? No, it was this one, the original one. Sam. Here it is, yeah. Sam gave him some more tools and taught him how to make that bike's engine faster. Miracle's youngest son. Oh. This can also be a Rootree. So, yeah, Miracle's youngest son, Elias M., is a mechanic. And this Tessa Rootree is also a mechanic. I think this might get us... No. Okay. Something isn't right here then. Because we've got 3 filled in currently. We've got these 2, and also we've got this. Oh, why is his name not in? There we go. Okay, I was worried for a second that I got myself confused. No optional stuff. Okay. Okay, but that's good. That's good. That means we've eliminated some more Roottrees. And they married. So yeah, the name of the where is it? Why can't I find it? Yeah. It was originally Wilkins, and so I should have filled this in, but Catherine Wilkins married Elias Rootree, and so the company became Rootree Motors. Okay. All right. So then the other thing I wanted to look up was should we just look up Butler County School District? No. But we can look up Children of Eden. Children of Eden is a musical with songs by Stefan Schwartz. A game designer by the name of Jeremy Johnson really likes it. Realized it could kind of fit timeline-wise with the game he was making and decided to use it instead of something fake as a kind of Easter egg. I see. You don't need to check it out, but if you do, I like the songs The Hardest Part of Love and Lost in the Wilderness. Also, if you haven't already, you should hit the back button to go back to Jones Graphic and Print, and instead of searching for Children of Eden, you should search for whoever was performing it. Okay, thank you for that. Butler Summer Theatre. The Butler Summer Theatre performs plays and musicals during the summer. Makes sense. As it is not currently summer, their website has a thank you message. Thank you for making our 1998 season such a success. Stay tuned for announcements about performances in 1999. The website lists the credits of a musical, which seems to be the final show they performed last season. There's a cast list, but none of the names seem relevant. Below the cast it lists the crew, and two things stand out: posters and additional set design elements by Jones Graphic and Print, and choreography by November Studios. Aha, so November is a dancer. Because she mentioned, right, that like everyone in the Free Spirit generation wanted to she mentioned dancers as a thing that people wanted to be. So that's that. Okay. Anything else for us to look up here? So we've already looked at the Miracle Network. We've looked at Roottrees Motors just now. I guess, can we looked this up and nothing came up, right? Yeah. I know that at some point we're going to find a yearbook, because they mentioned yearbooks. And that'll have some good photos in it, I think. But not yet. Alright, so got we need to get two more. So we've got this one. This one is locked in. If we could figure out what Gwyneth Madsen did as her job, or what Gwendolyn Morden did, or what Bonnie Hudson did, or what Angelica Morden did. Why is it so hard to work out what women's jobs were in this game? These two as well. If we could figure out which one was which, that'd be very helpful. I guess actually I should look this up, because they like I shouldn't assume that there's no other information here. Local dance school, advertised lesson for ballet and jazz classes. There's hardly okay, yeah. So it was just dance was the only thing I was supposed to get from that. Okay, so has that reduced the number for this? Okay, it's down to 1. Good. So we got a good amount of info out of this. Okay, so how is this still 6? Atlantis. Oh, should we just look up Atlantis' burden? Is that what we should be doing? No. Well, we definitely looked up this book. No, not the periodicals. We want to look up the library. Right? Yeah. Mark. How did I not get that she was married to Mark? Maybe I did, I just forgot. Mark London. Okay. Hopefully that'll get filled in the next time we get something. think I've already read this. Yes. I just wondered like if it was going to mention what his mother's name was, because we don't know that. What did Elias Roottree do? These ones are really bugging me. Like, I feel like I should be able to figure something out here. Which one's which? Oh no, that just there's too many ads for that. That's right. What was the name? It was Robert and Ronald. There. I feel like I'm not doing this the way that it should be being done, but okay. 6. How is there 6 things for this? Gwendolyn and Bonnie gave up on dreams. So does that mean that Gwendolyn and Bonnie became housewives? Is that what it's trying to imply? Let's see. Yes, that is what it was trying to imply. Okay. There we go. That's 33. We're going to get another visit from our mysterious employer. Hopefully we got a couple of extra optionals. Yeah.
On the phone, I said I owed you an explanation. But I can't reveal everything. Not yet.
Oh, I wonder. I'm sorry, I'm pausing the game briefly to talk about my theory. So we have this, you know, the envelope of top secret. We can't open it until we fill out everything else, and it's related to Samantha in some ways. So Samantha was ruled to like have always been a Roottree, right? Because she was, even though she was born out of wedlock, her parents eventually did get married. I'm wondering, did Samantha have children with someone else? And so because she's a Roottree, then they are also themselves Roottrees, and there's like extra kids somewhere, and maybe she, like, was Samantha her mother, maybe, is what I'm wondering.
I'm sure this all seems like deception for deception's sake, so I'll try to explain why. It's true, I'm working with lawyers, but not the candy company lawyers, my publisher's lawyers. I'm on the verge of releasing a book, and it's not kind to the Roottrees. Especially Elias and the 5 Pieces. The truth often isn't. But with the plane crash, the publisher is rightfully worried it'll look like I'm making things up to exploit a tragedy. So they're doing their due diligence. That's why you're here. To be sure there's enough evidence for an expert to unearth the whole story.
Or is this Samantha herself, maybe? I don't know. I guess that like she could, like, she's not so old that she's guaranteed to be dead by now, I guess.
If I tell you the whole story now, we can't prove that. I hope you understand. That said, I can say that the work you're doing is very personal to me. To my story, one spot on the tree is more important than the rest. You've likely noticed it. It's locked for now. I'll return one final time, after you fill it in. Also, there are fewer root trees left. In a sense, that makes it easier. Use process of elimination.
Okay.
It's also harder to verify when you're right. You'll need 4 blood
Oh,
relatives
no.
before they lock from here on out. I don't have any more evidence for you, but
Oh, we
trust
don't
your
get any more
intuition.
evidence?
If something has a high number, it's not a mistake. You're getting closer and closer to the truth. I look forward to seeing you soon.
Oh, I was really hoping we were going to get more evidence, because I was starting to feel like I was at a bit of a loss. Although we do have oh, that's just from this. Okay. This has 6? Oh, I guess maybe we can look up WRTD again. Roll on down to the city. This has 5? Okay, well, let me just double check that we didn't have any incorrect partial, like optional things. Doesn't look like it. Okay. Okay, so we've got to do how many sets of 4 now? There's 4 sets of 4 left. Oh dear. Okay, well, I mean, I guess maybe part of the reason this is 6 is because there's just actually quite a lot of stuff in it. But let's look up WRTD again. Weird that they would have this bit about, some crazy conspiracy theory person. I'm like partly wondering, like, is there another periodical that we haven't even unlocked yet, and there's like a ton of information? Are there other books that we can look up? Okay, so this still has 4 on it, even though I guess we just used it for these 2. Where are these extra photos coming? Like, wait. Oh yeah, we don't know what she did, but yeah, we know this is definitely the right photo. So like, where are we supposed to find all these extra photos of people? Like, we're pretty sure that all of these photos are like in their correct places. So there must be a lot of stuff that we're missing here, to be able to fill in this. I'm adamant that there must be something with a school yearbook somewhere. So, was this right? Yeah, Butler County School District. So, what, just school? No. Butler County High, that's what schools are called, right? No. I like that it only shows you the stuff that's actually, like, relevant. It's not showing all of my previous searches, which didn't actually turn up anything. are these kids? We know their names. We don't know which is which. There's still something in notable Roottrees here? Two ends. Okay, maybe we can look up Christmas mission. I might have already looked this up actually. No, okay, so this was the movie where she met her husband. But yeah, nothing very useful there. What about guys like us? Two secretaries cut their hair short and pose as businessmen to get ahead in life until one of them falls in love with their client and hilarity ensues. Title is a play on words. It can be read that two women are men similar to other men, or that the men are fond of them. Guys like us, or guys like us. I see. Alright, well, we've already looked up Harrison Lane. Let's look up Leslie Florence. There isn't even a Did You Know trivia section for her. Okay. The fact that there's a an extra photo here for Raina Roottree makes I'm so sure there must be a high school yearbook somewhere that I can find that's going to give me all of these missing photos for all of these younger people, because everyone we're missing photos of is of the most recent generation, and maybe they didn't all go to the same school, but I have to feel like we're going to get some photos from some of them. Okay, this isn't giving us anything apparently. It says film school, but what does that even really mean? And this is an old, definitely an older photo. Because look at this shirt, Jesus. Should I be looking up more stuff in this magazine? Can I search him in periodicals? Can we look up every article he's ever written in Modern Music Monthly? Yeah. I don't think... we've got... I guess... James Roottree's kids and Diamond LaRue's kids. And this is the LaRue sisters. The youngest is Kim. We already knew that, right? Because it was... yeah, she got married. Alright, and then James Roottree, I feel like is gonna... But it was Jim Roottree, not James. Hmm. Nothing about his kids. Hmm. Oh, Jim Roottree seems to have left Butler County by the time Jim and Diamond gained notoriety. The only article you find is from 1979, and the article is titled "Former Butler County Resident Enters Disco Charts." The article came out right as Rolling On Down to the City was hitting its peak popularity. There isn't much to the article other than what you already know, but it does mention that at the time Jim and Diamond had a 2-year-old daughter they named Candy. The writer of the article did not seem thrilled to report this fact and called the name a bit on the nose. Okay, so they had a 2-year-old in 1979 named Candy. So one of these is Candy Roottree. Probably the eldest. Where on earth are we getting a photo of her? Okay. What about the newspaper? One of the Roottrees do we have left? So we have a Jack Roottrie, a Christina Roottrie, and a Wolf Roottrie, because we know that Robert and Ronald are over there. So Jack and Christina might be these two, and then like Candy and Wolf might be these. Like Wolf, if you're gonna name one of your kids Candy, naming your other kid Wolf feels like in the realm of possibility, right? Hmm. Five, though. Like, how on earth are we getting 5 from this? It really feels like there's just one thread that I need to tug on that's gonna cause everything to unravel, because like somewhere in this game is a yearbook, right? They mention yearbooks in the in like the help section. And that must be where we're getting a lot of these photos from, but like where on earth am I finding a yearbook? Like what do I have to search? The 5 pieces? This has 3? 3? How? Oh. There was a new periodical. Okay. Teen Blast is a magazine aimed at teenage girls. Their website has a news section that offers condolences for the loss of the Roottrees sisters. Their fashion line was often covered by our magazine, and Raina Roottree first appeared on the cover on her 16th birthday. Okay, so let's now start looking in Teen Blast. So yeah, there is a new photo of Raina Roottree, I guess. Which we can immediately add here. Okay. There's an article about Raina Roottree from 1994. This issue also mentions TMS and Brother Trouble. In an interview, Raina talks about her inspirations. One important thing I learned from an early age is that dreams are not outside of your grasp. My grandpa was a college professor who taught lectures about history. Father, grandfather, yeah, okay. He always told me that history was full of people from famous families who wasted their fame and fortune by taking it for granted. Instead, he told me I should go out and use my name to accomplish something. I think he may have practiced that lecture a lot because I have other people in my family that have also made the Roottree name famous for things besides candy. His older sister even wrote a book that some of my friends tell me they had to read in school. I took his advice, and now I work with my mum, designing clothing. I help design what colours and patterns I want to model, and then she designs the clothes with a team of amazing men and women. Although my grandfather passed away early this year, Grandma Laura tells me that he was really proud of what we managed to accomplish. Yeah, achieving your dreams is significantly easier when you're from an incredibly rich family. Okay, so who is Brother Trouble? Brother Trouble was Brother Trouble, it's not a person, okay? Was a 1989 sitcom about two 16-year-old brothers, the same age, one adopted, played by Tommy Mark Sheridan and Dustin Christopher Baker. Their single mother, played by stand-up Penelope Teresa Green, often had to navigate her job as a magazine columnist, as well as the troubles that come with raising two boys who are extremely competitive in sports, academics, and even romantic pursuit of their next-door neighbor, Roxy. The showrunner was small screen director Ron Roottree. Oh, there we go. Small screen director Ron Roottree, who is this guy. This is Ron Roottree. And he is a TV person, a director. The show had strong ratings throughout the entirety of Season 1, rocketing both Sheridan and Baker to instant stardom, mostly among the teenage girl demographic. However, it was cancelled in 1991, midway through the second season, due to a significant drop-off in ratings. Okay, and so that means that this must be the other R Roottree. Robert Roottree. We don't know what he does. Okay, so can we look up Ron Roottree? Ron Roottree is a small screen director and the head of RR Productions. He directed episodes of a few other shows before showrunning and creating a one-season hit, Brother Trouble. The show was cancelled partway through Season 2. Okay, so RR Productions. Defunct production company responsible for Brother Trouble. You find a comment on a Usenet board stating that Brother Trouble ended up being an ironic name considering the rumours about RR Productions, Ron and Robbie Roottree. Okay. Robbie Roottree is how he goes by, I guess. There's not much relevant information about Robbie Roottree. In a comment thread on a message board about television cliches, you find a thread called "Why was Brother Trouble cancelled?" One user speculates, I think it's because the writing really went downhill in Season 2. They actually had an episode where Roxy was addicted to sniffing markers. Another person replied, maybe it's due to the rumour about Robbie Roottree in Silver Screen magazine. There's a link to some kind of article, but it appears to be dead. This is not going to work, because the spelling is bad, yes. Oh. Just copy this, because it'll be easier. Silver Screen Magazine was a Hollywood Insiders magazine focusing less on actors and actresses and more on the nitty-gritty of writing, directing, costuming, set design, film promotion, and other elements of filmmaking. It ran from 1983 to 1993. It was bought by a bigger, more recognizable magazine a few years ago. The website now redirects to the new magazine. The magazine doesn't appear to have any relevance to your case. Okay, but we can look up in Silver Screen. Look up an article about Ron Rootree from 1984 entitled "Don't Blame Nepotism, He Gets Results." After finding some small screen success, first as the director for many soap opera episodes and then stepping in as the showrunner to turn around a few struggling productions, Ron has decided to start his own television production company. Ron was born in the US but grew up in Paris with his once famous mother and his brother Robbie. He gobbled up American cinema wherever he could, and when he was old enough, returned to Hollywood to attend film school. He brings a special kind of charisma and an eye for unusual shots, particularly when it comes to comedy. Those he's worked with have gone on record saying he's an attentive director who can work with actors to make sure the timing of a joke lands perfectly. Ron plans to pitch new shows to major television studios as soon as 1986. Until then, he plans to find the right project. He has occasionally called on his younger brother for script punch-ups and has thought about bringing him into the fold, so I'm guessing his younger brother is therefore a writer. Is writer a thing? Screenwriter. Okay, let me just make sure. So we've got 1, 2 locked in. Do we have any more? Because we need to get 4 now for it to. Yeah, it's okay. That's just 2. Your client started this with some people freak out upon seeing the family tree for the first time, and then presents you with a fairly standard human family for the. Yeah. I mean, I could see from like a meta point of view, the game trying to be like, yes, there is a lot of stuff here, but don't worry, like you'll get there. But yeah, this family tree is not. This is not crazy. I mean, I've read Game of Thrones, and I've looked in the family trees in the back of that in the books there, and oh boy, the Targaryen family tree is quite something to behold. Okay, so let's look. Robbie. A small Rumors article from 1992 that claims that self-taught television screenwriter Robbie Rootree was allegedly tried and convicted under the name Robert in a French court of law. It seems he, again allegedly, embezzled from the company RR Productions to fuel a gambling habit that left him hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt. He then fled to Paris, where he grew up, and then, Silver Screen continues to insist this is all very much allegedly, assaulted an officer who came to question him. The article's author says that they were unable to get a statement from French authorities, but received information from an anonymous source that they were able to confirm through public record that there was a trial involving Robert Rootree around the time that Brother Trouble was cancelled. Oh dear. A very different idea of blood purity than the Candyman. Mm-hmm. Okay, so maybe then we want to look Ron Rootree. Small time director. Okay, I'm tell me about his children. Teen Blast, Ron Rootree, maybe? Nope. Who else can we look up in Teen Blast? Because we haven't really looked up much stuff in that yet. Who the heck is Chris Rafferty? How do I find out about this guy's kids? Oh, the name of the company, right? Hang on. It was RR Productions, right? We search for this in Business Watch. What about here? What about... I think I already looked this up. Yeah, okay, we just write that. Team Blast? No. Scarlet? No. What if we just Google this? Hello? Copy. Paste. That's... I mean, like, these are correct. I'm fairly confident, but like, how am I getting this? And then like, oh, just all these young people that aren't on the internet because it's 1998. And so many photos that I don't have yet. I feel like it's likely. There's no point in me guessing names. Like I have to figure out where these photos are coming from because I need all these photos to fill in the stuff. So I think it's just that I need to be googling the right stuff. If anyone has any suggestions, I'm more than happy to hear them. By the way, at this point, I feel like my brain is starting to run out of gas here. Yeah, I already looked into the radio station. Oh. There we go. Okay, I got confused because she talked about Grandma Laura, and for some reason I confused that with Lauren, but no, that's not her grandmother, that's her would that be great aunt? I guess. There must be more to Teen Blast than just that one thing. Maybe there are interviews with other Roottrees sisters in here. Riley Roottree, maybe. Some had specifically mentioned that she appeared once on the cover. Riley and Rose seem to be mentioned by name less than hers. Okay. TMS is Thomas M. Sheridan, who is the husband of Raina Roottree, and not relevant particularly. Okay, what about... Nope. Building all the miracle stuff. Why can't I find out who Ronald Roottree is married to? 5 things for this. Like, how? Oh, I've just thought of something. Not this. There was a... There was an article that mentioned a couple of other albums that... This one maybe? No. Something mentioned some... Yeah, was it this? No. Hmm. Why can't I find this? The people mentioned in Brother Trouble Against the Screen periodicals? Yeah. Okay. Where was Brother Trouble? Nothing relevant. Okay, and then the other one was this one. Nothing relevant. And finally, this one. I guess it's possible that whoever Ronald Rootree married was in the industry in some way, you know. So yeah, that's not a bad shout. Maybe we can just... Oh, there we go. Penelope Cheesy Green is a retired comedian. The result for the Laugh Lounge, a club in Reno that claims Penelope got her stand-up start and first did her famously raunchy breast milk cheese routine in the 80s before she was a TV star on Brother Trouble. The site claims she retired for the birth of her first child, but still makes yearly appearances for fundraisers, doing more family-friendly material. You find a picture labelled Joko Lantern, 1997, as well as a different picture labelled Jack watching one of his mother's charity sets, 1994. Both have been added to evidence. Okay. So, that must be Jack Roottrees, I'm guessing. And we also have... Yeah. Okay, so this must be here, and one of these is Jack Roottrees. Okay. Is there more that we can look up here? Joke-O-Lantern? The Laugh Lounge Comedy Club hosts several fundraisers throughout the year, but the most famous one seems to be Joke-O-Lantern, which happens every Halloween. Comics and patrons are encouraged to wear costumes, and it seems the person with the best costume wins a voucher which can be redeemed for £5 of buffalo wings. That seems like too many buffalo wings. There's a 2-drink minimum and a zero tolerance policy for heckling. Every year we tell people not to heckle the comics, and every year someone ends up getting kicked out. Don't do it. Okay, this doesn't get us very far. I mean, I have to know. Damn it. I'm guessing it would be the left, since she likely didn't have the second child in that photograph. I think you're probably right. So we'll say... Oh, but there's two pictures of children. But each one of the... So they're like... Okay, hang on. Which one is which, I guess? Like, we need to pay attention to the dates. So... Okay, Jack watching one of his mothers in 1994. So Jack must be the elder of the two. Here, this is Jack. And this baby must be the other one. Wolf, maybe? Maybe. What was the context on this picture again? No, child is not an occupation, but you can just say student, K through 12. Okay, so now the question is this a boy child or a girl child? Are they Wolf or are they was it Christina? I guess we can just try both. They will also be a child. Okay, not Wolf. Not Christine. Fuck. Oh, okay. Yeah. The Laugh Lounge. Oh, this just takes us back to Penelope Trees Are Green. Okay. Making sure there's not any more trees of green, or like, yeah, any more greens or anything. So they must be root trees. So, okay, is it maybe that I got these ones the wrong way around then? Because one of them was wearing a thing that said film school. Yes, okay, so this must be the director one, right? The older one. Maybe he's not the older one, maybe he's the younger one. Maybe I've just got them in the wrong place. Do I try swapping them? He looks older. I guess I've got nothing that proves that. Oh, well, let's have a look. Okay. Does it mention anywhere about older or younger brothers? His younger brother for script punch-up. Okay, so the younger brother is the writer. Okay, Okay, is there any other option other than director that makes sense? Like TV director, is that it? No, okay. And this feels correct. So what am I missing? Is it that Jack Roottree is somehow not a student? Or oh, I know what it is. The profession of baby. Okay. All right, so progress is being made, but we still are completely, like, we still need photos for all of these people, like every single one of them. Like, where are we getting that from? Okay, I guess we can go back here and we can look at where it thinks. Okay, so rolling down to the city still has 5. This newspaper flipping still has 4. Ow. It's like that's related to her, so I guess it must be maybe these are the ones related to that we can somehow get to her sister's kids. Because we know that this guy was let's go back to, where was it? This book, I think. Yeah, Dr. Wilson is her brother-in-law. So, but I think there were quite a few Wilsons. Yeah. So one of these is the father, and all the other Wilsons are the kids. Okay, so Zach is not... Zach is going to be one of the kids, not this guy, because it'd be really weird for her to marry a dude who has the same name as her husband. As her father, rather. So either Jason or Stephen. Okay, and so... Are Jason or Stephen names that appear anywhere else in the family tree? I don't think so. So yeah, we don't know whether it's Jason or Stephen here, and we don't have his photo. So what if we look up... Yeah, Stephen Wilson. There we go. And we get his photo. I'm probably going to get his kids as well. Okay. Dr. Stephen Wilson is a pediatrician who practices north of Pittsburgh. Although there are a lot of Stephen Wilsons and a Dr. Wilsons, this one apparently found a way to game the search results as he pops to the top every time. His website claims that he is a pediatrician to the stars. The only evidence for this is that he apparently was doctor to the Roottrees sisters. There is a picture of him on his website, as well as a picture of his 3 children. The 3 of them look as though the photographer was holding them hostage. Regardless, the photos have been added to your evidence. There is also a quote that, although credited to his child Jason, you suspect might not have been written by a 10-year-old. My dad is the best dad in the entire world, and he treats every patient with world-class care. He will treat your children like he would me, my big brother, or my sister. Okay, so Jason is the younger son, or at least his brother is older than him, but we don't know if he's the eldest. I guess maybe we can tell from the photo. Okay, this is Jason. He's the youngest. This is Zach. So he's a college grad, maybe. It's taken 2 years ago. Or maybe he's in college now because this is high school graduation. I don't... Okay. And there's this. Oh, this guy. Stephen Wilson. Okay, and so this is him, this is her, this is him. This was Jason, occupation. Jem Wilson, who I'm assuming is also K through 12. And this is Zach Wilson, who I'm guessing is in college. Okay, but we still need to find one more person to get this all to lock in, because he doesn't count. Okay. But the good news is that took the newspaper clipping, wherever it's gone. Where is it? Here. This is now done. Okay. Alright. Still roll on down to the city. Has some threads to tug. I'm guessing this is about their kids, so how are we finding out about Jim Roottree's kids? It's because one of them was called Candy Roottree, right? No. I doubt she's in Starlet. Or Teen Blast? No. What about Wolf Roottree? Oh, but I guess that does mean... So now I think we're... Yeah. So this must be Wolf Roottree. Okay, so we really don't have very many names left that we haven't put in. There's an April Quattrich, a Joan Monroe, Helen Lennon, several David Kellogg's. We've got David Kellogg the third and fourth. So I think either this is David Kellogg and one of their kids is like the third and one of their kids is the fourth, or this is David Kellogg. I'm pretty sure that must be it, right? Because yeah. Okay. What are the names? So we've got Sam Cattrall and Stephanie Cattrall. Okay, so... Right. So this must be Sam Cattrall, and this must be Stephanie Cattrall. And this must be Kellogg the Third, because there's two kids here. So we've got... One of them is Bethany, and one of them is David the Fourth. Okay. So, how are we finding out about them? Are we getting their photos? James Roottree, where is your family photo album? I mean, we could just guess what Gwyneth Madsen's occupation is. I mean, it doesn't feel great. Oh, she could be a farmer, right? Because she had a green thumb, so she's like a gardener or something, or a farmer. Farmer. Yes, fucking yes. Okay, and yeah, that confirmed that we got the husbands correct here. Excellent. Okay, there is still... Okay, we've got 2 more sets of 4 to do. But we are definitely missing something fairly major, because where are these extra photos coming from? Like, we're missing a lot of photos. Chris Rafferty, who are you? I mean, I know you're Clark Rafferty's kid with Jane LaRue, but like, Jane LaRue. Ooh. Or is this? No, this is just the LaRue sisters. Okay, this is an old article. Teen Blast? I doubt it. No. Okay. Business Watch. Okay. Oh. Jane Del Vecchio is listed as a talent for hire site as a wedding singer. Way down in the credentials section of her biography, it mentions that she got her start as a young girl when she was Jane LaRue of the Lucky LaRues. It also mentions to only contact her agent in the event that you actually wish to hire her, and that any and all inquiries about her past or her sister would be ignored. Okay. So we can look up this. Yeah. No. Del Vecchio. Just going through everything here. No. What about just Del Vecchio? Okay, so she changed her name. It doesn't tell us about her kid. Damn, I thought I had something there. Oh, this is... It's supposed to be if you look up the Lucky LaRues. Okay. What if I look up the Lucky LaRues in the periodicals? One thing that's kind of interesting is that, like, because we're going back through time with a lot of this stuff, that, like, Teen Blast is a current magazine, right? But Starlet is a defunct tabloid from, like, the 60s or something, right? So, it's only going to be useful for looking up certain things and certain people. Like, how do we... Where is the stuff to look up current people, which is mostly what we're trying to find here? It would be nice also to know who these wives were. I don't know how we're supposed to figure these out. We must be missing something. I haven't looked at my notes in ages. Let me just go through and make sure... Delete that page. He has a daughter around the same age as... Where did I get this? Okay, so it mentions that Jim Rootree has a daughter around the same age as Raina, but not anything else about him. Oh yeah, Family Man. Did we ever look up this book? We must have looked up this book, right? Fairly early on. Maybe we didn't. Did I just completely miss? Oh yeah, I just didn't look up this book, I guess. Amazing. Bess Williams is the name of the author. An old book about Elias Rootree. There's no downloadable version available because the book is impossible to find these days. Okay, well, that was a dead end. Oh, I just thought of something. A thing that got mentioned that I never actually really looked up. It was in this, I think. There was a thing where she mentioned the trust. It was called is the thing. Here it is. The Clansaid Trust is a highly unusual corporate arrangement named after Clancy Edward Rootree, who was Elias's son and the Rootree Candy Company's head lawyer at the time. Due to its unique nature, it's often brought up in online discussions about financial matters and inheritance as an oddity. The company mandates that a fixed percentage of its profits are split every quarter amongst bank accounts representing each direct relative of Elias and Gwyneth. An account is created for each blood relative, all caps, at birth, and first accessible when they reach 18. The actual numbers have never fully been disclosed to the public, but due to the ever-increasing success of the company, it is a significant amount of money. The Clansaid Trust is known for being essentially impossible to get around due to many checks and balances written into it. Still, there have been a few situations in which family members have tried to forcibly remove another member from the trust. Most details online are pretty vague, since the matters are handled internally. The only information you discover is from a university law school, which apparently has a guest lecturer talk about the Roottrees versus RR in 1994. While looking into the Clansaid Trust, you often find mentions to the 5-piece guarantee, which went into effect at the same time. Okay, well, we've got some stuff to look at. I'll do this one first. The 5-piece guarantee, in combination with the Clansaid Trust, was Elias Rootree's attempt to ensure that the Rootree Candy Company would remain a family business for eternity. In isolation, it's somewhat baffling. The yearly salary of Rootree's president is always locked to the price of a single pack of 5 pieces. When the 5-piece guarantee went into effect, this was 25 cents a year. Now it's closer to $4. Combined with the Clansaid Trust, however, it makes a bit more sense. Elias wanted to ensure that only his direct relatives could afford to be president, and he knew that because their passive income was tied to the profits of the company, they would have a vested interest in keeping the company as profitable and successful as possible. Whether or not this was a smart or successful decision is widely debated both online and in person by economics enthusiasts of all levels of expertise. Okay. Interesting. Although I don't think that gives us anything really. So let's look up this then. You find very few details about this particular incident with regards to the Clansaid Trust. A student that attended the lecture about it wrote the following on a Legal Oddities website. From what you can tell, RR attempted unsuccessfully to remove a fellow family member from the trust. It was said that RR attempted 2 arguments. First, the person in question was born out of wedlock. Oh. And second, they committed a significant crime against a fellow family member. Still, due to the ironclad wording of the Clansaid Trust, it was impossible to remove any direct descendant of Elias Rootree without completely dissolving the trust. No additional information available online. So that was Robert Rootree trying to be disinherited because he was he did a crime. He was born out of wedlock. He was conceived within wedlock, but he was born out of wedlock because his parents got divorced while the mum was still pregnant. Against his older brother, who he embezzled a lot of money from. His company he embezzled from. Okay, so that was interesting, but didn't actually get us anything. What if we look up this in periodicals? Mentioned many times in Business Watch, most results are from the 40s and 50s, but occasionally more recent references creep in. From context, it's clear that it allows the entire Rootree family to earn money based on the profits of the candy company. The first article you can find from 1943 mentions that the infallible legal aspects of it were designed by Clancy Edward Roottree to secure the future of his father's famous name. You might be able to find more details online. No, I mean, the wording there implies they're totally fine with you remaining a candy millionaire, Failson, if you murder a stranger. I see. I think it's that they were like, that even though the person committed a significant crime against a family member, they still weren't kicked out. So like, family member or stranger, it's fine, I guess. How much stuff have we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 16. We've got 16 things left, I guess. Is each of them well, it can't be that each of them is a person. Like an entire member of the family tree. So maybe it's just like a bit of information? So this must be the thread to pull in order to figure out these, right? Because it's directly related to him. Okay, how am I getting to his kids from that? It's literally the only issue is being a bastard. No, even that. I think it was like that. Like the person in question was born out of wedlock, and they committed a significant crime against a family member. But even so, they weren't kicked out. Like these were the arguments that they were trying to make to get the person kicked out of the trust. But yeah, the whole thing of like you have to be blood related. I'm pretty sure what it's going to be is that here Samantha had a kid, and so that kid is blood related, and that kid deserves, and you know all of their descendants also deserve money. And I haven't got any. So I think that's probably what the kind of the revelation is going to be. Elias Roottree. Is he just like wearing a lab coat in his photo or something? No, it's just a suit. Okay. And then Angelica Morden, which we mentioned red hair from her parents. Oh, no, Guy Hudson mentioned red hair. Like, was she a housewife? I don't want to put it in because, like, if I'm going to guess, I want to guess at a time when it'll immediately tell me if my guess is correct. Like, I only want to guess one thing at a time, you know? Like, I could guess his occupation and her occupation, but then I still need to have two other things to fill in. So, okay, I'm gonna try. Let's try and get to the bottom of James Roottree's family. Okay, this just gets us to James Roottree. Diamonds Dazzlers. Okay, her fan group might... There it is. Diamonds Dazzlers is the name of the official fan club for Jim and Diamond. You find a forum post called Cool Things You Got in the Mail on a random forum about video games. One reply mentions that Jim and Diamond still send out Christmas card every year to Diamonds Dazzlers. It's accompanied by some pictures, as well as some history about the fan club. Apparently, even though it's no longer available to join, Jim and Diamond still honour it themselves personally. What nice people. There's a fierce debate in the subsequent posts about whether that's cool or pathetic. Amongst the pictures of Christmas cards from over the years, only one is relevant. The card from 1996 includes pictures of Jim and Diamond's young son, Wolf, as well as a note about his daughter's band, the Floozies. Okay, there we go. Floozies are an all-female punk band operating out of New York City. They're mentioned in passing in an online review from earlier this year. Apparently, they were the opening act for the band the reviewer actually came to see. The reviewer writes that she normally doesn't review the opening act, but this one was unusual, and not because of the music, which she's described as loud, fast, and repetitive, but not in a good way. Well, I say this as someone who really likes punk music. It's punk music. What were you expecting? Loud and fast is kind of the whole point. The trio was extremely cagey about their identities. The reviewer asked the venue who they were, and she was told they were rumored to be the children of other famous musicians, and didn't want that to be why they became popular. The reviewer also mentioned that for an underground and unknown band with absolutely no following, their equipment was all extremely expensive. And not only were they selling CDs, but they only cost $1. They were probably losing a fortune. The reviewer said that although she bought a copy, she'd be unlikely to ever listen to any of it again, except maybe Beef Baby, the 7th track. There is no picture of the Floozies performing live, but the cover of the CD they were selling, Conquistador, has been added to your evidence. Okay. So, is this where we're getting our photos from? So there's Wolf. He is the younger. And so I'm guessing that means that his occupation is student. And then we also have... Oh, okay, so it's just her. Okay. And we've got Candy, Nikki, and Mina. And I don't think Nikki and Nina are names that we can actually use. Let me just... No, okay. So they're not relevant. This is her, and her occupation is musician. Begins with M. Yeah. Okay, so these two locked in. So now if we wanted to, we could start trying to guess, but I'd have to guess two things, and I don't want to do that. Okay, let's... And this is useful for one thing. Oh, but we could look up other stuff about her, because there was some stuff. Let's look up Beef Baby. Beef Baby is a song by the Floozies. You can't actually find anything else about it anywhere, but with a name like that, it's hard not to speculate on the subject matter, isn't it? Could it be a euphemism? Or about a newborn cow? Perhaps the Floozies are holding a grudge against a toddler. It certainly piques your curiosity, if only you had the time or resources to look into it further. Okay. And we can look up Conquistador as well. And it just takes it back to the same page. Okay. So... there's still one thing that this leads to, apparently. But that cleared out a lot of stuff. Okay, good. We're getting there. We're getting there. Local Moscow woman upset with the vulgarity of punk band Pussy Riot. Yeah, okay. I've been to a few punk gigs. I went to it was a one-day punk festival in London that happened. It happened the same day as London Pride, and so it was great. There was like tons and tons of people there for Pride, and then tons and tons of people there for the punk concert, and there was like not a huge amount of overlap, but there was some amount of overlap between the people who were there for each of those things, and they must have been having the time of their life. Because one thing I really like about punk as a genre and as like a kind of a community is that punk gigs are like really safe. That like as long as you're not a Nazi, right, you're gonna have a good time at a punk gig. Like people will look out for you and stuff. It was a fun time. So do we know who her mother was? Yes, we do. Okay. We still don't know what Elias C. Roottrees did. Maybe he was in business. Nope. What do you do, Chris Rafferty? Is he possibly in Teen Blast? Or just Rafferty? I mean, it's kind of odd. Like, so we have this photo of Clark Rafferty with his family, but he has another son. I assume son, from the name Chris. Chris is a unisex name, but like, it's kind of. The Roottrees Maples Super Bowl commercial from 1994 has a family bickering in an apartment store, and the father bites into a Roottrees Maple Crisp. Time stops and a jingle plays while he dances down the aisle. As he does, different things in the department store become Roottrees candy. For example, a bed that the father collapses onto becomes a giant chocolate bar. The jingle, Need the Rest, went on to be featured in other commercials with other scenarios. I'm going to look this up just in case. This is a famous jingle for Roottrees Maple Crisps, originating in the Super Bowl commercial. The jingle goes, when you're surrounded by madness and mayhem, reach for the best. There's enough there to share, but let's face it, you need the rest. Okay. Do I start guessing occupations? It doesn't feel good. I mean, I have no idea how I would guess this occupation. This one, at least, like, I hate to say it, but for the time period that she would have been alive, housewife would not be out of the realm of possibility. Where are we getting these other photos from, though? Like, there's definitely something that we're missing here. There's a long, rambly conspiracy website with very small, very red text on a black background that says that the Roottrees are cursed. It has been very recently updated with the following. Important update! With Carl and Brenda and their girls, that makes 5 new deaths. Not only that, but 3 of the 5 presidents of the Roottrees company have died mysteriously. They say Guy's car was hit by a drunk driver in 1982, but nobody was arrested. Then Ernie Madsen Jr. stepped down. Was he poisoned? Now, just this week, Carl died in a plane crash. This cannot be coincidence. There's another entry that claims if you connect the dots in the pattern of the 5 pieces wrapper, it creates a Mayan ruby skull, a secret message meant to subliminally scare people away. The post before that has a link to a site that talks about how Earth has 4-corner simultaneous 4-day time cubes. The author of this site seems to agree. An entry from a few months ago claims that the owner... here we are. The owner of the site received an email from chrisraff75 at prodigy.us asking him to take down his site with faked proof that Ernie Madsen Jr. actually had a heart condition and wasn't poisoned. The owner claims that although the proof looks quite credible, he knows the proof was fake because he's an expert at creating fake evidence. The first entry is from 1996 and has a blurry picture of the Roottrees Candy Company factory, seemingly taken by the website's author from behind a fence and through some trees. It seems that Operation RT-29 is real. I witnessed a helicopter land on February 29th, 1996. Okay, well, we can look up this email address, because this is the son that I was trying to find. Oh. We've got a new thing. Wow, that was a lot of stuff. Jean Ray, Cubic, as I live and breathe. What a pleasure to see you here. Yeah. You love a time cube reference. You find a simple page called The Art of Rafferty, copyright 1997, on Prodigy, that lists the author's email address as chrisraff75 at prodigy.us. Below a bunch of GIFs that say under construction, oh, I missed those, there are a few art pieces. The first is a painting captioned me and my fiancée, spelt wrong, Lulu. A painting I did for my first year of college that I plan to give her when we get married in May. Go Tartans. There's an odd collage called Cousins, which seems to be made up of 3 scrambled images. The accompanying artist's statement says, "We had to create a piece of art about our family. I asked as many of my extended family of cousins for their pictures as I could, even some I'd never met. Only a few of them got back to me, and my teacher said I wasn't allowed to use the pictures of Raina, Riley, or Rose, so I had to get creative and use only my third cousins. This includes Davy, he swims for Yukon, and Bethany's yearbook picture. She's Davy's younger sister. Okay. And Stephanie, who is an only child. Do we have Stephanie? So, here's Stephanie. Yeah, okay, cool. So this is where we're getting our photos from. Oh my god. We cracked the case wide open. Chris's artwork has been added to your evidence, but the cousins' photos will need to be unscrambled before you can use them. You've downloaded a new application, Pixpop, to edit the photos. Amazing. That's cool. Okay. This is Chris and his fiancée, Lulu. So we can put them in. Here we are. Chris. Lulu. Louisa. And he is an artist. Okay, so now if we wanted to guess something, now would be the time. Like if I wanted to guess her occupation, now I've got 3 that I'm like 99% sure are correct. That would be good to do. Okay, so here's scrambled photos. So cousins, we've got Davy and Bethany. So that's these 2, right? The Kellogg's, yes, David Kellogg and Bethany Kellogg. We knew that they were there. But we don't know which is the elder of the 2. And then we've also got Stephanie, who I'm guessing is the blonde. Okay, so to the computer, to Pixpop. Cousin zoomed, cousin rotated, and cousin sliced. Let's do this. So it's just a jigsaw puzzle, I guess. Okay. Oh, okay, so this is zoomed, so I have to... Weird. Okay. It's not what I thought it was gonna. I thought I was gonna have to move stuff around, but no, it's just zooming. And out. Significantly zoomed out. No, too much. Yep. Okay, last one, I think, maybe? Oh, here. Okay. Which one is that? Do we know? I guess okay. Let's just do all 3, and then we'll. Okay. This. Wait. Which one was this? This was rotated. Okay. So. Oh, okay. So we just got to make everything. Right way around. Okay. I wasn't expecting, like, actual puzzle in this game. I'm pleasantly surprised. Because I love a puzzle. Okay, and then, like, why do we need to do the rest of it, right? Like, it's... Oh, this. There we go. Okay. And then, finally, cousin sliced. Oh my god. What? Oh, I see. Okay. Oh, this one might actually be tricky. Okay, that goes like that. Oh, okay, we can slide it all the way past. Okay, that's good to know. So, I consider myself a relatively intelligent person, and I'm usually pretty good at puzzles. However, there are certain things that my brain is extremely bad at, and spatial reasoning is one of them. So this is actually really hard. Okay, we get that out the way. Oh wait, no, hang on. We need to. Wait. Okay, let's get a clean row, put that across like that. Okay, that's connected up. Then... So that's connected to this. Does this just go directly there? There. Okay, but shit, we're missing his chest. Okay. Let's bring that up. That's gonna go across and then down. Across. Except no, we didn't want to do that. How am I doing this? I can't just move this down. I'd have to move. Why is this so difficult? Okay, it's offering me a hint in case I'm stuck because it sees that I'm struggling. How do I get this to be here without moving everything else out the way? Or do I just have to actually move everything out the way and then move it down? Yes, okay. And then likewise for... Get this in the right place, I have to... let's move it here. Okay, so... what? Hang on. This is it? Yeah, okay, that's now in the right place. 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 Okay, so I just got to get these other bits in the right place. So this is supposed to go here. So to get it there, I need to move everything over. No, wait, hang on. Why is this so hard for me? And it annoys me as well that I'm going to have to put in these bits that clearly aren't actually part of the person. Like, I don't need these bits in place in order for the picture to be complete. But I do, apparently. Okay, let me move that down there. Move that across. So these bits are now in the right place. And they want to be here and here. So to do that, I need to do that. Okay, okay. Getting the hang of it. And then... Yes, okay, I think I understand now. I need to do this. And then I'm gonna need to do this. Oh, thank fuck. Okay. I finally figured out how it was supposed to work. And I did it. Okay. Oh, and this is a ginger, so we can figure out where he goes because we know that gingers are relevant. Okay. Base. We don't know which cousin. Wrong one. Okay, so one of them is an only child, which is Stephanie, and then we've got these two here. So one of them is David Kellogg the Fourth, and one of them is blonde, but maybe dyes her hair. Certainly not ginger. And we wanted to... It's this thing, right? So Davy swims for Yukon. Bethany's yearbook picture. Okay, so Bethany's yearbook picture. So he is him, and he is... Okay, I'm not gonna... It's Bethany, and she's a student, and I know that this then must be Stephanie. But we don't know what Stephanie does, right? Or do we? She's just an only child. We don't know what she what she does. Is there any clue in the photo? Dichotomy? Question mark? Like, do we just Google dichotomy? No. Because as soon as I put in what they do, like she's a student in high school and he's a student in university. As soon as I put in either of those, it's going to be another set of 4. And so I'm wondering, do I want to use the fact that I know I've got 3 correct currently to guess an occupation I don't currently know? Like, is she a housewife? No. Okay. Well, then I'll put in the one that I do know and I won't guess. Oh. Okay. So someone here is wrong. Multiple people here are wrong. What is going on? Like, these are right. Ah. Did I misunderstand something? Okay. Davy and Bethany, who are siblings, Davy and Bethany must be the ones over on the left-hand side. Stephanie's an only child, so that's definitely Stephanie. We don't know what Stephanie does. Oh, maybe he's not a student anymore. Maybe he's... Well, no, swimmer isn't a thing, but maybe it's like athlete or sports person? Pro athlete? No. Okay, well... Give me UConn. When you search for UConn, you find out it's the University of Connecticut, and the Davy Kellogg IV is on the swim team, the Huskies. He also came second. Okay, so he is still a student in college. Okay. So what's wrong here then? Like... Oh, is he not... he's not an artist yet? Is he still in college? Yes. But something else is wrong then. Okay. So she's not... Is she in college now then, maybe? This was her high school... Bethany's yearbook picture. But it's in quotation marks. I mean, this says middle school, right? Like... So why didn't that work? Because she's young. I mean, is she in college? Maybe then? At this point now? We don't know what she does. And just dichotomy. Oh, with a question mark. That's not a question mark. We need spaces. Is it Chomi? Daito. I was once asked for a donation in return for a candy bar to support the Yukon Huskies. I was incredibly upset when I found out I'd been tricked into helping a godless Connecticut dweller. Oh god. Accidentally supporting a sports team. The worst feeling. Okay, so we only have 4 left. We don't know what her job is. We don't know what her job is. We don't know what her job is, and we don't know what his job is. But that's it. Okay, there's very, very little left here for us to figure out here. Okay. So, we're looking for information about Elias C. Roottree. Architects, preachers, lawyers. No one's got time for candy. Okay. Yeah, architects, lawyers, preachers. So that was that generation, right? Yeah. Apologize at length that the company should still stay with our branch of the family since we still have the Roottrees name. I'm not even sure Clancy would have wanted it, but he's the one who was volunteered instead of going to Zach. This feels like this must be somehow a hint towards this. Is he also a lawyer? And this is the point at which things get really, really difficult, because now I have 4 things that I don't know. I have no idea why this wasn't correct for high school student, or like, you know, student K through 12, because like how is this not student? She's middle school, and she's younger than her brother who's in college. There's still something in notable Roottrees that we can get that I must have missed really, really early on, I guess. Oh my god, I've been going for 6.5 hours. Time has really got away from me. I'm determined to finish this now, though. I'm so close. Or at the very least, to finish the last 4, and then we'll get to this top secret bit, and maybe I can do the top secret bit in another stream. Yeah, oh, it's tantalizingly close. I'm just missing a few things now. What is it that I need to be looking up? There's still one thing from rolling on down to the city, which is kind of surprising, because that's like to do with him. Hey, Mott, good to see you. This is a game called The Roottrees Are Dead, where you're tasked with filling out this family tree, and to begin with, all you have is this like list of notable people, and you have to go on your 1998 computer and search the internet to try and figure out information that allows you to fill out the family tree. And as you gradually figure out like who's who and get pictures of them and fill out all the details, it kind of, when you get like a group correct, then it'll sort of confirm that you got it right. So you can't just, guess one at a time. You have to get right now I have to get these last 4, like this guy over here, this person, this person, this person. I have to confirm like their name, what their occupation is, and yeah, then once that'll take me up to 49 out of 50. It is, yeah. I mean, it goes back like the original people here. This is from like 1908, and the game is set in 1998. So this is 90 years worth of family here, and I'm really close to the end, but I'm kind of a little stuck at this point because I thought I had some things correct when I actually didn't. Why is yearbook picture in quotes? Oh, yes, there was something here. Operation RT29. Can we look up what that is? More conspiracy websites. Some people out there claim that the root trees are changing the candy recipe to include more and more chemicals, and that this was done in cooperation with bad actors from an unknown government. They claim that due to a loophole in the calendar, it's possible to get away with nearly any crime on a leap day, so long as it isn't discovered until after the day is over. And that every 4 years, on a leap year, the Root Tree Company hosts a meeting with foreign agents to conspire to poison our children. The proof is that the Root Tree candies contain polyglycerol, polyricinolate, an ingredient of the candy that wasn't there when it first released. They claim it is added in an attempt to addict people and eventually induce mind control. The website claims to sell pills that counteract the effect for children that have already eaten Root Tree candy in the past. You do an additional search for polyglycerol, polyricinoate, and find that it seems to be an emulsifier in chocolates, approved by the FDA and widely used across many products. Okay. So that's just flavor, I guess, rather than actually being particularly useful. So, okay, so this apparently leads us somewhere. Why have one glycerol when you can have polyglycerols? Rolling down to the city still has one thing that it can give me, apparently. Was there something about his dad? Some open-minded glycerols. Yeah, they don't really deal with jealousy that much. They have an open relationship. Okay. Clark never knew his father, so our grandpop insisted he spend time with my dad and me. He doesn't really say much about his dad. His grandfather. Oh, he started Rafa Tunes. He's much better jingle writer than any songwriter. One of the benefits of our famous family is a massive company willing to be a client. That's also how my father was connected to Root Tree. All of his own campaign ads. Okay, so his father was in advertising. Okay. So that's locked in. There has to be something surely with this. But apparently not, like dichotomy, question mark. Like it just says she's an okay, I know what this is. So this is wait. No. I know what I did wrong. So I'm remembering something that the from the help bit of the game. No, not that one. Where is the thing I'm looking for? Here. This isn't a yearbook photo, right? The yearbook photos don't look like this. I wouldn't know. Yearbooks aren't really a thing in the UK. At least they weren't when I was in school. This is the yearbook photo, right? They have this background. So this is here. This is here. And she is a student in high school, I think. And I guess she is also a student. Okay, so now all we need to do is figure out Angelica Morden's occupation and maybe try to fill in some of these names. Like, who could this be? It's either Helen Lennon or Joan Monroe. And the same here, I think. So like, let's just... Oh, it could be April Quattridge as well. Okay, no, I don't want to guess, though. I want to... Where we have oh yeah, one other unknown. This would be an unknown female. Do we have any other unknown? Okay, so yeah, the only unknown names we have are these three wives. And the names that they could be. So we've got Helen, Joan, and April. So I wish it was possible to search through all of the evidence for those specific names. Helen, Joan, April. What if I Google this? No, I wasn't really expecting that to work. I'm also kind of curious. So I'm missing a photo of Elias, or a second photo of Elias, as well as these three names. And so I'm curious. I'm missing some like relatively big piece of information. Like apparently I'm missing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 things. But I'm not sure what it is that I'm supposed to, like how I'm supposed to get there. I doubt this is going to be anything. Symbol of Death. The alleged proof is a blurry photo of a reddish shape that is supposedly a cave painting from South America. According to legend, discovered beneath the painting were bones from hundreds of different people and animals. One site also mentions that the photographer who took the picture died when their boat capsized after crashing into a skull-shaped rock. Among the spinning skull gifs, you find no sources or verifiable details to back up any photos or claims. To you, the blurry photo, looks more like an egg than a skull. Okay, great. Glad we looked that up. Chris Rafferty. Go Tartans. Oh yeah, and there's extra photos here as well of the Hudsons, Guy and Bonnie, twins. we can find out what Angelica Morden did as a job, then I think we're done. At least for the main stuff, not the optional stuff. I figure maybe whatever tells us her occupation also gives us these photos. Like maybe it's a picture of her with her kids when they were really small, and it's like baby photos. How do we get that? So Guy Hudson was. I got Christopher Hudson as well as the. Oh, this will be it, I think. Yes. Find a site about successful ad campaigns. One of the ads listed is from the late 50s, Boys and Girls Agree. It's a series of television and magazine ads for Roottrees chocolate bars. The ad campaign is described as having the premise that boys and girls are often diametrically opposed. Except when it comes to one thing, both of them agree that Roottree is their favourite. The first advertisement of the series was the most memorable due to the bright red hair of the boy and girl involved. One of the magazine advertisements has been added to your evidence, and here they are, them as children. Okay, so that at least is that. So cool, a couple more optional things, but doesn't get us closer to this. Did that 1, 2, 3, 4? No, I think we're still. We had 6. Yeah, we had 6, and we still have 6. So it didn't actually get us any closer to completing this. I haven't actually really looked around my apartment that much. Right, cool. Can't use the phone, can't look at my photos. I'm mad that I got the photos mixed up there, because I could have used the fact that I had 3 that I knew were correct to guess the occupations here. Although I guess I could do that now. Like I'm pretty certain that we know that this guy was in advertising. So I could just guess our occupation, but I don't want to guess. I want to know. And like there is more stuff to find. It's weird that there's 6 things to find, but only like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pieces of information we don't have, right? Oh, okay. Anytime. Well, see, the wording on this is. I mean, it's no longer relevant. I'm just reading the wording on this is slightly vague to me. That anytime someone's a junior, they're always the firstborn son. Does that mean they are the firstborn and a son, or that they are the first son? Right? Because, like, can I find an example? Yeah, right here. Right. Okay, so he is a junior, but he's not the firstborn. Gwyneth was the firstborn, so I guess that answers it for me. Didn't think so. Anytime I see something in quotes, I'm like, oh, I should Google it. Let me. How many clues are connected to a specific piece of evidence? Whenever you find new evidence or lock in a family member, new discoveries will be added to the list, and old evidence will become less useful. So is it the case that actually almost all of these aren't like that? I have the information. It's just like because I haven't locked in the family members that it's still showing as evidence. Maybe. Do I just guess her occupation? I don't want to. And like, how are we figuring out these? Like, okay, so we know that this. We just research these names. Let's look them up in the newspaper. Okay, so what were they again? We had Helen Lennon. I don't think this is actually going to work, but I wanted to try it. Joan Monroe. No. Last one was April Quaritch, 2 R's. No, okay. So we know that this woman was black, and not to make big generalizations, but the surname Quaritch doesn't sound like someone who's black surname. Compared to Monroe and Lennon, like those seem more likely. Did Miracle of Roottrees stuff mention anything about his wife? Because that was pretty early on. I haven't looked at that for a while. Sounds like a name out of Harry Potter. It does. It's very reminiscent of Quidditch, you know. Did I ever just Google Miracle Roottree just by itself? Okay, same thing. Angelica Morden. definitely doesn't feel like the correct approach. But, kind of grasping at straws here. Hmm. How is notable root trees still have a thing? Hmm. No, that's Clark. We don't care about Clark. The names, yeah. I am once again open to backseating, I think. If anyone has any ideas. This whole thing about the farmhands, EC and John, and like that's the top secret, like that's in this, I'm pretty sure. Where am I getting this photo from? Where am I finding out these wives? I know definitely this isn't him, because I tried that and it didn't work. Have I tried rage quitting? I haven't yet. And I don't think I will. Like, if I give up, it's 8 o'clock. I've been streaming for like 7 hours. I think I'm gonna have to just guess this occupation. Was she in advertising? No. Was she a baby? Was she an artist? No. Was she? Oh, actually, maybe she was a housewife. She was, and it was the other stuff that I had wrong. Okay, so I did guess that earlier as a reasonable guess. Okay. And we knew those. I should have at least guessed the optional wives.
To my genealogy genie. If you're reading this, it means you've locked in 49 blood relatives. Congratulations. I knew you could do it. There are 2 more entries on the family tree I'd like you to consider. These last 2 are optional.
Okay, only
you
2.
can summon me whenever you wish. However, this will end your search and reveal the truth. So make sure you're ready.
Okay, well if there's only 2... Okay. So, that must be EC. They're a farmhand. And their spouse was... I mean, is it spouse? Oh, and now the only thing left is notable root trees, I guess. Okay. It's interesting. So am I not allowed to... Like, where do I get this? Okay, I'll resign myself to not having found these 3 wives and this extra photo of Elias. I got everything else, and I'm pretty sure I can get these. I think the word spouse here is possibly misleading, although if they use the same word... They did use the same word here, and no, wait, yeah. So you used the same word here, and technically they weren't married; they were partners. So, this was a gay relationship, and it was between. No, it wasn't this one. It was the this one. So, Mr. Miller. Have I got a favorite family member? Who's the hottest? Let's see. Who's my favorite? I mean, this is cool. I like the punk rock girl. I also like that, like when it described what her deal was, that she's deliberately not using the name, like her kind of like birth name, Candy Roottree, because she doesn't want to be associated with her famous musician parents. Like, she's still a nepo baby. She's still getting loads of money from the family, but she's like trying to succeed on her own merits more than just being famous from who she is. Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of the women in the family don't really get to do very much because it's all like, you know, olden times. Okay, Carolyn Morden is cool. She's a gay artist who was like a thorn in the family side for like trying to make the company more environmental and stuff. Okay, so this is Mr. Miller, but I don't know Miller, like what Miller, and I have to type these names in. So. Telling me that there's something here still. I want to do this properly. I want to give it the time and thought that it deserves, but I'm definitely missing something. And it's just going to be like Googling everything, you know, like what is it that I've missed? It's really late and I'm really tired. Who is EC? Where's the really old photo here? I want to read about Elias Roottree. Yeah, I definitely read this. Okay, but what about here? Can't believe I never did that before. Okay. So there's our extra photo of Elias Roottree. Elias Roottree was voted Watchman of the Year by Business Watch in 1936, and a painting of him appears on the cover. The magazine says he was voted Watchman of the Year specifically to recognize the global rollout of 5 pieces. Inside the article is a timeline of 5 pieces. He forms the Roottrees Candy Company after marrying his wife, who inherited a maple farm. During the period before 5 pieces, the company is barely profitable. He has a daughter, the first of 5 children follow, leading to he invents 5 pieces. Each of the 5 flavors is chosen based on the initials of his 5 children, 1 flavor per child. They're sold in some Pittsburgh markets, they're sold in all of New England. Recipes finalized. Okay, there's also a what next. He's going to pivot to ensuring the Roottrees Company legacy. Yeah, Lancet Trust. Oh! Aha! Hang on. I've had a brainwave. Okay, so first of all, that's him. So where is it? It's names. Even the government has problems. I remember once receiving certified mail for an Edward Clancy Roottree. I had to break the name, but they got my father's name backwards. But no, this is Edward Clancy Roottree. He is a farmhand. He is possibly a bastard Roottree child, and he was in a homosexual relationship with Mr. Miller. But what Miller? I need to know his full name. Right, because it was what's Scandal about? Elias hid her away with a local farmhand known as EC. Yeah. She was married off. Mr. Miller. How am I going to figure out Mr. Miller's first name? I mean, does it particularly matter what his first name was? Can I just say Mr. Miller? But first, is it going to show me the optional ones that I missed? Oh, okay. I also found that. 3 optional entries left for next time.
So, you thought EC was Edward Clancy Roottree? And had a guess for his partner?
I did.
Partial credit.
Yay!
I'm Sam Madsen.
I thought so.
Though you know me as Samantha Roottree. Yup, I got old. The only picture you have of me is from 40 years ago. My book tells the truth about Elias, the 5 pieces, and my parents. Not my biological parents, Elias Jr. and Patsy.
John Miller, okay.
Edward Clancy Roottree and John Miller.
I should have just guessed with John.
By now, you've either read Lauren's diaries, or you're just an incredible guesser. Lauren was right. I hated the 5 pieces. She just didn't know my full reasoning.
Mm-hmm.
My father, Edward Clancy, was a great man. But his identical twin Clancy and his father, Elias, were not.
What psychopath names twin boys Edward Clancy and Clancy Edward? Like, honestly.
At age 16, my father was caught kissing a farmhand.
Yeah, okay. So they like
Back then, they wouldn't even acknowledge gay people existed. Having one in the family was unthinkable.
I hope it tells me where I'm supposed to find out that his name was John.
The same year, I was born. A bastard granddaughter. 2 stains on Elias's perfect family. He decided to fix both. They tried to erase Edward Clancy. They even removed his 5 pieces flavor. His name was deemed a dirty word. He became EC.
Oh, did I not find this ad, or was I just not paying attention? So this PNG has been like they the person who gave us this job in the first place of figuring out the family tree, and she's been like showing up occasionally to give us a little bit of extra evidence and help us along and stuff. And so this is the like I think if I hadn't guessed the name, if I'd have got the name correct for John Miller, it might have this bit might be different. Of like, well, clearly you must have figured it all out, because otherwise how would you have got it right? But I guess they want to put this in here for people who maybe maybe the ending is always the same, but like maybe some people didn't actually figure out a lot of stuff. So yeah, this. Did I actually have both of these, and I just never really looked at them properly? Because yeah, EC egg cream.
We were sent to the farm, and the 5 pieces did their best to keep the next generation away, to isolate me from family. But Elias couldn't erase us from existence. Laura never realized I was the little girl from her diary.
Laura's kind of dumb. I mean, I figured that out immediately.
Who could blame me for being so confused that day? Her father was an exact copy of mine, except without the beard. And while the 5 pieces celebrated a new factory, farmhands did the real work. It's a fluke there's a picture of my father at all, but there he is in the background. The 6th 5-piece. Patsy returned, and things got complicated for Elias.
Oh.
She fought for my freedom.
This
for
I
a
didn't
life
find.
She deemed unworthy.
What is it? Well, how on earth was I supposed to find Steamy Correspondence by Tina Angelina? Okay.
Elias relented, so long as I never learned the truth or receive inheritance. They knew I'd help my father. At Elias's will reading, I learned part of the truth. The rest I learned at home. I began to hate the 5 pieces. My father made me stay silent. He was worried history would repeat, and that his grandchildren would become outcasts. His fears weren't unfounded. As you know, my son Ernie died a few years ago. He had trained to take over as president. But due to family politics, or perhaps hubris, it went to Guy. A real root tree. He nearly ruined the company.
Yeah, he was very bad at his job.
When Ernie took over, he saved the operation. Over 13 years, he made the family billions. Ernie earned about $36.
Oh, because he wasn't a quote-unquote real root tree, so yeah, the president gets paid a pittance because they're supposed to make all their money from the trust, the Clanad trust.
They got by on Debbie's salary, but when he fell ill, he couldn't pay his medical bills. His death was my tipping point. Originally, my book was meant to expose Elias's hypocrisy. Until I started to look into the other dirty laundry.
So yeah, they disinherited a son for being gay, but yeah. So I guess Nemo, you weren't actually you weren't wrong in your condemnation of them. That yeah, like embezzling from your brother to fuel a gambling habit. That's fine. That doesn't get you disinherited, but just being gay does.
Ron tried to have Robbie removed from the trust, but couldn't. Robbie was a blood relative, even out of wedlock. That sounded familiar. The Clancy Trust that Elias established was designed to secure his family's future. His entire family's future. He couldn't write exceptions in without the whole thing falling apart. My book can definitively prove that Elias was not the paragon of virtue he's heralded as. And that my daughter and granddaughters are just as much family, at least in the eyes of the Trust, as anyone else. The Clancy Trust will secure their future. They can decide what to do with their shares. But I'm old, and I'm not in it for the money.
You're in it for vengeance.
The truth has been eating away at me for years. But now, I can set the record straight. Thanks to you. As someone who enjoys searching for the truth, you might understand the power it has. Whitewashing the past to protect the status quo can lead to repercussions in the present and future. I appreciate what you've done for me. You uncovered enough to make a strong case.
I feel like I uncovered everything apart from the first name of your father's partner, which is not relevant to the case.
If and when the truth is fully accepted, my share of the Clancid Trust is yours.
Oh shit, okay, we're a millionaire.
Looking at the family tree on your wall, now with my father's, everything finally feels complete. Unless a whole lot more root trees somehow appear from thin air, this is the last time I'll come knocking. Thanks again, and so long.
Bye. Yeah, she's just standing outside on the porch. Oh, and we get to listen to Roll On Down to the City. I wonder if it got mixed reviews because I didn't, 100% perfect everything. And then everything changed. There's another mystery to solve. Oh, that's right. Roottrees Mania. That's a new game. Okay. I'm a secret root tree. All right. Well, I am definitely not going to try and do the second game. I'm curious if I go to continue. Is everything like basically completed? Okay, so I know that that's John Miller, but okay, so I still don't actually know this. So, like, so just tell me when I get it right? No. Okay. Then how am I supposed to get them? I don't know. Oh, I guess I can just click on I'm ready again, and then it'll... Okay, so if I really, really want to know those, then I could just fill them in like that, but... I think if I wanna know what the how I was supposed to figure out stuff, I will just Google it. Okay, that was a really long stream. I'm quite tired and I need to eat supper. So thank you very much, everyone who I seriously doubt anyone stuck around for the entire thing because it's late in various places. But yeah, this was a good game. I really had a good time playing this, as you can probably tell from the fact that I streamed it for 7 hours straight. Yeah, I might. Well, I'll look at how much there is to the second game, the Roottrees Mania thing. If it's short, maybe I'll do it on stream. If it's another long one, I don't know if I have another 7-hour stream in me. Maybe I'll see how I feel. I'll see. Yeah, we'll figure it out. But yeah, okay. I'm gonna find somebody to raid if I can, and then I'm gonna go and have supper. Okay. Is anyone I'm following streaming? Several people. The idea of making an actual detective board is cool, but it would have been cooler if it involved IRL detective work. I mean, so the detective work is using the internet, basically. Like, that's all of the detective work in this game, using the 1998 internet. By the time you arrived, I think I got most of the stuff already. Like, there wasn't a lot of new things that I found on the internet. But earlier on, there was a lot of like following leads and clues and threads and stuff, and yeah, figuring out where I wanted to end up. Let's see. Is there anyone who it makes sense for me to raid right now? Maybe not. Is there anyone also playing this game? Let me see. There's someone who's been playing for 4.5 hours. And they are a VTuber, and it looks like they have friends with them. I'm going to click on their stream just to make sure that they're not, screaming slurs or something. My rating for the game. I mean, I really enjoyed it. I'd give it a solid 8 out of 10, I think. I'm sure there's ways that it could be improved, but the person I was going to raid, they just solved it. So I guess we're not raiding them. Can I look for Welsh people? It definitely, there's Maybe there's less patience involved if you're better at it than I was. Like, I missed a few crucial things somewhere along the way, I think. And then spent a lot of time just kind of stuck, maybe. But yeah, I think if you have good intuition, then it's probably not as long. Okay, I want to raid a Welsh person. Do I don't know. I'm so bad at raiding people. I think I might just end stream. Yeah, so thank you very much everyone who stopped by. I will probably not be streaming during the week. I'm hoping that we'll actually get to play D&D this week on Wednesday, which would be my usual day for streaming midweek. It's been like a month plus since we've been able to play in our campaign because one of the players has been writing her thesis. I'm super duper busy with that. But yeah, we'll see. Keep your eyes on my Twitter and Blue Sky, I guess, for if I'm gonna stream. And yeah, I'm gonna go have supper because I'm hungry. And yeah, I'll see you all around. Take care.